I gotta say though, some of those pictures, like,
Good afternoon, morning, or even evening, depending on your point of view. We have a stellar cast here, or at least people that you may recognise. It's up to you to decide on that. We are going to be talking about various topics. Really, we're going to be basically bitching about everyone. Because it's YouTube and that's what we do. So we have Nick Garoff. Say hi, Nick. We have Spino.
Hello.
We have, obviously, Dusty, our resident pooch. Lysander, former Reformer King. We've also got Searle. Focus Break. Say hi, everybody, in unison.
Hello.
Assalamu alaikum.
In it. Yeah, he's a moderate Muslim. Watch out for him.
I'm an ISIS plant.
He's an ISIS plant. That's right, yes. And for some reason or another, when I basically made a video that was going to be about bitching about everyone, here they are.
Okay.
Why not?
Exactly.
Bitch about me first, come on.
Yeah. Well, as we were saying, Nick did I think a rather good video talking about centrism, wasn't it?
mm-hmm.
Yes, I love that.
Filthy centers.
You filthy, filthy fence sitters. So I thought I'd gather around a few people that I would consider fence sitters. I would say that most of you here are trying your damnedest to basically look at both sides of this coin, whatever the subject may be. Apart from Dustin, of course, who would like everybody to be killed instantly.
Well, you have to blow up both sides of the coin for that to work.
Oh, okay, so at least you're balanced in your assessments.
I think you mean you have to blow up the coin at this point.
Well, yeah, but if you blow up the coin, it takes both sides.
Indeed. So yeah, Nick, you were your video was called Centrism, wasn't it? And you were going
No, it's filthy fence sitters.
Oh, filthy fence sitters. And you were talking really about sort of the toolbox thing. Do you want to reiterate that to our more ignorant listeners?
It was. I mean, this was sort of not so much a theory as much as sort of an analogy I've been working on for a while. And then Sargon came out with his fucking lenses, and I was like, "Well, god damn it, that works." But basically, you've got, with any given question, with any given set of policies and so on and so forth, you've got, you have a wide array of different schools of thought that you can actually consider the issue or questions with. And, we could try to go as objective as you can, and there's still going to be some biases. But to take ways of thinking and look at them as methods to understand the question, as opposed to, there's only one true way. It opens you up to actually seeing things from a more dynamic perspective. It lets you understand really what it is you're dealing with and come up with solutions for problems, which, especially, let's face it, I mean, unless it's pure idealism that's driving you, you want the most efficient and productive solution to a given problem. So sort of the widest spread benefit with the lowest amount of cost. And
you're supposed to reduce the cost. That's where I've been fucking up.
Yeah. But yeah, and I mean, and so many people, though, I mean, you see this with pretty much any real hardcore ideologue. They will, even in the course of argument or discussion, it'll get to a point where they will refuse to acknowledge or address an actual solution to a problem with the data that is presented, even openly sometimes saying just because it goes against their beliefs in one way or the other. I mean, if you show that a publicly oriented, maybe government-oriented solution to a problem is an effective means of addressing it, you'll never get an ANCAP on board with it, because they'll just turn around and say, well, it's government sucks, government's terrible. It's like, yeah, but what I just demonstrated to you, we have a solid understanding that shows this. Or vice versa, too. I mean, saying, and this comes from my own background, too. I mean, there was a time in which every time I heard the word free market, like, I'd just cringe a bit. And I'd just try and, just plug my ears up. And now, a bit more mature, it's, obvious that certain problems do require market-oriented solutions as opposed to government solutions. But it's different for every issue. And frame of reference, and a lot of people they seem adamantly opposed to expanding their considerations beyond the scope of their own ideology.
Well, I like to coin the phrase thusly. Basically, political expediency trumps logical consistency. And it's on that way of basically kind of going, when you take pretty much anyone's ideology to its extremes, you end up with nutbaggery, essentially. And there's a lot of people out there that think that my way is the best way. And the problem is, of course, it's like, when I was saying that if you say this to a libertarian, for example, in order for libertarianism to work, everybody has to get on board. But you're a libertarian, so of course you can't tell everybody to get on board, can you?
It's like, we need anarchy in our time. Don't fucking tell me what to do.
Yeah, people that hate other people come together. No. It's never going to work, so it's...
the thing with libertarianism is it has that inherent... it's pretty much... their entire political philosophy is herding cats.
Not really going to work out well.
That is liberalism in a nutshell as well.
It's actually fair.
At least with liberalism, it's more you actually they want something to be put in place so that society will actually be held together. But with ANCAPs, it's just it's herding cats without forcing them to do anything.
Well, it's important in that sense, though, to acknowledge, though, that for instance, there's a difference between libertarians and ANCAPs. ANCAP is like a fringe side of that, and even within libertarianism, we've been seeing it evolve recently too, with what a lot of people call cultural libertarians, right? You can be for a strong or moderate, effective state, and be culturally libertarian to where you believe that the government, while it does have an obligation to provide whatever variety of or level of service and such that you may believe it needs, that that it shouldn't be getting up in people's business and telling them exactly how to live their lives.
Exactly. Taxation isn't theft; it's a bill.
Yeah, and I think the real trick here is that, and it's the kind of thing I don't think anybody will ever get it perfectly right, but to be able to view these schools of thought in a way that acknowledges not only their shortcomings but also their strengths, and this can be kind of difficult, and there are some which you get to a point where there are no real redeeming qualities to them. This going mainly to the fringes of ethno-nationalism, up through back onto the left over to hardline social justice. They get so extreme that the further they go into the extremes, the lower the functionality, the lower the functional importance of them becomes, because it's more about rhetoric and idealism than it is actual function. But when it comes to conservatism, classic sort of traditional conservatism, there is a merit to it. Even there, the ability to have a political force that maybe restrains the aggressive
changes that come too fast, too soon.
Social or political or economic changes. I mean, if you try trying to bring in sweeping reforms all at once, it can be such an upset and such a shakeup that it will undo any progress that it hopes to achieve anyway. So
Nick, you were saying about them basically kind of going, hold on. The problem,
that kind of change did happen here with the Arab Spring.
A lot of conservatism, though, has the problem, of course, is that it's actually not so much trying to sort of hold it and kind of go, take it easy. It actually tends to try to reverse things. They're always trying to take their country back. Mm-hmm. And it's where are you trying to take it back to?
Yeah, I think the point Nick is making is that there is a healthy level of political conservatism that can exist, but that doesn't necessarily mean that what we have now is a good thing. I think there is an unhealthy level of conservatism or aggressivism or whatever.
We have Piss and Vinegar scratching his way into the open house. How you doing there, mate?
Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Greetings,
We're just
mate.
waiting for you to sort your mic out.
It's sort of like a fucking butt dial into a hangout there.
Yeah,
It's like, hello, hey, what's going on, man?
Word homs. So we have basically the 8 horsemen of the apocalypse as far as the middle ground is concerned.
No, a camel man here.
We've got the camel man as well. Yes, we have basically a meeting of the militant middle, ready to kick ass.
Wait, what about Spino, though? I mean, doesn't he count as a mount in and of itself?
He's not Polish, so no.
I am a dinosaur, though.
Yeah, we could ride dinosaurs into battle. Haven't you played Ark?
It's not about Ark. Have you ever watched what's it called? Something Fury. Max Fury? No. Never mind.
Just to bring the conversation onto something sensible. Tyler was going, how will you deal with companies dumping waste in lakes or land? Do they do that already, but how much worse would it be? I think he's probably talking about the libertarian concepts, really. And this is where people often, especially right-wing libertarians, don't seem to think that there is a left-wing libertarian. And in the sense is that there are companies out there that will subjugate and oppress you if they want to. And that's why you have basically a national policeman to tell them, no, you can't do that. So,
and it's funny, though, too, at the same time. I remember when people would talk about burdensome, bothersome regulation. And I'd sort of roll my eyes at that. But now I'm like, now that I work in a specific industry that is heavily, there's a lot of, you have like large scale corporate operations, and then you have a lot of very small private operations too. And I've run up against genuinely burdensome regulation. And so when I hear a lot of conservatives saying like, we need to get rid of a whole bunch of these regulations, they're hurting business, I'm starting to see it's not always about let's deregulate the financial markets so that they can make $1 billion sinking half of Europe into the shitter by backing it against mortgage securities kind of thing. Some of it actually is like, okay, like in the US here, when we had prohibition never actually ended. It just sort of mellowed out a bit. And there's still fucking tons of shitty goddamn regulations that aren't just keeping like good beer and booze off the shelf, but it's also like hurting businesses like one I work for.
One of the handovers of prohibition you still have there are the dry counties.
Mm-hmm. Well,
we have dry counties, yeah.
I know.
National prohibition ended. We handed that shit over to the states, and the states can do whatever the fuck they want.
And you see, though, in a state like mine here in New Hampshire, we have I think this is a great example of not only how arguments about burdensome regulation actually do float, but also how government really does oftentimes just serve their own interests. Now, we have the largest representative government in the world in this tiny little state. 1.3 million residents, over 400 reps in the House. Wow. Now, when you take alcohol and tobacco in terms of how they're regulated by the state here. So naturally, cigarettes, they can't be smoked indoors. Like, you can't smoke them in bars or restaurants or indoors. Most apartments have policies of no smoking inside and so on. And so they're heavily regulated, and that makes sense. Okay, fine. Then you take cigars. You can smoke cigars in certain places. You can buy and order cigars through the mail and so on and so forth. They're well, yeah. Well, they're well, that industry is well taken care of. Then you take vaporizers. The vaporizer industry recently got hit with some of the most ridiculous regulation I've ever heard. For instance, shop owners are forbidden from discussing differences in potential health risks between smoking cigarettes and using vaporizers, even though like the UK's Ministry of Health even said it's 95% better for you. And then at the same time, if you want to bring a new product to market, be it like a vapor juice or a new mod or whatever, you got to go through FDA. You need to pay them they say $330,000. Estimates put it up to $1 million, and go through a 5,000-hour regulatory process just to get that thing to market. And then when you take alcohol, wine, for instance, can be shipped through the mail. Wine can be ordered through the mail. You can buy it and sell it almost anywhere. The state has its monopoly here on liquor, so liquor is all sold by the state. But when it comes to beer, for instance, it's just like you have to go through regulatory steps to get your label approved. You have to keep the state appraised of the alcohol level, what ingredients you're using, all of this silly shit. And what it ultimately comes down to is you look and you realize that it's a gated community garden party sort of rich fuckers from the suburbs and from like the nicer parts of the state who like wine and like cigars, so they take care of that. But the rest of the shit that the plebs use, go fuck yourselves with that. We're going to regulate it to hell and back.
Yeah, because we just don't want what it's associated with.
Yeah.
Piss and Vinegar, could you possibly mute yourself until you finish dragging the body around inside your home? And just tell it to put the fucking lotion on its skin and be done with it.
I was just whining.
But yeah, so we're talking about sort of like internal regulation and whatnot. But what I'm really sort of like want to really concentrate on is the ideologues out there and how much they actually echo each other. And
I threw a link in the side chat here. It might be a little relevant.
Okay, let me open that one up there.
I'm probably not the only one here who has been regularly accused of being a centrist from both the hardcore alt-right and some idiot SJWs.
Oh my, they say that like it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
They say
no,
the entire political spectrum does not fall between them.
Yeah.
Well, I think for some people, like a spectrum, for example, is a spectrum of light. For example, you've got various colours that sort of pop up on that lot. I think there's a lot of people that seem to think that the spectrum is more like how a dog sees the world in just black and white terms, and you're merely a shade of grey.
That's not actually true, but okay.
And what I mean is, when you look at ideologues, it's like you're either with me or you're against me.
Yeah, well, it's fun. It's funny too, though, the way like we try to classify the things. Because I mean, the more I've gone, I'm a Doctor Who fan, and I always liked the way he described time. And I always thought of it same thing. It's like you're thinking of politics as a linear progression of left to right, when it's more a big ball of wibbly wobbly political stuff. It's not even a 3-dimensional thing. It's almost like a 4-dimensional matter, because you can have a diehard liberal who is pro-life. You can have gay conservatives who aren't just flashy attention whores. You can have.
Are you talking about anyone in particular? Though?
I mean, arguably, each political issue is a sort of spectrum in on itself.
Exactly. That's. I was going to say this. Like, here's the problem with the way ideologues, or the way most of them look at issues. When they look at a certain issue, let's say gay marriage, and they would just have their party hardline as the solution. It's the only solution out there, and they wouldn't look at any other problem except for the one that they perceive from their ideology. They don't really get this. They don't explore the other side of the problem or the other sides. For example, an issue that I keep talking with Robin here for the past couple of streams, the Muslim problem that we have in the West and even in the Middle East. Now, when it comes to terrorism, people just go like, yeah, the Muslims or Islam is the problem and the only problem. And that's where I have an issue. I'm like, yeah, it is a problem.
Yeah,
but not the problem.
There's a difference between it's saying that this terrorist attack had nothing to do with Islam and saying that Islam wasn't the only factor.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I'm not for the people that go like, no, it has nothing to do with Islam. No, it has something to do with Islam. But to say, no, it's just the religion and that's the only problem out there and that's the only thing that we have to focus on, that's not the way to do it. And you have people from the left that go like, no, Islam has done nothing wrong and it's all about the West. Let's just beat the West.
Well, I keep on
imperialism and all that.
We were talking
no,
about
I'm not talking about you here, Robin. I'm talking about other ideologues.
No, I was about to say that when we were discussing this, remember I said that you have people that are gamergating things.
I know, and that's the thing.
It's like but a lot of the times when you see some sort of issue, either the right or left of a particular issue, I'm just using that as a base term here, will either sort of like sucker them in or push them away, depending on whether they're worth it to them. if you see what I mean. Political expediency basically kind of goes, well, you know, these gamers, I'm going to throw them to the wind today because they're basically going up against one of my people.
It's not that. I think most ideologues and most extremists from whatever party that you can identify with always try to look for simple solutions for complicated problems. That's the main issue that we have here. They would look at one single element of that problem and go like, yes, this is the one that I'm going to go against. That's the only issue. Once we solve this, everything's going to be okay. And they forget about everything else. And that's where they're short-sighted. Sometimes I am for the kind of fight that they're going for, because yes, that's part of the problem. But when they blind themselves from all the other elements, that's when we have issues. And that's not that they don't even stop there. They would go against you when you start tackling other issues that are contributing to that problem as well. They're like, how come
I'm starting to feel like you're arguing against my one solution for all problems.
That's not going to work. We've already discussed this.
Okay. You are assuming a solution to all problems and all components of all problems, except for the logistics of carrying out that solution.
I mean, we've all had some experience. I think all of us have had some experience at fighting against the left, and some experience of fighting against the right here. Could anybody sort of like maybe highlight any sort of patterns of behaviour that you're beginning to see here?
They're all idiots.
At least for me, as somebody who was, hello Robin, like somebody who was relatively, somebody who was relatively fairly involved in Gamergate. Something I noticed, especially in the years since, is that all arguing on the internet seems to really do is, when you're arguing with someone, all you seem to really manage to do, especially over Twitter, is entrench that person deeper into the position that they had in the first place. Like, it always seems very unproductive. You're very rarely ever going to convince someone. In fact, you're probably just going to push them further along that ridiculous, like, whatever line of reasoning that they had in the first place. They'll just get deeper entrenched into it, more dedicated to it.
I don't know if anyone caught Obama's farewell address.
Yeah,
but it was a good speech, honestly. Like,
he's a great orator.
Yeah, he's a great orator, and he was making some really good points. I mean, he even did go as far as like kind of sort of calling out, the college campus safe space shit. But one of the things I thought that he said that I thought was funny and kind of on point is he's like, don't just limit your politics to arguments on the internet. And if you find someone who you're really disagreeing with, try having a conversation with them in person.
Yeah.
One thing I will say that I did like, and yeah, it did lead to entrenchment, but at the same time, I did find, and I made like one of the first videos I did was like musings on Gamergate, and I remember saying how people of all of these different political persuasions, right, sort of converged, and a lot of people who were apolitical to begin with were sort of activated to become free speech and ethics advocates and the like. And as a result of that, though, I mean, like take Brandon Morse, for instance, right? This is a Texas conservative Republican type. He was like a Ted Cruz supporter, I believe. He's got "Yay God" in his bio. He writes for Red State. I consider him a friend of mine. In fact, we even had like a back and forth column going at every joke he was writing there. And I probably wouldn't have known or been friends with him in such a respect had it not been for Gamergate. I mean, it kind of went both ways on that one, and it's funny to see now too the people who are still using the hashtag. You see a split. You do see those, the right wing conservative types, and the fans of
please, wizard, you want to call them cucks.
Ralph Retort and the like. Yeah, but then you also have like Queen Jinx and such, who are like, they don't think climate change is a scam and a myth and a lie, and they are anti-Trump, and they think Obama was a decent president. They're kind of like, they're moderate, almost Democrats in a sense. And you still see these people, you still see that split, that political divergence that's in that. And then as soon as like a genuine Gamergate-oriented sort of issue with like games journalism comes up, those differences are set aside for refocusing on the central issue at hand.
Well, at least historically speaking, I don't think that's really so much these days. I think there's
I think these. I think especially since the election, a lot of these divisions have they've become a lot more noticeable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of histrionic behavior going on.
Indeed.
I was trying to point out earlier, one of the big common factors that I've noticed in my dealings with both left and right, especially on the extremes, is the victim complex. You've got on the right, you've got the ANCAPs. They think, they're always the victim of the government because they're straight white male. On the other side,
the media
social justice. They're victims of the straight cis white capitalist patriarchy. And then you've got more not so much moderate, but still pretty far to the left. They believe that they're under attack by traditionalists and conservatism
Mute,
and
please,
conservatives.
Mute, please, when you're not speaking. You're very noisy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then you've got conservatives always complaining about how their traditions are being eroded. It's like everybody feels like they're under attack by the other side.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
this
Spino,
is...
wait, hold on. Spino is here. Just why are you committing white genocide? I mean, you have to admit it, man. Come on, stop.
Yeah. To anybody new to the word, by the way, I always like, if you're going to say it, guys, it's best to actually describe any sort of esoteric terms that are coming out there, just for any audience that's listening that might not know this. Histrionics is basically melodramatic behaviour. It's probably the best way to describe it.
It's just overly dramatic.
It's actually a disorder, as far as the American Psychiatric Association is called,
In fact,
APD.
there is a simple way of describing this. Please just quickly Google Milo Yiannopoulos and look at his career. He is the perfect example of a histrionic individual.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's right. And these are the people that get attraction a lot of the time from followers and whatnot, because, well, look at the state of it. It's just, for some, it's very hilarious to watch. They think they're having a good time while they're watching this nutcase do whatever this nutcase does, or the fact that they are basically sticking it to their political enemies in some fashion or another without really actually bringing the topic forward at all. It's just basically more of a WWF wrestling match, just in verbal form.
Do keep in mind, though, his career is not going to Oscar Wilde itself, will it? No. This is what gains traction, though, and to be honest, too, none of this is new. It's a little more apparent and obvious to us now because we have the internet where we can just call it up real quick, and there it is. But
who did we just lose there?
Yes.
Oh, no.
God, he's just taking the piss. He turns off the second and leaves.
Oh, it was. Angry as all fuck. He said he was doing a lot of tidying up and stuff like that. Maybe he just wants to finish that off before he comes back in.
But who else here remembers when the evangelical Christian right was constant, even when they had representation in Congress, people who were in Congress just because they could out Christian their competitors, and they were still talking about how atheists and secularists are trying to destroy Christianity, and Christianity is an oppressed religion, and you still have Spurgeon's like Dean Esme going off on that endlessly, and the victim complex, it just never fucking ends. In fact, that's one of the things I hate most about activist atheism, is how they talk about how not having any atheists in Congress is a sign that atheists are oppressed and maligned. It's like, no, don't go there. Look, we can actually be better than those that we see as our opposition, but we have to start by not engaging in the same dumb games that they are known.
There is actual oppression going on in some states on that level, though. You are literally not allowed to run unless you're religious.
Actually, no. Those laws, as far as I know, none of those laws are actually in effect anymore. It's just the way U.S. law works is that just old laws are overwritten rather than new law, rather than just gotten rid of. So so just any atheists in those states where you've heard it's illegal to run for office as an atheist, go do it. You can.
Yeah, I think there's also the idea, of course, is that it's simply a trend. Clackety clack, ordinary pigeon. Come on, get it together. It's along the lines of, because of course it is filled with pretty much an entire parliament filled of people that basically say, yeah, God is basically just talking to me directly, that an atheist couldn't run. And to be honest with you, I sometimes feel, and I think this a lot of the time, is that when you look at people in politics and stuff like that, you don't necessarily have the best people going. You just have people that are willing to put themselves forward. And that's a lot of, people sort of like complain about the fact that they don't have somebody that represents them when they're going to the voting office. And I always say to them, you've never had that. Nobody ever is going to represent you. The only person that can do that is, of course, you. And if you're
Please remember, Robin, Americans do have a slight disadvantage on this because it's actually quite hard to run for office there compared to it is here.
Regardless. You can obviously do a grassroots campaign if you so wish.
And you can get cheated in the process.
But the thing is, too, though, I mean, it gets back to identity politics when you're talking about politics and religion, because the religious can speak to the religious and say that, all of you know what it is to be a good Christian. It's virtuous and so on and so forth. And I am a good Christian, therefore I am virtuous, so on and so forth. But to try and stand up and say that, like, I am an atheist, I do not believe in God, and that's a good reason for me to get elected to office, that's just silly.
Yeah, because it's pointless.
The best you could hope for, and this is like, I think this is oftentimes what sort of like, the atheist movement as it was, this is where it kind of oftentimes fails, is because rather than focusing on the fact that the disbelief in God stems from what is, in my opinion, and I imagine most atheists' opinion, the intellectual position of being, thinking critically enough to say that, okay, that Tolkien-esque story of magic really doesn't line up with what we know about reality. I'm not so deluded to think that the fairy tale, this mythology, is necessarily true, but instead it just comes down to either like religion bashing, which has its place. I mean, where we wouldn't have Hitch without it, but it's that, and then it's this like sense of an identity, especially when you get into the atheism plus side of things, and it turns into like.
Do you know what I think it's a lot to do with that?
I think the thing that a lot of atheists forget.
Hear me out, Spino. I think the thing that a lot of people don't quite get is that there is a rather strong attraction to the polemicists of this world. Because as long as you're kicking ass, you see, it means that you're fighting for something. And unless you see somebody getting their ass handed to them in some fashion or another, whether it be verbally or financially or whatever like that, there's a lot of, you've seen this with the social justice warriors. They need someone to fight against. They need them. If they don't have someone to fight against, then they're not going to get any attention. There's a lot of people who have actually made their careers out of, say, fighting against Gamergate. Look at Brianna Wu. She's literally trying to run for office at this point.
Trying being the optimal.
I'd vote for her just for the keks.
Oh, well, I love. Here's the thing. I know the district she's running in too. I mean, like, Brianna Wu lives about an hour away from me. She lives actually. I mean, she lives. I can say without doxing him, Vernaculus is within spitting distance of her. It's all in Massachusetts. And she comes out
a hint.
Yeah, he's already put that out there. So
can you go over there and teach her about computers, because she's about to blow one up that was really expensive.
Yeah. So, but this is the fun. It's the funniest thing, because like Cambridge itself, and this is another thing I noticed. Now I was talking about, I believe, last night or the other night with Undoomed and Cognitive Thought, is you find this sort of ideological rigmarole, this like contrived and overly complex bullshit coming from places of affluence and comfort, because the people, while they maybe don't have the time or the mental capacity or ability to really pour over all of the complexities and nuances and intercorrelations and interplays between issues to come to some kind of grounded sort of objective rational conclusions, they also just can't be fucking they can't be bothered to. This is why in the advanced West here, where starvation is not really the problem it used to be and such, that microaggressions are a big thing, right? And then you take a place like Cambridge, which is an exceptionally affluent part of Massachusetts. It's like the richest suburb of Boston, and it's known as the San Francisco of the Northeast.
Right.
And it's brimming. What was her? I can't even remember her name now, but there was a congressional rep from Massachusetts, this woman who was trying to bring Gamergate into Congress, and she was She's the one with like Zoe Quinn and her little puppy dog cuck friend there. The one with the tramp stamp. Like there was that famous picture, the two of them with her. This is where all of these fucking people come from. This affluent, virtue signaling, ideologically zany fucking little enclave of Massachusetts, which is right next to the city whose famous greeting is "Go fuck yourself." That's
charming.
Boston. That's Boston in a nutshell.
Nice.
Like, how's it going? Fuck yourself.
Wonderful. Such lovely people. It does make me laugh that when let's give everybody a nice happy time and have a go at the social justice warrior element now, and then everyone's like, yeah, it's our favorite hate squad here. And it does make me laugh that you have so many people who are trying to be sort of edgy and different, and they all basically look exactly the same. It's like coloured hair is now a uniform. They've turned it, it's like I think it was Ozzy Osbourne who said it best. If you want to be different, don't get a tattoo. It's it's got to that point now where it's like, you're going to wear sort of like kooky glasses and have some coloured hair. Oh God, oh no, you're going to be one of those people, aren't you? And it's a sad state of affairs.
Yeah, 10 years from now, like a kinky exotic relationship will involve getting married and having children.
Yeah, it is somewhat looked down upon, say a woman to just have basically a traditional relationship with a man, for example, him going out to work and her looking after the kids. It's now something of, it's like rebellion to some women. It's like, no, I'm happy to do this. Fuck you. It's so sad. That that people why do you get so upset by what other people are doing? It's really that thing. I'm only sort of we have a look at sort of like the left and the right here, bickering and bickering and bickering and bickering. The only reason I get upset by it because it doesn't do anything. All it does is basically give, say, $250,000 to a polemicist and get another kind of polemicist elected to office, and that's about it.
The only reason it upsets me is because I'm basically the fucking ball in this scenario.
Right.
This shit fucking affects me directly.
Carry on. Don't just say that. You've got to, qualify it.
Well, I'm disabled. I live off of what the government's willing to give me. Depending on what the fucking government is, I could be fucked straight in the ass.
There you go. So, this is where your worry comes from, is how government spends its money. And I mean, it's everybody's worry.
Well, some people don't worry about it, and that's a big part of the problem.
I mean, you've got in the UK, for example, we have people basically defunding the NHS to the point where we've got less beds available per capita than, say, Poland. And they're sitting there kind of going, the reason that this is happening is because, of course, there's all these people coming into the country, and I sit there and it just makes me laugh.
I just love this. Wasn't the promise that after Brexit you're going to have more money into the NHS?
No, well, here's the thing. People have been using, I think there's a hashtag out there called blame something or other. I can't remember the name of it, but they're basically just got this little sort of like thing saying, what is Jeremy Hunt going to say today, in order to basically blame something else for why he's not putting any sort of cash into the NHS. And it's like they say, well, it's overcrowding of the country. There's too many people coming in. And I'm sitting there kind of going, you mean you've got more taxpayers?
Honestly, when it comes to that shit, I'm just surprised nobody's noticed that society hasn't evolved past a scapegoat. The only difference is we don't use a fucking goat.
Okay, yeah. Here's an interesting one. I was on Sargon's stream the other night. We were talking about the BLM kidnapping hashtag. Or at least we weren't talking about the BLM hashtag. We were talking about Black Lives Matter. Not that had anything to do with this particular kidnapping, but hey. And I was interested by the fact that I actually told 2 jokes. And one of those got a big belly laugh, and the other one got a like that. And when you're basically there to bitch about BLM, if you say a joke like, for example, why do you think that this guy was a Trump supporter? Is it because the guy was retarded? That didn't go out over well with them. However, When I said it, well, I was looking at the colour of this person's skin, and it seems to be that him and Sean King share a similar shade. Surely that means that this must be black on black. They're laughing their asses off, you know. And it really depends. It's like certain jokes for certain political bents just won't go across.
You had a perfect front. You had a perfect.
Harkens back to what Habib did yesterday with the stupid white people tweets.
Yeah, basically what I did is just Googled stupid white people portraits, and you see like all the hillbillies, like, you know, couples.
Yeah, but why were you doing this, Habib?
Naked with guns, and I'm just like, I was just taking the piss because, you know, I have a lot of people that follow me that go like, we're anti-PC. And I'm like, let's just test your sensibilities a little bit. Let's just see who has sense of humor and who has very, very thin skin.
Now you're insulting my people, Habib.
Yeah, I think you were actually picking on a particular person who had that, like, in their Twitter handle. They were really sort of like anti-PC. You know, no joke goes, you know, no bounds to jokes.
Yeah, his bio pretty much said, politically incorrect humor. That was his bio. And he got super triggered by some of the photos that I posted. And, you know, I didn't even comment on them. I didn't even add, like, oh, look at stupid Americans or anything like that. Just a photo. No comment, no text on it. Just something there. And he got super triggered.
Yeah, a lot of like half the time these days when you see, oh, I'm politically incorrect, that's actually just like a convenient way of saying it. I go to poll a lot.
Yeah, it seems like that.
I have there's particular fucking hillbillies in my family. That's
dude. I make fun of Muslims and Arabs, and I'm a fucking one. So
I make fun of white people all the fucking time.
How dare you? I'm very oppressed and very misrepresented.
I'm going to be telling terrible jokes about all of you very soon.
Fucking cunt.
In fairness, Robin, like most of your jokes are terrible.
Most of them, yeah, but some of them are just.
Lovely.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Like, you know, you get this with the anti-PC scene now too. Is that you know, it's all fun and games until it's about my camp.
Yep.
And then suddenly the sense of humor just disappears.
Yeah, don't you dare make fun of my camp, because like we're trying to do real things.
I've always found that very amusing, how the anti-PC crowd is everybody else is so incredibly easily offended, yet the second you disagree with them, they are the most offended out of everybody.
Well, it's a disguise. It's always been a disguise. You know, let's be frank.
Yeah,
I mean, this is. You know, a lot of people have been sort of like getting pissed off and saying, I hate PC culture and all this sort of thing. And like, for example, like all of these people like having a go at gamers, for example. I didn't give a shit if they're going to like take the piss out of gamers, but there was all these people butthurt about basically a bunch of social justice warriors saying bad things about gamers. And it's like, well, they're allowed to say that. Aren't you a free speech advocate? Why do you give a fuck? This is why a lot of there was this split between two types of people within that Gamergate circles, and this was the SJW crowd and the ethics crowd, and they will never ever coalesce, and in fact they end up working against each other because somebody's trying to target these people, not because of their unethical behaviour, whether they have ethical behaviour or not. It's just because they're a social justice warrior. And you're seeing people using unethical means. They're using all kinds of bad actor means. You know,
like,
no bad tactics, only bad targets type shit. And then they're trying to basically kind of go, yeah, you guys need to come along. You need to be associated with us as well. And it's like, no, fuck you. This is why I was always saying you needed to separate that. That's why I think Gamergate sort of like ended up dissolving a lot. Was because of this, that nobody was prepared to split and just say, look, you want to go up against social justice warriors, carry the fuck on, but don't get me involved in it. And I think that's why it sort of fell apart, because there were too many partisans coming in to try and basically co-opt it.
Oh, I can say that's why I quit.
Yeah.
I can also say that's why I've spent the last year fucking with these people, because it's fucking hilarious.
And this is
the whole thing did attract. I mean, beyond even just like partisans and ideologues, it attracted some proper fucking like just backwards thinking fucking cunts. Who was that? The fallen god again? The revenge porn.
Craig Britton.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, don't forget Benjamin Barber, who's.
Benjamin Barber.
Benjamin Barber, who has recently.
He's still on the lam.
Yeah, I believe he is still being hunted down. I don't know if he's actually been caught yet. But this is somebody who was supposed to do 6 months of jail time for.
Now he's going to do a lot more.
Oh wait, he's ran.
Yeah,
he ran away.
Yeah, he ran.
No, I was not aware of that. Good God.
Yeah, well, I'm no longer friends with her, but his ex-wife, I was the one. She came to me saying like, oh my God, this thing happened. He put this revenge porn up, and I was like, hold on a quick second. Just did a quick Google search. I'm like, yep, that's a felony, I believe. Here we go. Here's the thing called cops. There you go. And just following that case is fucking hilarious because they're trying to draw him in. They are drawing him in because he filed a lawsuit saying that his First Amendment rights were violated because he owned the copyright to those videos. And it's like, okay, well, you're now on the lam. You were supposed to begin your sentence on December 2nd. You didn't show up, and now you're running from the law, but you're still going to come back to try and file your lawsuit. Man, I don't think the eye is the only thing that's blown out in that particular head.
Yeah, I think that bullet is still lodged somewhere. Yeah, I mean, now he's basically on Kiwi Farms as resident lolcow.
Mm-hmm. I've never quite understood the people who would have that shit filmed in the first place because, you're trusting the person you're with never to distribute it. Which is stupid.
Some people are trustworthy.
Yeah, people are trustworthy.
The thing is,
someone might be trustworthy, but then 20 years from now, they can be an entirely different person, and they might not be trustworthy.
20 years from now, I'm probably going to be exceedingly bored of the videos anyway.
Someone could be trustworthy, and then you could piss them off, and then, oh shit, they don't like you no more.
That is possible, though. I'm not going to speak from any more experience.
So yeah, I think almost all movements, especially sort of like, and I mean, you can call it a consumer revolt, and it certainly was at the start. But by the end of it, people were trying to co-opt it into one.
It too also became an identity. That's the problem.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah. I think my since I was lurking so much in Gamergate. I didn't really. I think I tweeted the hashtag a couple times, so I didn't really have this Gamergator identity, which I think a lot of other people really did.
Yeah, well, I mean, take John Kelly for instance, and his whole little tribe. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know it's impossible to even mention the name without just chuckling. But I mean, they're still going on in GG Revolt. Talking about Gamergate as though it just started. It's still happening, and they'll
never stop
it from the fucking degenerates.
Yeah, Happy Mask Salesman asks, "What is your ethical foundation, RSOL?" And I just say, "Tell the truth." I mean,
it's like Jim Jeffries' version of the Bible.
It's simply that. Yeah.
Jim Jeffries' version of the Bible. He's like, let's cut all the shit down. Let's cut it down to one simple sentence. Try not to be a cunt,
if you will. I mean,
the honest version of Wheaton's law.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is when you're telling the truth, you might necessarily get things wrong, but that doesn't mean that you're being dishonest. There's a lot of people out there that will, for example, when I was on Sargon Stream, for example, I'd mentioned the date of this particular incident where the article had said December the 20th, and I just read that as that was the date that I was talking about. And loads of people kept on saying, it wasn't on that date. No, it was on this date. You're just being dishonest. You're disingenuous. And it's like, fuck's sake. Is this the only thing that you could possibly imagine? That somebody is being dishonest, somebody is being disingenuous? Could they have just not got it absolutely correct? Is there no room for folk these days?
Yeah, there's a lot of people who really just so want to stick it to their enemies that they will accuse them of lying when it's obvious that they weren't. They just weren't privy to a certain piece of information. I see this a lot when it comes to the media, and someone will hear, we'll hear some rumor in the media, and then they'll repeat it, and they'll be called a liar for just because they weren't smart enough to independently verify, or they just didn't have time to independently verify.
I won't call them a liar, but I'll call them fucking horrible at their job.
Well, may I point out, for example, this recent business with CNN and the Trumpets out there, because everyone seems to have got something a little bit wrong. CNN did not make fake news. BuzzFeed did not make fake news.
Yeah, they pointed out it was a rumor, didn't they?
They pointed out documents that were floating around the intelligence agencies and released them for everybody to have a look at. Now, if that was released by WikiLeaks and it was going to be harming, say, Hillary Clinton, I don't think anyone would be saying anything. But for some reason or another,
like the Pizzagate thing.
Yeah, our great leader Trump can do no wrong. I mean, nobody, for example, I remember seeing this and it made me giggle, really. You've seen all those documents that he was looking at on his speech and pointing them out. And there wasn't a single word written on the front of these things. Somebody came across and took a little photograph from the side because nobody was allowed to look inside these folders, not one. And all of these sheets of paper are absolutely clean, without a scratch or a mark or anything on them. They don't even look dog-eared. With almost zero written on, nothing. Nobody can see any writing on them at all.
It was just tiny little words, and they just said, "It's the best, the greatest, the best. You won't believe it. You won't."
Tremendous.
And I was seeing people that were getting upset by the fact that this person had managed to get to the point of being able to take the photograph, and saying, "Why were they allowed on there? That should. And I'm sitting there, kind of going, "Oh my God, you people really are just so entrenched in your own sort of ideology that, like, this person might say something bad about my dear leader. I can't have that. I must stop them."
Well, it's been and it's been sort of sad with with Sargon. I found he went from being pro-Trump because he was anti-Hillary to being really pro-Trump, largely because of the whole Russia question. And while I see his logic and his understanding, it's like, as soon as Trump was elected, right, I was glad Hillary didn't win. That was the extent of my feelings on that. And as soon as he won, it's like, okay, time to get ready, because it's going to be, I'm going to guess 4 years. Everyone's saying 8, but I'm going to say 4 years of being exceptionally critical of what I fully expect to be a buffoon of a president. And instead, so many of the people who were really just anti-Hillary, it almost seems like they spent so much time being pro-Trump that they just straight up became pro-Trump.
Well, I think it's a bit like the buyer's remorse thing, in the sense that I've now put myself into this ideological position and I cannot get myself out of it now. I'm stuck. So now I have to back up my purchase. Almost like sort of like Apple fans that just can't accept the fact that their computer just crashed.
Honestly, the biggest part of this election that has me pissed off is the half a year I spent trying to convince people, or at least trying to tell people what the fuck a self-fulfilling prophecy was. The third party can't win. Yeah, that's only the case because you believe it.
Well, if anything, this particular election was the prime candidate for a possible third party to come in and do something about it. There just weren't enough people that were actually getting the attention, of course, because they were too busy talking about Trump and Clinton. Once again. I mean, people kind of go, this one was unprecedented, this election. It's like, really? What, people voting against an opponent? Yeah, I've never heard that one before.
Well, it did set some records. Most disliked candidate.
Yeah, I think the lowest per capita turnout of voting.
I mean, both fucking candidates set that record. I don't remember which one had it at the end, though. It was something like 69% of the country hated both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and yet we couldn't elect a third fucking party because people didn't fucking bother to fucking try.
Yeah, that was definitely a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's I saw it with the MGTOWs as well. They're just like, oh no, we won't solve men's rights, so we're just not going to do anything about men's rights. Yeah, and then nothing gets solved.
Let's all go live on an island where there's nothing but men and sex robots.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Can I have that island, but remove the rest of the men?
Just like to say, hello, Alejandro. We still have to get that interview done, mate, at some point.
Justin and a bunch of sex robots. That's like a sitcom in the making.
The island of Dr. Cernovich.
I'd just like to say... just to wrangle this conversation back for anybody who's listening, if you would like to join this cast and have a good old chin wag with the rest of us, just pop yourself at RSOLGTP on the Twitter channel there, and just give me a little hi, give me a little follow, and I will be able to DM you the Hangout link, and you can come in here, wax lyrical with this stellar cast, and
what was that
we
term
may
you
give a
used?
fuck about your opinion.
Chinwag?
Chinwag, yes.
But yes, chinwag.
That means something just degenerately erotic in Arabic, I'm sure.
Yeah, kind of is.
So yeah, it's nice to it's nice to have a reasonably full house in today, isn't it? Really, I've missed you guys. I really have. Pigeon, you included, mate. It's been a while. Where have you been? What have you been doing with yourself?
I've just been keeping myself busy. It's been a whole lot of personal, real life circumstances that I've been up to. I was working for about a year at Costco, and now I'm looking after both my grandmother and mother.
You sound like you're fulfilling your dreams.
Yeah, no, it's going alright, honestly. Like, I can't really complain. My life's going quite well, thank you. Like, just been quite disconnected from everything, all the day's world.
Well, you know what, yeah, somebody was just remarking upon big crowd today. This gives me a lot of hope, okay, because there are all these people in here that are sitting there kind of going, what, somebody's going to be talking about middle ground sort of politics, or middle ground sort of ethics and things like that. Oh, finally. We don't have just basically somebody bitching about the left or bitching about the right. Yes,
this is actually the biggest audience I think I've seen on an open house
we're bitching
since
about
I discovered
both.
the channel.
Yeah, we're bitching about both today.
I bring. My milkshake brings all of the boys to the yard. All.
I just showed up because I seen a link. That's.
Yeah, you tried to teach me, but to be honest with you, you don't deserve the fee.
Yeah, Wizard. The thing is, you don't actually let anyone have your milkshake.
No, I know. You just let them stampede and crush each other in the din of it all.
You're such a tease.
Yeah.
Actually, the thing that brings all the boys to the yard is yard time. Yeah, the screws and COs bring them out of their cells and put them in the yard, and that's how no milkshakes required.
What was that? I remember somebody saying that one, my milkshake brings all the bees to my car. I spilled it all over my car. Bees are inside of my car. They could kill me. I'm allergic to bees.
Question: are bees actually attracted to milkshakes?
They are sugary, aren't they?
Sugar, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Anything sugary.
Should anyone eating pineapple on pizza be killed? Obviously.
No.
Yes.
Anyone eating pizza should be killed.
No.
Whoa! Hang on a second, Sunshine. Look, we were talking about extremists. Now, I can understand somebody basically, like pineapple on pizza, but pizza itself, what is wrong with you?
I'm sorry.
Step back.
I can't. Really
There's not enough nuance in your position.
I don't think so. No.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just found this thing. It reminded me of it. This was my favorite one. My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. All of them. The ground begins to rumble, and 3 billion boys pour in over the hills in a huge boy tsunami, eclipsing the sun, destroying everything in their path. The entire city is razed to the ground. The screams of boys being crushed to death among the fray combines into a deafening roar of suffering. I stare at my milkshake with hollow, haunted eyes. What have I done?
Come to think of it, how many people would survive every man on the planet being in the same yard?
It has to be a big yard.
You'd have to ask Zoe Quinn.
Oh, shit.
That managed to become topical again somehow. Just because we started talking about Gamergate.
Zoe Quinn.
We're making Zoe Quinn a thing.
Well, the thing is, Zoe Quinn and Milo Yiannopoulos share so much.
They do.
You know,
It's
and the only real the only real difference apart from of course
they both fucked Alex Lifshitz in the ass. You mean?
well, no. The only real difference I see with them, apart from obviously their political leanings, is Milo sucks dick for fun. But
and Zoe sucks at fun for dicks.
Do we actually know that?
No, she sucks it for funds.
Yeah.
Anyway. No,
they're two sides of the same coin. We have to blow up the coin.
Yeah. There we go. Bring it all back.
Yes, please.
I keep being told to ignore both of them and they'll just go away. But I mean, can you really blame me? Can you fucking help it? I like a little bit of low-hanging fruit once in a while. Don't blame me.
Yeah, but these guys,
it's so easy.
At this point, angry mate, these aren't low-hanging fruit. They have literally fallen off the tree and just have a worm hanging out the side of them at this point.
Yeah, they're currently on the ground rotting. I mean,
dude, if they're rotting on the ground, this means they're going to be they're going to be turning into booze. You can get drunk if you eat enough of this fruit, or die.
I know they're fermenting in the ground at the moment. Yeah.
But the problem is, if you leave them alone, they might grow fucking trees.
Don't talk bad about fermentation.
Right, he's got a point there.
Sorry.
They might start growing trees.
Yeah, we are now actually attacking Wizard of Cause's identity at this point.
Yes, I'm fermentation kin.
Come to think of it. Is there a way to make booze without fermentation?
You're a fermentation
there is.
Without going blind? No.
Not any of the stuff that leads to or causes fermentation, but the actual process itself.
So let's have
How does that work?
Let's wrangle this conversation towards the future. So what do we see in the next year?
More of that. Not just
much
more
of the same.
Yeah, no, you give the same a whole bunch of speed, right? Just like just endless amounts of like PCP. Just put more of the same on PCP. That's what we're gonna have. It's gonna be great.
Do you think? If you can imagine, are you seeing a big swing to the right here? That's going to be somewhat of a defensive bunch, very similar to the sort of like social justice warriors of old. Over the last
it's probably going to look a lot like the Bush years, honestly. I mean, we are.
Oh god!
Again.
We're going to have. Marie Le Pen is looking like she's poised to take power. Yeah. Germany is going to reject Merkel, and all of that nonsense. Politically, we're going to see a resurgence in right-wing conservatism and authoritarianism, and then hopefully, my genuine hope here, is that that will inspire the left to unfuck itself, because it's together. Yeah, I know we should be I know we should be dealing with corporate corruption and ardent nationalism and militarism and saber rattling, but I'm just not feeling respected as other gendered flowerkin. And so we got to tackle that first. No, sorry, you can go back to the back of the line and think about what you did now. It's where you belong.
These people are shoving to the back of the line. They're complaining about the biggest problems in their life, and you're just minimizing it.
So has the world forgot the results? Has the world forgotten the results of the Bush years?
Or the start of the Bush years.
The whole, global economic collapse.
Well,
that's you. You have expectations that our society learns and changes.
Piss and vinegar.
What's wrong with you?
Do me a favor before you carry on, mate. Could you just press F5 a second?
And we lost 2 people instead of 1.
Oh, no, he just,
we lost Pug as well.
That was Pug. Nothing of worth was lost. It's all right.
Okay, to answer your question about next year and what's going to happen next year, it might not happen just next year. It might take a couple of years. But I think with Trump sucking on Putin's dick, he's going to try and loosen up on his support of the Syrian rebels and just leave the whole Syrian and Iraqi front to Putin and his influence. And
I wouldn't be surprised if he starts questioning if Putin really is a bad guy.
No, he's not. He's not. For all the signs go.
Not Putin. Sorry, Assad. Yeah. If
all signs say that. Yeah, he is going to just go like, hey, Putin, you can have Syria and Iraq, and where they're going to turn is Iran. because the Iranian deal is part of Obama's legacy, and he is trying actively to destroy everything that Obama did.
And the thing is with that deal, it's like it's an awesome deal.
Who cares? Who cares?
The only thing we gave them was their own money. I mean, come on.
Yeah, here's the thing.
We just stop them from getting nukes.
You're talking to Trump and his cronies, and they just want another war. At first, I remember Robin even asking me this, like, do you think there's going to be a new conflict in the Middle East in case Trump won? And before the assignment of his cabinet, I was just like skeptical. I was like, yeah, it could go either way. But right now, I am pretty certain they will go after another conflict. And if he is going to give up the Syrian front to Putin, they're going to look at Iran. Because that's part of Obama's legacy, and they want to destroy it. And there's a lot of there's a lot of stuff that they can go after Iran for. And besides, the Iranians are against Putin's effort in Syria anyway, because they are supporting Assad. Oh, they're not supporting it. They're supporting Hezbollah over there. So, yeah, there's a lot of dirty laundry to be found against the Iranians.
I'm actually a little worried that we may actually see another 9/11 coming through.
I have a request if we start another war.
1,000.
Sorry,
I have a request.
Dustin, 1 second, mate. What were you saying there, Nick?
Oh no, it's a Team America reference. It'll be 9/11 times 1,000.
Oh right, okay, yeah. The reason that I'm saying this is that we have you were saying about the Bush years. There's a lot of similarities between Trump and Bush. Blowhard, doesn't give a fuck what anybody thinks, as he says something asinine. And also has a tendency to not really be listening to his intelligence agencies particularly well.
That's true, but I would say also on the other hand, though, the thing was Bush was a lot like Truman. He was a useful idiot that the party knew they could work with. And when he was in office, it was Karl Rove and Dick Cheney who were calling most of the shots, really. Trump is different in that he is such an egomaniac that when he gets in office, he will see himself as the inscrutable god king that the poll-tards who can't stop salivating over him think that he is.
Well, don't you remember on
the alliances he's starting in the Middle East? Yeah, he's aligning himself with. I mean, the reason I said Iran is because he is rubbing off against the Saudis and the Emiratis. As soon as he got elected,
rubbing up against, not rubbing off. That's
rubbing up against. Sorry,
yeah, that's another.
I'm drinking, so I can't English. But anyway,
let's be honest, he's probably rubbing them off too. Just
yeah, the Saudis aren't the Iranians. The Emiratis aren't the Iranians as well. And as soon as he got elected, like a few days later, four new businesses in Saudi, and a few more hotels in. Well, a few hotels, because he doesn't have hotels here yet, but a few hotels in Dubai as well. And all the deals were signed after he got the election. So yeah, he is using the White House. He's using the White House as a PR firm right now. It's like, yeah, I'm just...
Yeah, his corruption started before he even got into office.
Exactly. And you know what? If he was to start a new war, his new overlords in the Middle East, and since he is giving up the Putin front or the Syrian front with Putin, they're going to be like, hey, check those Iranians. They're kind of bugging us. It's going to hit, like, for him and his cronies, it's going to be a perfect target. It's against, it's going to benefit his allies. It's going to benefit his new business partners. And it's going to destroy part of Obama's legacy. Just perfect.
I have a suggestion for the war if we actually have one. Could we just carpet bomb them this time and not go in there on foot?
Gonna be a little bit difficult with the Iranians.
Okay, do you know how military stuff works? Just carpet bombing isn't enough. You have to carpet bomb and then go in on foot to clear out the people that were hiding in caves.
Well, let's keep in mind, though. I mean, like the Iranians, at least during the Iran-Iraq War, they were famous for their suicide waves. Just throw wave after wave after wave of infantry and artillery and armor at your adversary, and when they run out, go get more. So yeah, I mean, a ground war against Iran would be. I mean, it would make the fights in Iraq and Afghanistan look like a picnic.
You go back to World War II, and the carpet bombing wasn't actually the most dangerous part about the bombing. The bombs weren't the problem. It was the fucking firestorm afterwards. You dump enough napalm, and you suck all the goddamn oxygen out of an area.
And this is why you're not in charge
This
of US
is not
foreign
World War
policy.
II that you're talking about. You're now talking about Vietnam.
Well, here's the thing I wanted to broach here as far as sort of Trump is concerned and how he's going to lead his country. There were people that were a pick for his beforehand that refused to be his VP because he wanted a vice president that he could basically just hand the country's keys to and then just basically just sit back and, I don't know, tweet.
I like how Grade A said it, and I really actually kind of think that this in a sense that it really was the way of it, is that in picking, Mike turning fruits into vegetables Pence, that I think, that is the ultimate assassination insurance. What is it, like a radical LGBTQ group or individual really going to kill Donald Trump so that they can have President Mike Pence?
Well, no, what they should do is kill Pence.
Oh dear
and
God!
And then
no
leave
Pence,
Trump
please,
there
no
shitting his fucking pants.
But
it's the thing is.
No, Pence. Here's the thing: Pence was picked so that he could shore up the base, right? Because the base is all, they got excited about the fact that there's a homophobic, fucking, evangelical Looney Tunes, in the
massive corrupt asshole.
Yeah, in the fucking White House, and and if there's one thing we can trust the good old heartland Republican base to love,
You're saying that
the Theocratic Looney Tune.
The person who's being elected in charge is a insane lunatic who seems to believe that God is the answer to everything and that you should follow the word of the Bible.
No, well, that's his VP.
And they literally believe that.
Yeah.
His VP is Bush. Believes
in fact, no, I don't want to know what year. What century is this?
This current year, mate.
This was the last 8 years in Indiana.
Yeah,
so for the sad,
you got
the
to sort this
reality
shit out in America.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's sort of the sad reality of getting a presidential candidate in the United States. I mean, the country is like 85% religious. Like, you have to pander to that demographic where you're not going to get anywhere.
This is, I think, one of the United States' greatest flaws is that it is a country that has separation of church and state as a label, but that's about it. It's like a sort of like a sticker, but it doesn't actually happen.
What's the interesting thing, though? I remember Stephen Fry, when he was talking with Dave Rubin.
Yeah, I remember this comment. Yeah, I remember it was about him being an empiricist.
It was a really interesting observation, I thought. And, countries where religion is either state or, it's like state enforced, or it's a state religion, or there's an official religion, so on and so forth, they have the strongest sort of strikes of atheism going through them. And I think, and Habib, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're maybe beginning to see the start of that in the Middle East, where religion is the state in many cases.
Yes.
Yeah. So you force religion on people, and then they're like, it's like these people would be wonderful Americans, because you can joke all you like about how backwards America can be. One thing you can always count on Americans to do is when you tell them what they have to do and think, they tell you to go fuck yourself. Maybe that's the case. Maybe we need more state churches.
I think that really depends on the American, to be honest. There's you've got sort of so many churches. You've got like a church per person out there.
Yeah, well, we invented Scientology too, so.
Yeah, well done for that. Well done for that. Thank you for that.
That's a real contribution to be proud of.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, it's that and the alarm clock. This is what we gave the world.
You gave the world the alarm clock. Is that what you really think?
It was invented here in New Hampshire.
Okay.
Yeah, to add to that, like in a country that it tries to be democratic, at least. I mean, you have Iran; they have a democratic system. They have different parties, and the liberals are called the they have some liberals that try to just fix things. But anyway, their parliament works in a weird way. That every issue that gets every bill goes into parliament, it would get voted on. And if it was to be passed, like Parliament would pass it, it's going to be law. It has to go through someone they call the faqih. And faqih is like their own version of the Pope. It's like the highest religious figure in the country, and him alone would look at it and be like, well, this is anti-Islamic, it's not going to pass. But 85% of the people want it. I don't care. Not Islamic.
That's the wonderful thing. It's like we'll have a parliament will debate this endlessly for several weeks and finally come to a resolution, then turn it over to these people. And what do you think? No, it's garbage. But we had it's garbage. No.
And he's, by the way, he's not elected in any way, shape, or form.
He's elected by God, man. God voted on him.
Yeah, Cableman has just come up with disclaimer. The Open House does not advocate the assassination of Vice President-elect or anyone for that matter. Any allusion to that is purely hypothetical. So you're wrong, actually. Kill him. Kill him now. Kill him now.
Oh, God.
Well, and Robin is now on the no-flight list.
Yeah. I mean, guns are reasonably affordable in your country. I mean, so is ammo. I'm just saying. I'm not saying kill him. I'm just saying.
All these war. I mean, I'd say show of hands for the Americans who could be, implicated in taking part in this stream, but we can't show hands. So,
yeah, that would just be weird.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm on. I'm pretty sure I'm on a bunch of government lists anyway. I'm an ex-military, former political radical who's now engaging in media play. Yeah, I think someone's looking at it.
Honestly, if you ask the government in quite a few parts of it, I don't exist. So, I'm...
Well, yeah, I've literally just been reading the fucking Turner Diaries. So, I'm definitely on some list somewhere.
Have you? I've been reading it too. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody online these days that isn't on a list, so I wouldn't worry too much.
Dude,
this should tell you how well organized the American government is.
Think about it this way, everyone.
Social Security lost me for 6 years.
No,
I did not exist. They kept paying me.
I was just thinking about leaving the chat to just go and have a cigarette, and I'm just trying to find one of you that's responsible, and I'm struggling.
Robin, it's definitely me. It's definitely me.
It's definitely not you. Habib, if you can keep this conversation going, or at least keep it sensible, good luck. I'll see you in about 2 minutes.
I can try. Okay.
We're in your hands, Sans Daddy.
Oh, well, I can just, take it to another direction here.
So, white genocide. What about that?
White genocide is kind of fun. Here's
Here's
the thing about the white genocide that makes me laugh. They just assume that every white person that sleeps with a non-white person is going to commit genocide against the whites. And I'm like, hey, if I'm a brown person and I'm sleeping with a white person, am I not committing genocide against brown people?
No, but you don't know.
You don't get it. The action of having non-white babies is genocide. Sodomy is white genocide.
Yeah, this is the thing that a lot of alt-writers don't ever mention, and this talking point of whites are going to be minorities in their own countries. Well, okay, but they're still going to be the biggest proportion in their own countries for a very long time.
Not just that,
they're going to be the dominant proportion. So even if whites are 49%, that doesn't mean that the non-whites will take them over.
Well, two questions I love asking them is okay, well, how have you actually served your country? Because I know how I served mine, and especially when they're like, you need to go to Israel. It's no, I didn't sign up to the IDF. I signed up to the U.S. Army. Dickhead. And also, my brother's married to a black woman, and she comes from a big family, and they're going to have a big family. And my nieces and nephews are going to be mixed race. And you want to know, they're not, they might identify as yeah, I'm half black, or say have dipshit racists say, oh, well, you're just black. Well, no, they also come from a white Jew as well, and their dad. You think I'm sharp and cynical sometimes. You should listen to my brother. He doesn't even. I'm hey, check out this comedy channel on YouTube. He's nah, fuck that. I'm busy listening to podcasts and intellectual thought. He's gonna raise his kids with the notion that they are just them, and that their race is just. It is whatever the fuck it is. But I love asking them, what, all right, so when you're ethno-state, what happens to my nieces and nephews to come? Because I'll tell you this much, if, anyone remotely tries to tell them they need to leave their home, that person is getting shot dead immediately. End of story. So, yeah, you want to talk about ethnic cleansing? We'll just cleanse all ethnicities of dumb fucks like these cunts.
Well, here's the thing. Here's an experiment that happened here in the city that I'm living in. I remember back in the 80s, I was quite young when they first started opening up the borders, and they're like, "Hey, visas are very easy to come by here. There are no taxes. The tariffs are very low. Come and start your businesses here." And it became slowly, Dubai became a trade hub that is one of the biggest trade hubs all around the world. In the 90s, they started getting louder and louder. The Dubaians people, the original people of Dubai, like, we're starting to lose our identity. It's the same thing that I hear from the alt-right these days. They go like, "Oh my God, the white identity is going to be gone." Right now, the Dubaians are only 15% of the city. The rest are all expats. But all that noise is gone because they are reaping the fruit of being one of the richest trade hubs around the world. So, do you think that the same thing would happen to the West when multiculturalism, even though right now it's not really working the right way it's supposed to be, but if it works, do you think they're going to go quiet, or are they going to just double down?
Well, yeah, I mean, like,
it's kind
I
of
live
like
in
being a trade hub. We used to do that in Britain a few months ago.
Yeah.
Those were good days.
Just quick question for the panel here: is there anybody here who'd be willing to drop out? Because Jeff would like to jump in. I didn't know if anybody's maybe got something else to do or whatever.
Well, I don't feel like
I think we just lost somebody. So
Oh,
Dustin's just jumped.
Hunter's
So
left.
excellent. So
Oh.
yeah, just Jeff, if you're listening, and you probably are, come on in, mate.
I got him on Skype.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So yeah, like going back to what Habib said, like I live in a prime example of that in Quebec for the longest time. The culture is primarily like French focused. They're just like we need to preserve the French identity. We need to preserve the culture, and they're very visceral about it. And as a result of decades of doing that, now we have a defunct economy. We have a lot of businesses just don't even want to touch us.
Hello, Jeff. Welcome, my friend.
Good to see you.
It's nice. Well, you can't see me because I'm not sharing my screen. And if you are sharing your screen, I wouldn't bother because we're just looking at your lovely avatar there, which is you in a panda suit.
Yeah.
But of course,
that's what it would be.
That's yes. If you were wondering, don't. There's no point asking.
Well, I mean, so the thing is if only people out there watching the stream can see my icon, but you guys can see me, that means I can just start masturbating and they won't even see it.
I'm masturbating right now, so it's fine.
Shit.
This is why we do it. You see.
Me too.
This is why we.
Not even
That's
very
uncanny.
So we're in very good company.
Just a point of order for Piss and Vinegar. Sorry, mate, you are roboting a lot. You might want to change whatever browser that you're using. Maybe that might be able to help you out. At the moment, you're just sort of talking. We can just about hear you fine enough. It's just a little grating on the ears, that's all.
There's not much I can do about it at the moment. I'll try to keep
Sorry,
quiet
mate,
until
I just thought I'd let you know.
relevant
Yeah, so
to say.
Jeff, we're talking really about the militant middle and how there needs to be somewhat of a resurgence here.
And about how Robin actually is openly calling for the assassination of the vice president. That happened.
Oh dear.
My personal favourite.
Look,
Mike,
I don't
if you
always
love
make good
cookies,
decisions,
feel
but I
the
stick
reference.
to them. That's the most important thing.
Oh, come on. If anyone should assassinate Mark Pence, it should be Jehovah.
So,
No, it should be Trump. Honestly, that would be great. The two of
No,
them.
God should just turn him into a pillar of salt.
No, they just get into a dispute. Like Trump thinks that he said he had small hands, and then it's pistols on the White House lawn at dawn. What did you say about my hands?
Pistols. Pistols.
I know it is making us a, as far as it, this isn't a diplomatic win for America. I just want to say that, guys.
I wouldn't be surprised if something like that happened with Putin. And Trump's just like pistols at dawn because he's trying to be like he's trying to outmanly Putin. And he's just fucking failing.
No, he's going to invite. He'll invite Putin here. They'll have a number of press conferences. things will go a little south because like Trump will make fun of his English, and he'll make fun of how Trump has tiny hands and only speaks one language poorly. And then like the last press conference, we're just going to straight up see Putin just smack him in the face and then look around like, who's going to do something now?
Oh, that's adorable. We'll have the first intercontinental political gay couple, and then we'll have the first intercontinental political gay couple domestic violence live on television.
Aww.
You clearly don't remember Tony Blair and Bush.
Well, that was just under the table hand jobs. We're talking like full on like they're gonna change their Facebook statuses, you know.
They're gonna get
on the White House lawn, for Christ's sake.
I don't think it's gonna happen because Trump and his daughter. I mean, you can't separate those.
I just want political Thunderdome. That's what I want. I want Thunderdome. Can we have Thunderdome?
You will have Thunderdome. I think that's probably going to be one of Trump's next sort of like
couple of leaves.
Now, if Trump and Putin start banging, like that's not really an indication that they're really in bed with each other. What you really got to watch out for is if they get a Costco membership together, then you can. Oh my god, then shit is fucking serious, dude.
Well, there's actually one problem if they start going out. They'll never be able to hold hands in public because Trump doesn't want everyone to realize just how small his hands actually are.
Yeah,
I mean, at some point they're gonna have like a shared Facebook account, and they're gonna have like I'm the husband and I'm the wife T-shirts, and it's just gonna be terrible for everyone.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, Jeff. Just basically, trying, as I'm my to try and keep us on topic somehow.
Sure.
Yeah, I was just asking you, have you seen this in your own follow account? You've been sort of like quite sort of anti-SJW in your stances a lot, but I've always considered you quite a balanced and sort of like well thought out gentleman. I may be wrong.
I try to be.
Yeah. The attempt is always better than usually the outcome, but. Have you actually noticed this of whenever you've basically maybe even just broached the subject of maybe kind of going, guys, do you want to maybe calm down? It's not just all them. And have you seen sort of like, have you felt like some a certain backlash at all?
Oh yeah, there's definitely some. The one that I've continually heard all the time is because I take a very anti-tribalistic stance, very, very anti-tribalistic stance, and I absolutely loathe the term of "mo community." I hate it. Me and Nick, we've talked about it. Me and Spino have talked about it. Me and Crowd have talked about it for hours and hours and hours, and I am just absolutely against it. But every time I do state something, as in just because you feel like you are ideologically correct, does not necessarily give you freedom and leeway to act like an absolute abject fucking twat. There's always pushback because people want to feel like if they have the moral authority, then they can abuse that moral authority in the same way that they have been abused. And it doesn't work that way. Not if you're going to have integrity, You have to have a modicum of self-restraint.
Well, I was trying to coin a phrase, and I'm wondering if I can maybe get your agreement on this. Is that political expediency trumps logical consistency?
Yeah. It's vernaculars calls it something. It's rhetorical consistency versus reality consistency.
Yeah. I think that's pretty applicable. I think they're both pretty applicable to how things perceptually are right now. Yeah. I don't think that's necessarily how they should be, but it's also a byproduct of our.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's better. What I'm saying is it tends to be how it comes.
Yeah.
With people. Is that when they're against somebody in some sort of either rhetorical fashion or whether they're talking about your ideology is too much. There's a lot of people that are waiting in the wings, sort of kind of going, yeah, stick it to him. You know what they're also wrong about? You know what? They're the problem for this as well. They're the problem for this as well. And it's like, I'm 39 right now, and I've been through a few administrations left and right, and so it's very easy for somebody like me to spot. I'm not so sure about sort of like your millennial types and your 20-somethings sort of like just trying to find their feet, politically speaking. And it's very easy, I've found, for people to say, there's like I'm saying, remember with that BLM kidnapping hashtag, I did actually post a video there of 12 hours of a dog whistle for a very good reason. It's I was trying to make that point, not that anybody was really willing to listen there. And it's like the drain the swamp business, hashtag drain the swamp. How's that going, guys? It's not going. It's going as expected, but not really as proposed, has it really? And it's
the swamp hasn't been drained. It's been built upon.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
hasn't it?
It like I said, it's the swamp for a lot of people was. I'm afraid you've got Democrats in control. That's really what they meant by their swamp.
Well, that's what they meant. Meanwhile, what everyone was hoping for was like an end to the, because that's the thing too. We people love talking about broken campaign promises and such. You had Trump going the entire election saying how he wasn't beholden to special interests and he wasn't going to play their game and give special appointments to insiders and the like. And at the end of the day, it really came down to really the truth is that, he's not interested in being president. He was just interested in winning the election. And that's what it came down to. Because now we've got Rex fucking Tillerson for Secretary of State. Really? I mean, the CEO of ExxonMobil for Secretary of State. And this is the same company that partnered with PetroChina and then colluded with Khartoum to move people off of their ancestral lands so that Exxon and PetroChina could drill for oil, and that resulted in Darfur.
Oh, not to mention. Have you seen? Obviously, there's been some congressional hearings about this, where they're basically saying to them, you have to release all of the information that you've got when it comes to your research of climate change. And ExxonMobil have been one of the key bankrollers of a lot of the climate change skepticism community, if you will. And for some reason or another, they're having a real hard time getting that information out of them. And I'm beginning to think that they probably won't get that information out of them now that this has happened.
But it's a funny thing though too, because there's still a lot of people saying, "Oh, we needed Hillary, this and that," and no, you know what? We can blame the Clinton campaign and we can blame the DNC for all of this, because I am in the camp. I think Sanders actually would have won over Trump, and we could have had the new sort of progressive dogfighter who.
Yeah, not only would I think he would have won, but I would have preferred him winning over Trump.
Well, I mean, in 4 years, most people will. Don't worry. A year from now.
Yeah, they're going to want Saddam in control by the end of this.
For the viewers at home, I would like to point out that although we are all a bunch of fence sitters here to the point where the fence is buckling at our weight, we are all really, really left-wing compared to Trump. However, almost everyone is left-wing compared to Trump.
Well, this is the thing.
Pence isn't.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, except for
almost
Pence.
God damn it, Jeff.
Nobody can see it anyway. It's fine.
Are you masturbating?
Yeah, it seemed bigger.
No, Jeff has bigger. He'll bust out Blackie next. Yeah, for those who...
is Mr. Wiggles out?
I can't see this any more than any of my audience, by the way, and I just like to say whatever it is, I do not endorse it.
Yeah, for those who
It's a penis!
Yes, I'll endorse the assassination of a vice president, but whatever the fuck's going on there, I'm not into it.
He's got Mr. Wiggles up. I still, by the way, say, will you please make the goddamn aluminum foil helmet so you can have armored dildo?
Maybe someday. Maybe someday. We'll see.
Make one for Leroy too.
Make one for Leroy too. Yeah.
Yeah. Just as an aside, I was watching one of your videos, and I think there was a joke. It was just like, now it's time to punch down, and then now it's time to punch some downs. And like, what do you mean punch down, right? And he's like, yeah, sure. That was fucking hilarious.
That's why it's one of the reasons why I like making videos with the dildo, is I can actually make the jokes that are a little bit meaner than I should be making, but it's not me doing it. It's the dildo. It's fine. It's not me.
It's fine.
Bullshit. That is some bullshit.
That sounds like an idea I may steal.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah, interesting. Interesting. We were talking about the militant middle here. And I've just been having an argument with some British people on sort of like the state of the NHS and all this sort of thing. You know, it does make me laugh whenever anyone's talking about leaders of parties as though those are the people that they vote for. In a parliamentary election, nobody actually votes, you know, as the general public for prime ministers, but that's all everybody ever sort of concentrates on. And, you know, I was just basically saying, for me, a hung parliament is for the win, and that's basically where nobody has any actual power, and they have to, you know, reach across the aisle and sort of like, you know, work for a living. Vote for who represents your local constituency and stop looking at parties. And
yeah, I agree.
And in comes somebody with bollocks. Do you really think a shitty party like the Greens to hold us to ransom? A cunt like Abbott, Galloway? And it's like, yeah, well, if they get in, yeah, they should have a say as well, just like everybody else. Like, you know, there's all these people who just basically want to have they really just want to have a dictatorship. They just do. They want to have their parties to have a dictatorship. Yeah.
It's funny the way you were mentioning that, the way like people look at it and think that they're voting for the prime minister when they're just voting for the party and such. And say, you know, you guys all know Jonathan Pye.
Of course,
right?
Yes.
Yeah, well, it was funny because I was watching his video, and I tweeted this out. I tweeted this out a few nights ago, and I thought it was kind of funny. Like, I was watching his video on Jeremy Corbyn, and he's saying all these things. He's saying like, "Oh, well, you know, of course, Tim. What did you think? You know, the media. We've been saying he's unelectable the entire time, and he's fighting the media establishment. Is what he's doing. Tim. That's what's happening here, Tim." And I'm like. And I tagged everyone involved. I tweeted out saying it's kind of interesting to listen to Jonathan Pye talk about Jeremy Corbyn the way Sargon of Akkad talks about Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end of the day, it barely even matters, apparently.
Well, like I said...
What did Sargon ever respond to that?
No, he doesn't respond to shit I say anymore. I don't know why, but... He just pays and fulfills his invoices after I publish.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm not gonna go down that road too far. Yeah, I know, Reformer King, don't start. But you know, it's you know, when I was talking about dog whistling, I'm not altogether sure that there's every single YouTuber out there necessarily is wearing their agenda on their sleeve. To be frank.
Yeah, I have to agree with this. For a while, I was thinking that a lot of them were, that most of them were at least somewhat honest. But I'm starting to agree with you that this is there's a lot more with some very deep agendas that they aren't letting the public know about.
Well, I mean, if we want to talk about unpublic agendas, I mean, we could actually have a little chat about millennial woes, for example.
This is actually this is something I'm going to point out.
A thing or two to say about millennial woes.
Yeah, I've had a thing or two to say, but this is something that I have learned.
I thank you for my segue.
Thanks for the segue. But woes, so a lot of YouTube. So I mirrored a video, and I'm going to upload a video where I sort of make these same points. But I mirrored a video that Woes had taken down with a copyright strike, or it could potentially maybe be an impersonator, but unlikely, given Woes' track record of false DMCAs. So this YouTuber, he had like 0 subscribers at the time, but has about 4 now. And he did he did this video about Woes. Yeah, he did a video about Woes, and then Woes struck it down with a copyright strike because it was critical of him. Now, then a lot of other people said that it was because he showed, like, about a second, there was his name from one of the mainstream news articles about him. And they're saying this is Woes trying to, like, hide his identity and keep it secret or something. Try and cut it down at all costs. And honestly... That's completely it's for one, it's too late for that, and number two, he isn't Woes is not being consistent with this. He so Rebel Media, they did a piece. Lauren Southern was talking about he's being attacked.
If we're talking about inconsistency,
and guess what? Guess what she said? She said his full name in the video and showed screenshots of his full name. And what did Woes do? He thanked her for the video. He didn't ask, can you take it down because it's spreading my information? No, fuck off.
Yeah, well, I mean that worked out though, because that's that's further ingratiating him to the to the new. It's not. I don't know if it's the alt-right. It's just the alternative conservatism. The fucking heart. The fucking edgy ass Gavin McGinnis and such. These they're so edgy.
Yeah, they call them the new right.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but when I see somebody who basically has a lot of money to get a studio together and all that sort of thing, just because they've got the word rebel down in the bottom right-hand corner, I'm not necessarily buying it. I can smell AstroTurf here.
Rebel Media have DMCA so many bloody people.
Well, before
I jump out a second for Liz, I just want to point out about Millennial Woes. What he's doing is actually illegal, because what he does on his PayPal is he claims to have a registered business in the United Kingdom called Millennial Woes. The thing is, there is no such business that exists as a registered public business in the United Kingdom.
Ooh!
And he's on the dole. So that's his...
At least his mother says that.
That's indeed JSA worthy sort of stuff to talk about. But my issue with him more than anything else is that, as you can imagine, you've got a lot of people that he keeps on DMCAing, and now we've got a lot of people kind of going, well, let's safeguard his freedom of speech. And I'm sitting there kind of going, you seem to have made your own bed on that front, I'm afraid.
I have some very conflicting feelings when it comes to the Millennial Woes situation, because on one side, it is. There definitely is a case to be made that it is unfortunate that he was effectively doxxed, that he is now brought to the public light, because obviously doxing is bad. You don't really want to be dragging real life into online disagreements. But at the same time, when this does happen, and it happens to people all the fucking time, the reaction of, now I need to go into hiding, I really don't fucking buy into it. I'm sorry, but I just don't.
I believe buy into it because of where he lived, and he was living with his parents. So what he effectively did, this is the only part about, I think he's a complete dick. I keep calling him a dick. I keep calling him a Nazi. Or not, sure. I keep comparing him to a Nazi. The only thing I feel bad about is that he had to move out of his parents' house. He says he's left the UK because his parents were getting harassment and shit.
I feel bad he had to move out.
That right there, yeah. So
listen and believe.
Other than that, I have called him a dick. I have said I am very pissed at you. I have said more times than anything, stop fucking breaking the law and DMCAing people, you fucking faggot. Sorry about the doxing, dude. If anybody wants to help you, go for it. But if not, go stop fucking being a dick.
The thing is like, everybody knows where Westboro Baptist Church lives. Everybody knows where David fucking Duke lives. If you want to find these people, you can find them. They are out and out racists. They actually advocate for the segregation of races, for racial purity, for racial superiority, and everybody knows where the fuck they live. They maintain their own safety and security for their own purposes. Millennial Woes lived in Northern Europe. Was it Ireland, Scotland, something like that? Scotland. Okay, well,
don't call it Europe. It's offensive.
Yeah, in some like this tiny fucking.
The Scottish think it's Northern Europe.
Yeah, this tiny postage stamp town. It was like the
I know what it is. I don't know if can I say it out loud.
I'm not saying it. I don't know what it is.
Tell me, I'll say it.
The point is,
I don't give a shit.
The point here is that he wasn't really a threat.
No, I don't think he was.
I don't think he was. I think, to be honest, Kraut is a more threat than Woes.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Well, let's be honest though. None of us. I mean, I'm speaking for myself, right? Like, any opposition to the doxing of Millennial Woes, that at least I'm speaking on my part, that I hold, is on a matter. It's purely a matter of principle. I give a fuck about Millennial Woes, to be honest. The only regret, the only lament that I actually have is the fact that this situation forbade us from actually having the stream in which I would have fucking owned him.
Yeah, my stream too. I ended up getting fucked out of a stream because he owes me a stream, and my video is still down.
Well, it's somewhat convenient, isn't it?
But no. Go and question. Go and fight the copyright strike. Go on.
I did. I did. I fought it, but I made a deal with them. The deal is that okay, I'll keep the video down, but you owe me a stream, and we'll talk about the shit that I said in the video, and we'll talk about you. DMCA.
He is only censoring people.
The only thing that I want to do now is I was going to offer, since I'm going to hold up to that part of my bargain. Does anybody want to fucking mirror my old video?
Well, Liz, honestly, fight the copyright, because the thing is, if you want,
I fought everything.
If you want to take it all the way, his name has to go down on it.
No, everything is fine. My channel is okay. I just privated the video, going, all right, we're going to talk about.
Yeah, but I mean, the point I was making there, though, was that, I honestly, it's not that I'm not wishing harm on him, but if harm befalls him, I'm not losing sleep over it, because I don't give a fuck about the guy. He's got fucking wretched ideas. He tries to hide. I mean, he abuses the anonymity that he's trying to hide behind. And, I believe he has the right to remain anonymous.
He uses it as a club to attack people who criticize him.
Well, guys, I'd like to broach a subject. Guys, I'd like to broach a subject here, because this is something that I was actually... somebody interviewed me about this, and I did want to make this sort of point here that I'd like you to sort of like maybe discuss with me on this. Is that those that hide in the woods when it comes to anonymity in order to, let's say, project their hateful shit, a lot of the time do this because it's nice and convenient for them. For example, with Millennial Woes, this is somebody who is actually basically advocating for some sort of race war by the end of all of this. And these are things that are basically very, very close to illegal. And this is so that he can get away with it, rather than him thinking, oh, well, I'm just saying what I'm saying here. The other thing that you've got to realise is that, for example, a lot of the Chan trolls out there, all these sort of people, they actually make a mockery of what free speech is about. My name's Robin Gething. You can find my name on the internet or whatever like that. You could probably dox me if you have a hard enough and easy enough time of it. I don't really care, because I stand by what I say, and I'm not really afraid of, if somebody wants to come over here and have a chat with me and stuff like that, I'll make them a cup of tea. If they want to start something, I'll fucking bury them. But here's the thing. I'm on the high ground here, because if somebody wants to say, get rid of my job or whatever, like call my boss and all this sort of thing to get me fired from my job or whatever like that, then I can sue my boss for wrongful dismissal. We are we're in this internet anonymity stage here, where we are actually allowing people to think that it is okay for somebody to ring up your boss to get you fired. So you have to basically mitigate that already. And the problem with that, of course, is that you've already lost the free speech debate at this point. If you're really a free speech advocate, that means that you can say whatever you want to say, and you are not supposed to be chastised by the authorities. You are not supposed to be arrested. You are not supposed to be fired from your job simply for having an opinion online. But if you hide in the shadows, and you are going to be surrounded by dickheads who use those shadows and exploit anonymity, and when those little woodlands get basically blanket bombed and burnt down simply because of all of the dicks that are in there, that when somebody really, really needs anonymity, like Kraut, for example, they're not going to be able to find themselves somewhere to actually hide.
Yeah, that's one reason why I doxed myself almost right away. It is because the alt-right was trying to research who my children were. And it was that Goose guy.
Goose is not alt-right. He's just a fucking.
He was an agent of. He was alt-right that day.
Yeah, this is the Bill Wagner crew that you're talking about here.
Yeah, they're just honestly, in some ways, I almost have more respect for the alt-right than the Bill Wagner crew, because at least like the alt-right, they have, as fucking wrong as they are, they have principles. The Bill Wagner crew, they're just a bunch of faggots like, I'm so edgy, I'm so funny, this is funny.
That's retarded over and over and over again.
But my memes.
Yeah, no, I mean...
The memes justify the ends for them, you see.
Yeah, they're just...
Did you like that? Did you like you can use that? I hold no copyright, my jokes are open source.
Just genuinely despicable cunts as opposed to the alt-right. But I mean, with Woes, though, I mean, he is already turning around and trying to use this and make himself like a little martyr. Mm-hmm. And, it's funny, too, and it is kind of sad to see, rebel media and the like, falling for the bait, effectively saying like, oh well, because this awful shit happened to this person with fucking terrible ideas, we're going to give this person with terrible ideas and their terrible ideas all the coverage and exposure that they want.
Yeah, and I'm not, and it's not just that, but I'm seeing, I'm seeing the sort of right wing anti-SJW types, like Black Pigeon Speaks. He said, his only crime was to be against mass immigration and criticizing third wave feminism. No, this guy's a fucking white nationalist.
Yeah, that's Kraut's crime. I mean, that's Kraut and T right there.
Yeah,
that's
and then Lauren was like, I mean, I don't really know much about him. I haven't looked into him much. I'm gonna start talking about him anyway, though. And yeah, I don't know if he is a white nationalist or he's just like, or he's just anti-SJW or something. Yeah, he just got attacked. Like, fucking hell! Do none of you actually understand what reporting the facts means?
I think a big problem. I think a big problem with it, though, came with the sort of moral ambiguity that came from. I mean, it does take a certain odd sort of sack to be able to step forward and say, like, in public, knowing that most normies out there don't really fucking know what the language really means, to say social justice and feminism is bullshit. Because to say that in public to people who don't really know is to basically come out and say, I hate women and minorities, even though that's not the case. And so you step forward like that, but because of that, and this is something I've noticed it a bit with myself, and if anybody else has noticed it too, but after now going, starting from Gamergate, let's say, going, 2.5, 3 years now of basically rejecting, you read it, you try and rationalize it, and then you have to reject it. This modern neo-progressive narrative set. It's gotten to the point where, like, I honestly found that a lot of things that were just even genuinely liberal ideas started to smell a bit off to me. I didn't like the shit I'd hear on NPR, even though NPR has gone to hell too. It got to a point where I noticed, like, I was becoming more genuinely conservative. And not really for necessarily anything other than my opposition to the hard left. And I think
it's more not so much a reality check as a.
It's just being mired. It's being mired in a thing so much to the point where, like, you find yourself, you have to check your own.
It's a relativism angle. Yeah, it's more of a relativism angle here.
And I think the moral relativism which has come about it has led to the point now where it does seem that in our shitlord circles there are people who have trouble actually saying racism is fucking bad. Ethno-nationalism is bad. These are bad fucking ideas. We established why they're bad long ago.
Racist isn't an argument, though. Racist isn't an argument, though. Actually, being racist isn't a fucking argument either. This is the bit that they're missing.
Just because I'm not just calling you racist. I'm also going to debunk your ideas, but we have to actually be on the same page. You are actually advocating racial segregation. That is racism. I'm actually getting retards who are questioning whether or not, actual self-identified card-carrying alt-righters who are, like, actual white nationalists and admit to being white nationalists and promote white nationalism. Then maybe they're not white nationalists because the left lies about people.
Yeah, honestly, too. And the fact is, like, if I step forward and say, if you are advocating for an ideology and a thought process which actually poses a legitimate threat to my family, that I'm willing to fight and fucking kill you. Oh, you're just arguing from feels. It's like, you're goddamn right I'm arguing from feels. If somebody is actually saying something that is legitimately threatening to the people that I love, I will fucking kill them. End of fucking story. And you know what? That's a legitimate argument because that's kind of what starts fights in the first place. That's why fights happen, because you're defending those you love, those you care about from genuine threats, as opposed to these cunts who think like, oh, race mixing is a threat to me and my people. Guess what? I'm white as anybody else, and I feel no kinship to them or anyone else simply on the grounds that they're white. The people that I love and care about because those are my people, and I will defend them against any threat. And that's, if that's arguing from feels, no, I'm sorry, the moral ambiguity side of this thing, which stemmed from this shitlordery that we've been in, you know what? It kind of ends where reality begins.
Lock and load. And this is why we have this gathering of the militant middle here. We will fuck
This is
you
why
both.
we can't have nice things.
Yeah,
You're doing a
don't
really
come
good
at
job
me.
of bringing
I
it all
will
back
fuck you in the ass if you carry on like this. That's the thing.
Okay, if you're gonna fuck me in the ass, I'm gonna shit your dick out.
If there's the alt-right, the control left, are we the space middle?
I suppose, yeah. I mean, this is the thing. I mean, you know, I remember.
But no, we are the Windows key.
I remember doing this.
I was about to say that.
I remember doing the sort of like the a video many years ago now, many moons, and it was called "Are You in It for the Win or for the War?" And this was basically a call out to. It basically was just a picture of remember lemmings.
Yeah.
Do you remember that lemming
Oh, yeah,
that,
I
was
remember
just,
that.
would just hold its hands out and look left and look right constantly?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it was just that. And it was basically saying to people that if you're going to turn, say, Gamergate into an ideological struggle against the left, you're not going to have anybody on your side when it comes to ethical conduct. Because there's no holds barred with you. You're not willing to actually play the game on an even playing field. The whole point of having something ethical is so that the left of a situation and the right of a situation can actually conduct some sort of discussion. And the problem for a lot of people is that they kind of go, no, I'm here to destroy the left, or I'm here to destroy the right, as though if one of you were to win, we're all lost. That's the thing.
I mean, you can kind of look to media for that, though, too. I mean, I wrote clickbait back in the day when I was hard up on cash and didn't know any better. And the whole notion of, you know, you see the headlines all the time, like so-and-so destroys so-and-so, so-and-so eviscerates so-and-so, simply by speaking, by offering a really good argument. And you see it on YouTube all the time. If you go to look up old, Hitchens speeches.
Oh, my God, it just goes on.
20 times Hitchens eviscerated the religious right.
Hitchens wanks over the back of social justice or something, yeah.
Yeah, it's like shut the fuck up. Like you are not helping right now. All of you know, you want to respect an intellectual. You want to look back on an intellectual hero. Don't sully their fucking legacy by attaching them to the modern mindless newspeak, which seems to permeate every aspect of what we talk about and destroy conversation in the process.
Yeah, the thing that I don't think a lot of people realize is this ponage culture is it's not healthy.
Now you learn, Spino.
It's.
I remember.
I've known this for a while.
I remember.
Fuck off.
I remember.
You know what I miss about
hang on. I remember. We all remember when TLDR came out with that, and he was talking about sort of like ponage and all this sort of business.
Yeah, but he was
a lot of people defending their position on this.
No, I was defending the existence of the channels, and I was also defending that. I was also pointing out that he was using it to frame his people who disagreed with MGTOW ideology. If they questioned any of the spurious claims about biology that MGTOW put out, he was using that as a framing mechanism.
Fine, I'm just fucking with you, dude.
I like to
call that pretty well.
I like to call that one Teal Deer's tone policing video. Actually,
oh yeah, I went after it because he talked about gynocentrism, and I was like, yeah, I can understand that. And I rewatched it, and I was like, hey. It's like I watched the first part. Like, why is this two separate parts?
It makes
to be totally honest
with
you,
good copy, though, guys. It does make good copy. It does get you clicks. It does get you hits. You know,
but that's the thing, though. That is literally the day that I unsubscribed from Teal Deer, and I haven't watched one of his videos since then.
I haven't been keeping up on feminist matching and stuff in general because it just seems like this such an unproductive circle jerk at this point. The last time I ever saw anything from Teal Deer like appear by recommended on YouTube, it was something ridiculous like feminists don't understand snow plowing, and I'm thinking to myself like.
Okay,
what?
Ponish channel. Yeah, the thing with Teal Deer is that as much as he was like attacking Ponish channels, he is a Ponish channel. Yeah. When I do a response video to someone, I'm trying to make a point. I use it as a way to actually espouse views. I'm not just attacking a person. But most of his content is just hey, look at this stupid thing.
I like his format. I respect what he does. I really do. But like at the point, at the point where he's like trying to tone police, like, and again, it's like the mo community should be not doing this or no. Fuck you, dude. I'm done. I have respect for him. I'm just not gonna watch his videos. I'm over it.
Hey, now, I want to throw this question out, and does anybody think that since he had abandoned it, if I picked up Steve Shive's old 5 Stupid Things theme, do you think he'd try and come after me for it?
You might get a DMCA. Like, you're stealing my intellectual property. You're making a fine list video.
I'm sorry, Steve. It wasn't very intellectual to begin with.
I have considered stealing his Atheist Reads series.
Parody is fair use. So using the format,
you could call it Atheist.
I was going to steal. I was going to. I was going to steal his. I was actually going to completely steal the format and use it. And I was going to use it for things like feminist books, white nationalist books. I was just going to go through loads of different political series. And actually, like review these books.
But it's kind of like it's kind of that classic legal question, though. So, like, the little boy tried to wear the big boy pants; they didn't fit, so he just left them on the sidewalk. And a big boy came along and put them on. Is the big boy stealing from the little boy? Is that the case? I don't know. This is a question for legal scholars in the current year, but.
It doesn't really work that way because in case you just parody someone's material, you're not stealing their pants. They still have the pants. They just can't fit them.
I'll take his fucking lunch money.
Well, gentlemen and lady, I'm going to actually bounce out and go watch a movie with my kid. Thank you so much for the invite. I had a really good time.
It's been a pleasure. Come on back.
Absolutely. Talk to you guys later.
Much love.
Talk to you later.
I kind of like the idea of opponents channels because making a video where you can educate somebody in sort of like a lengthy and very concise manner is it's not hard to do, but it's hard to get people to listen. And if you sort of mask that in comedy, sort of drama,
that's fair
and
enough.
it draws a lot of eyes.
Yeah, that's fair enough, mate. I think it's more along the lines of it's when you're basically thinking, right, okay, what have I got here? Okay, I've got some teeny bopper with about 3 people watching them. Yeah. Let's basically just eviscerate this person as they're trying desperately to work out what the fuck they're actually thinking about. I mean, you could come across and say, well, okay, let me just stop you right there. You're new to the planet, fresh out the womb, I can see. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so this is where you're missing here. And have that conversation not for your audience, but for that person themselves. And then you're actually you're in their ballpark. You use their language, and you're basically making a communication to them. And you can even strike up a conversation with them and things like that. And then you're actually doing something there. Whereas if you do the pawnage element, the danger that you suffer is that you insulate this person. It's like trauma-based mind control. They just end up closing off. It depends on the format.
Let me give an example here of something that's happened quite recently. Remember when a bunch of feminists, Steve Schatz was included there, Moriarty, and they made this long video on questions for anti-feminists. Yeah, it was a 20-minute video, a cringe-worthy video, and they had this guy who was like, "What do you mean you want to destroy video games?" It's just a silly thing, but yeah, they had some legit questions there. And I watched. Hold on. I watched most of the YouTube community that we have, or most of the quote-unquote skeptics, trademark skeptics. They all went after that video. TJ, the atheist, did like a 2-part video on it, and he invited a bunch of people. Undoomed, I think some people here made videos on it. There was only one guy out of the entire community that we have that actually acknowledges that 2 or maybe 3 of their questions were legit, and he engaged with actual answers, and he wanted to open a conversation about it. And that was Top Hats and Champagne. No one else acknowledged any question, and they were like, no, let's just mock these people.
Hang on. I gotta throw this in. Hang on, Charming, hold on. Just because you said it, I mean, in a world where anti-SJWs and SJWs collide, one man was willing to open a dialogue. Top Hats and Champagne.
Yeah, but I mean, I think sort of anti-JW type of pundits are used to the regular dialogue of trying to start a conversation and then being blocked or being told to educate yourself. So they sort of default on this like hardline, visceral ponage type of format.
I think that was a. I think that was a that sort of attitude has been a reaction to the way they've been treated by social justice.
Let's also be honest, though. Let's be honest. I mean, not every channel that does response videos and such. I mean, I was talking with Undoom just the other night, right? And he openly says it's for laughs. I mean, he does it for laughs, and he does it for his own laughs too. That's what he's doing it for. But not every channel. I mean, I think about Bearing's channel, for instance, right? Now, he pisses a lot of them off, and he can be quite the cunt when he's going at it. But at the same time, he's not really just trying to pwn them in that classic sense as much. He's not going like Ralph retort style. He's responding to what he's seeing. I mean, when I do response videos,
it's been a change, to be honest. I noticed the change after that TLDR thing. I think he actually took the sort of like the overall message of it to heart and thought, you know what? Yeah, maybe I am just basically picking on these kids a bit. No, maybe I should try and basically push a bit more of an educational twist.
Honestly,
I think I respect him for that.
Yeah, well, he's and the other example, he's a higher sub count, but I still think he's undersubbed as random account. Now, like his shit isn't even ponage. He's just like he'll comically answer like the statements and questions that are being made, but like there's nothing histrionic or necessarily like. I mean, coming from his perspective, right? He's a hardcore.
I mean, except for all of the passive aggressive jabs that I keep hearing about.
No. Well, that's between the two of you. But what I'm saying is that when he's doing the response,
I think it's went way beyond just passive aggressive. It's just aggressive at this point.
Yeah, it's aggressive aggressive.
Yeah, if you want to look at passive aggressive, look about what my tweets are to Sargon.
Yeah, but seriously though, I mean, like we know the channels. I mean, like Johnny Fox, for instance, right? Johnny Fox has no delusions about what he does. He's not trying to pretend that he's anything more than he is. He's a shit posting ponage channel kind of thing. Ralph Retort, same kind of bullshit, even worse in my opinion. But then you do get, Bearing, like you said, Bearing's kind of shifted gears, and his videos have improved as a result of it. I find it more engaging and more intellectually stimulating. Mike, Mike, honestly, is a fucking master of the English language, and like the way in which he responds.
Oh yes,
it's his fucking. I mean, like he spends half of his videos advocating with rage for the causes that he believes in, using the response to whatever he's responding to as the vehicle by which he does that. There are varying degrees of such. I mean, fuck, when it comes to the honest questions for anti-SJW's video. Now, I ended up doing a 2-part thing to that because I felt like I wanted to respond to each one, and I didn't want to put out an hour and a half fucking video. So I broke it up into 2 parts, and my efforts there were to genuinely respond to the questions, and that's what I like. At least I'd like to think that I did that. So it's you can't. It's not just one big basket. My community, and I keep and I've had arguments with Jeff about this, and I do maintain that there is something of a community because we all keep talking to each other, even when we don't like each other, or have differences of opinion and disagreements. We are still part of the same sort of social circles, and
So that's if you mean community just by the sense of a group of people that talk to each other, that's a community. But I think a lot of people, when they hear community, when someone says community, other people hear movement.
Yes, that's
all the community is a group of people who talk to each other, have a few things in common, and keep on coming back.
Yeah. That's a community. I've always said, like, you take your real life communities, right? Like your actual brick and mortar houses in the same area that we all live in the same town. We're a community kind of thing. Those people have fucking disagreements. Those people vote different ways. Those people like different sodas and beers. Those people watch different movies and listen to different music, and they have all kinds of differences between them. And a lot of them don't even talk to each other, but they all exist within concentric circles. That's community. That's what we have here, like it or not.
I can come up with this wonderful example of our community then, because You may have heard of this thing in history, the Berlin Wall. It would seem that our community is building its own little version of the Berlin Wall when it comes to the alt-righters.
I'm kind of fine with that, honestly. I don't want them looking at my neighborhood.
I mean, yeah.
What is up until they end up?
If you're looking at, if you're calling yourself, say, a skeptically minded person, or you have a skeptic community, if you will, and you are inviting in people that are basically ideologically pinned, what you're really doing is basically opening the gates to the barbarians. This is the thing. I mean, this is why it is going to be somewhat of a gated community, I'm afraid. I mean, did you want to discuss something in a rational fashion? No. Oh well. I'm sorry, but you can't come in here.
One other thing I keep hearing is like, oh, we gotta like tolerate ideas, and we gotta like have this idea space. No, that's not what a skeptic community is about. It's about debunking bad ideas.
Yeah, well, the difference being, though, I think the difference is also, though, I mean, and this is something it used to be on the right, and now it's on the left, and it's probably going to go back to the right again, is that, you have to listen to them before you reject them. You have to listen to them and think about them. And you know what? I mean, it doesn't take a lot to really listen to and then think about, is racism a good idea? No, it's not. It's not. We've established this. Long time ago, we established it.
Hang on, actually, I have a slightly more nuanced version of the answer. A certain amount of racism is important, but this racism is making sure that you have a slight diversity of ethnicity and race and opinion of people that you put on kids' shows. And that's just because it removes the racial bias from a child's brain if they see Asian people and African people if they're a European. So that's one place that a tiny bit of racism is important, but that's a tiny bit of racism to counteract what would become hardwired racism later on.
Well, what you're talking about is seeing that's not necessarily the difference between racism and sort of what would we call it? Race
prejudice.
No. This is sort of like the difference between racism and inclusion is to say, for example, you've seen this with the BBC where they're saying we'd like to get more, because we have a predominantly white members of staff here, we thought we'd sort of like invite people of different ethnicities in, and instantly your white genocide group are kicking off, kind of going, "This is racism."
No, my point is actually explicitly racist because you
are discriminating based on someone's race.
Of course,
you're positively discriminating, going, "No, we have set
it is
standards.
positive
You have to have this many
discrimination.
people
That's
and
quite
this many,
correct.
this many,"
Yes.
and so on.
But for example, they're not doing it because they don't like white people. The
they're
person
doing
who's
it
doing it
because
is probably
there's
white,
evidence
has
why.
white friends and all this sort of thing. They're not doing it because they're doing it because they're sitting there thinking, we need a bit more diversity in this because there are other people other than white people that watch the BBC.
But again, I mean, when it comes to the BBC and not children's shows, and when you have someone who is white just applying for the job and they're more qualified than the people who are not white, would that be on? I mean, it is gonna, like, that kind of stance would create some sort of injustice when it comes to that guy, because like, I'm not gonna get hired, even though I'm more qualified.
Now,
and I can't be for that, no matter how well dressed it is.
You're being absolutist in this because they're not doing that across the board for the BBC. They're just doing it for particular roles because they're looking for a more diverse sort of thing. It's like kind of going, we in film, for example, they will make a call out and they say, we're looking for somebody and we'd like them to be Asian. We're looking for somebody, we'd like them to be black. That's because the role...
We not a black reporter. How's the weather going on there? It's raining!
Yeah.
Thank you. Check back with you later.
Because they need somebody who is black to play the role of a black person.
Well, I'll be honest, as an actor though, Robin, it's funny, this is where PC culture really creeps in. I'm seeing more and more casting calls coming from Boston Casting, looking for non-white actors. They don't specify, they don't give a shit, they just don't want white people. Like,
have you ever
that's going too far, absolutely.
Here's the thing, okay, you talk about the left and the way they're handling it, and let's take it the other way, because again, we're about the militant middle. Let's just attack the other side as well. You remember, just recently, we had the release of Battlefield 1, and most people praised it. It's the best Battlefield I've played ever since Bad Company 2, to be honest.
I really want it, yeah.
It's a very, very interesting game. The multiplayer is insanely addictive. However, most of the I don't want to call them right because they might go like, no, it's not our label. Whatever you want to call them. The other side from the SJWs, they're only focusing on they had a black person on the cover.
You mean the keyboard warriors?
Who the fuck cares? Because again, he's a French soldier, and the French had a large regiment from North Africa.
Yeah,
who were black.
At some point or another, the world wars actually did happen in Africa too. It wasn't just in Europe.
You know what? I think the major problem is being somebody that's in the middle ground of all this myself, where I've firmly placed my flag in the middle of everybody's ass. Is that we have been focusing on color too much on both sides. Personally, if people were to apply for the right jobs and apply themselves for the right work, and if you need a black actor, hire a black actor. If you need a white actor, to play a white actor because you're doing something in fucking the UK 100 years ago where there was castles and white people, you're going to end up with natural diversity if you stop fucking paying attention to it.
It goes beyond that a little bit. Like I've seen it a little bit with British media and American media and the way people react to it from both sides of the fence. Recently, we had the release of Rogue One, a Star Wars story, and you had people from the left, Jonathan McIntosh, going like, "Oh my God, they were racist against agents because there was a bunch of agents that are guarding one of the last Jedi temples," and they're like, "That's stereotyping agent people." Like, they're not Asian. They don't even live in Asia. Asia is not a thing in that galaxy.
By the way, guys, Fox from West, when you do get a chance, mate, just keep an eye out for it. At the moment, we do have a full house, but when somebody drops out, of course, you will have an opportunity to come in. But you do ask. I
might drop out soon because I do have to get.
Whenever you'd like, mate. No
I can actually too. I'm kind of.
If anyone's just sitting here listening, please do. But Fox of the West says,
everyone's like, I'm actually.
Cheers! That makes me feel so good. Do you refine? Fox from the West says, just let me fucking answer the question. Do you define people like Alex Jones and PJW as alt-right, or is exclusively for the white national aspect? I lean towards the latter. I don't actually rate them as alt-right or white nationalist. I consider them people who are essentially bandwagoning on whatever the fuck is happening on the news.
He wasn't asking if Alex Jones is alt-right. If Alex Jones was a white nationalist. He was asking if white nationalists are just the alt-right are just white nationalists.
Here's the thing. I mean, though I consider white nationalists to be retarded, I don't necessarily think alt-right is a synonym for retard.
Really?
Why? No, I mean, the white nationalism in the alt-right is about as pervasive as progressives in the left. Let's say. I think that's a good analogy.
Can I complete my point, please? I wasn't even done.
Go on then.
I was on Rogue One, and you have that from the left with Jonathan McIntosh going like, they're racist against Asians, and then you have the alt-righters, and they were all over, what was it? Drop Star Wars. And they were like, because they're anti-Trump. And when it wasn't anti-Trump at all, they were like, well, all the bad people were white people. As if they never watched a Star Wars movie before where the Empire was all white people.
It was Nazi.
The Empire, and here, a bit of canon for you. The original planet that the bad guys came from were all tall white Aryans.
Yeah.
Because it was a synonym for Nazi-type behavior when he wrote the book. Just saying.
It's funny to me that we criticize the left and the social justice warriors for quite a while in the video game sphere, and even in the media sphere, whenever they cry racism and sexism, and now we see people that's propped up invaded our little battle, our little sphere, and they're crying the same stuff. But from the other side as well, they're like, "Oh yeah, they're just racist against white people now."
Well, this is how they get emboldened, you see, because they think that they have kindred spirits here. We had this conversation many moons ago about how if the left basically decide to label you in certain ways, that those labels will be attached to people who actually affirm themselves to be like that. And then they come walking in thinking they're going to be just greeted as like, "My people, how you doing?" And we're like, "Who the fuck are you? Why do you want to be in here?" "Well, I'm attacking all of these left people. I can't stand women and blacks. Let's go get them darkies." It's like, yeah, dude, you've obviously you believe the mainstream press just as much as the lefties do, then.
I get this.
I
With,
see
I get this with what was it? The alt-right when they hear something, let's say about MGTOW, and they've taken the or MRAs. They're really like if you hear anything what an alt-right says about MRAs, they're like, oh, they hate women. Wait, what? What? Do you?
Well, I mean, I'm not
okay, so when you say you want genocide, you say no, we don't want genocide. We don't want genocide. We don't want genocide. Stop lying about us.
We don't want genocide. We just want ethnic cleansing.
Oh yeah.
No, it's ethnic purity. It sounds better.
Well,
I'm going to take this quick lull to actually say adieu. I'm going to go and catch up on the writing that was due yesterday.
Before you disappear, mate.
It's usually the fucking
last thing. Think about it this way: your purity of the race is like the purity of your vodka. I mean, you don't want some shitty impure vodka that tastes of, well, disgusting whatever the fuck you scraped off the bottom of a barrel, do you?
Should I invite Simon here? He would disagree.
No, I drank some really bad rum the other day, and people yelled at me for drinking bad rum and said, "Why don't you ever listen to Nick?
Okay.
Ask Nick before you touch any alcohol."
I'm just going to say my official goodbye, Nick. Thank you very much for coming, mate. It's been well fun.
It's nice to act. It's been this is the first time I've been on one of your streams since Gamergate.
Yeah, it's been a while, man. You should come on more often.
I will endeavor to.
You into it now.
It's good speaking to you again, Nick.
No, much love, mate. Run while you're still
chatting.
Oh God!
All right, and on that note, I'm actually going to drop out too because I'm just having more fun listening to you guys, and I'm not really have a lot to say to.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. I look forward
I'll
to
open
your
it
shit
up for
posting in the side chat. Fox from the West. Now's your chance, mate. Jump in. Tell us what you like.
You already
tell us
did.
What you're in about. You're in, are you? Are you ready to wag chin with us?
Hello, Foxy.
Obviously not.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Excellent.
There we
Greetings, sir. Welcome to the open house.
Thank you.
Shall I fetch you a drink?
Yeah. Have you at least subscribed, or you're not allowed to speak? I'll mute you immediately.
I actually did sub. I subbed on my alt account as well because I found this on my alt.
Damn right you did. So, what have you got to say to this stellar cast?
With regards to the big question between the alt-right and the regressive left, I feel obviously there's sort of a centre ground that you guys encompass, which I also fall under.
Occupy, if anything.
Yeah. And then you've got, to me, I think it's been kind of loosely defined because the thing that I do have, I'll admit it, I do have some kind of understanding of people like millennial woes and more intelligent people on the alt-right, because at least you can sort of have a conversation with them. You can have an intelligent debate with them. You won't change their mind. You can have sort of an educated discussion with them. Whereas people like Paul Joseph Watson and Alex Jones and Stephen Crowder, you know, newspapers like the Daily Express.
Cut. You know, that's the conversation.
Yeah, and?
Let him finish.
Yeah, like papers like the Daily Express and the Daily Mail, like, I just feel that these are the papers that would you agree that the main element, the main pro that you can take from the right wing is its pragmatism, is its attachment to pragmatism?
No.
Think of it.
Pragmatism is having a balanced viewpoint. Pragmatism is thinking what works.
Wait, what's the definition of pragmatism?
I think he means in. Do you mean in the sense of their tactics?
I'm thinking, you know how the left wing is often thought as being more sort of emotionally invested into arguments, like say as if they're pro-refugee, for example.
What you're talking about is their sales pitch.
Basically,
that's what you're really talking about, is that they try to come across as pragmatic, and the left generally tend to think, well, let's sort of like, instead of actually giving you, you know, good sort of arguments for it, we're just going to pull on your heartstrings. Yeah, I think it's a, you know, and both of them basically don't really go very well. There's no point, say, for example, talking about say welfare, for example, unemployment benefit or whatever like that, and saying, well, we're just doing it because we want to look after people that are in a poor state. You really should say it is, look, we're doing this so that people aren't so desperate that they start burgling your house. That's pragmatism. That's a pragmatic selling of why you should have that particular thing involved. Because otherwise, you kind of go, well, I'll just get a gun. It's like, okay, so now everybody's got a fucking gun. Great. That doesn't solve the issue. It just creates new problems.
That just makes the chance of you getting burgled even more likely.
That we're mostly British here. Firearms are something that, well, actually no. Throughout the rest of the world, except for America, firearms are something that are treated as dangerous weapons because they are.
It was very recently, it was after Dunblane, I believe, when they really cracked down on gun laws.
That was more small arms, really. Sort of like shotguns. Any sort of like small pistols and things like that. Anything that can be easily hidden. But long arms, things like that. That nobody's got a problem with that in this country. If you want a long rifle, that's not a problem. I believe they have actually relaxed a lot of the laws on pistols, for example, especially sport shooting pistols.
I had an interesting conversation with someone on Steam about guns. They said they'd rather the pistols get outlawed in America than the assault rifles that they have currently, because I think their argument was with a Glock you can get about 100 rounds into a chamber, from what I've heard, which sounds a bit suspicious. But
it's a rather large magazine in order for that to happen. Yes.
Yeah, and it's easily concealed. You can easily hide it, and then you can easily pull it out and do whatever you want with it. Whereas with an assault rifle, it's very obvious. Yeah, with an assault rifle, it's very obvious what you're going to do, and that doesn't mean I agree with assault rifles. I think the general problem with American firearms is that it's too ingrained into the American culture to really get it out efficiently, because.
They're so terrified that they're going to be taken over. I mean, they're willing to give up the First Amendment in order to protect the Second.
Yeah, good luck taking the guns off the rednecks in Virginia and stuff like that.
Don't make me be the only American here when you guys are talking about gun rights, because when it comes to that, I am definitely in the middle yet again. Because you don't need to have a gun that can kill an entire fucking, gay bar worth of people at arm's reach. But to have a simple firearm in your house for simple protection.
I thought the guy used a pistol.
No, he used a big fucking gun.
I just think
and if it wasn't the gun, it was the size of the fucking magazine, which was outrageous. Nobody needs to go hunting or protect themselves from a home invader with a gun that can hold 200 fucking bullets in it at a time and fast fire.
So,
There's no reason for this to be owned in America.
But this is, of course, I think more than anything else, the thing that the militant middle has to really sort of battle up against more than anything else is absolutism. Because even if you were to sort of kind of go, can we maybe just scrape an inch off that? They think that you're going to take a mile. No matter what,
Can we not have AR-15s for sale in Walmart, please? For the fuck's sake, come on, that's not necessary. Oh no, my guns! Yeah. My guns! My fucking guns!
No, generally, if you're having this argument with someone who's very pro-gun rights, and not just moderately, but way the fuck overboard, they sort of say, well, what happens when the United States takes over? Okay, what happens when we have a tyranny? How am I going to fight that tyranny?
It's already taken over.
The same way they've been fighting it for the last 50 years by ignoring it.
Wait, what are you going to... Yeah, but even if it gets to that sort of dystopian fantasy, what are you going to do? You going to fight a fucking tank with an AR-15? Are you out of your mind?
And here's the thing: doesn't this also go against the narrative that criminals can get guns anyway? If you're a fucking rebel against the dystopian nation, do you think you're going to be unable to get guns?
Well, the thing is, they're all going to be law-abiding citizens while doing so.
Absolutely. By the way, I forgot that piss and vinegar was probably from in the States, I guess. I think.
You're Canadian, aren't you?
Oh my
French
God.
Canadian. He was one of the Frenchies.
From Canada.
Yes.
Oh my God, am I really the only American in here?
Yes, as it should be.
Oh fuck me! I
You're
don't
a
want to
minority.
I don't want to be the only person representing my fucking country. I'm not the right person for this job.
Well, neither am I, but fucking here we are.
You are a Florida woman, so you know.
Well, at least you
Florida.
get my
That's even
So
worse.
you represent America to us.
Oh yeah. You don't call me a tranny like the rest of the fucking alt-right does.
Yeah, the Florida cannot be the representative of the United States. Holy fucking
It can
shit.
barely represent itself.
I was born in California. Does that help?
Yeah.
Well, kind of not. I don't know.
No, I'm from both of the worst two states in the whole fucking United States.
You've gone from extreme left to extreme right, definitely.
That's why I live mentally in the middle, because it's like I've seen.
No, you've gone from extreme left to like fucking eating a hamster's head, because that's what Florida is. Florida is just a bastion of wars.
You're getting worse, mate. You're getting worse. Maybe have a reboot or a restart. See if you can feel any better with that.
Yeah,
you'll see what it sounds like
potato-
afterwards. Piss and vinegar.
Put your potato like on top of the, the tin can that you're living in, or
So
something.
any questions for our guests from the side chat here? Also, if you would like to come in and have a chat with us at RSOL GTP, you can see that down and then at the bottom right there. I've got this really attractive arrow that I designed just for this purpose.
Did somebody call for another American?
There we go. So yeah,
No,
just double click,
no,
just click on
no.
RSOL GTP, and you can come in here and have a chat with these fucking idiots.
Pugly, when we wanted another American, we wanted a sensible one. We wanted one that has one that has more than a single viewpoint.
Yeah, because we just went from you are the worst representative for the United States to genocide.
Hey, I was only gone for like fucking 2 seconds.
Yes,
you finally sound good as well.
Genocide got in here while you were gone. Look what happened.
That's only my solution for all the world's problems. If you want to solve things individually, I can solve things.
Hi, John Smith.
Less violently.
C Skimmer says, Robin, why do you think America has been taken over? Are you fucking kidding me, C Skimmer? Maybe you need to walk outside and have a look around. Your country is it's an oligarchy at this point. Your president is a game show host.
There has been actual scientific studies done. The American government operates like an oligarchy, plain and simple. 90% of what the American populace wants, they don't fucking get. 90% of what the big corporations want, they get.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, these big corporations have money in all of your politics. Most of your police are highly militarized, like fucking crazy. There are regular violations of amendments all the fucking time. I mean, look at the Patriot Act. For fuck's sakes, guys, you're not living in a great place. It's not fantastic.
The Patriot Act violated, 7 of our 20 amendments?
Wasn't that
the army against the tyranny of government?
It completely tore apart the. It definitely completely tore up the fourth.
And the fifth.
Procedure.
C Skimmer asks, why does his career matter? The fact that you don't really give a shit about the past of somebody as to how to predict their present or future scares me to the bone, Skimmer. There was only one blue-collar president. That's a dangerous assumption to make about a standing army. Yeah, as far as, you kind of the South rising again and stuff like that, guys, that's called insurrection, by the way. You would be tried as criminals and traitors to your country.
Well, yeah.
If you lose.
Yeah, that's...
Okay, let's be honest. It's literal terrorism, but America was founded on terrorism.
Yeah, so it's...
You have a long lineage of it.
There's that if you lose part. If you win, you're the leaders. You're not going to try yourself.
I get to leave you guys with Pug as tyranny. My children just showed up. I have to go play mom now.
Okay.
All
right.
Do your best to pretend that you are.
Oh, go
Mind,
fuck yourself.
doesn't
backwards.
I
the...
love you.
Love you too, sweetheart.
Oh, how gay.
Not as gay as you faggot.
But that's not hard though.
I love that. That's the final thing
But
she
that doesn't
says as she
say-
walks out the door. Not as gay as you faggot. Close the door.
She says it like it's a bad thing.
Mic drop. So yeah, we've got John Smith here saying, so yes, we have a shitty hand, but it's because of our system that we can potentially fix it or without force of arms. Well, like I said, I loved it on that point. Clinton scared the shit out of me. Well, you wait. You know, you've got a lot more shit to be scared of, mate. To be honest with you, by comparison, Clinton is piecemeal.
No, I did. I tried my best to stay away from the Clinton versus Trump thing because it wasn't my concern. Like, not directly anyway. Even if I would voice my opinion, I'm not going to vote for any of them anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
I was like, I'll stay out of it. But when push came to shove, I think like about a week before the election, I pretty much said it on a stream. And I said, I would have voted for Hillary and I'd have hated myself for the next 4 years.
Yeah, that's all.
Well, the choices were really quite simple. You had a corrupt, megalomaniacal person receiving ridiculous amounts of money from people in bribes, person receiving unimaginable amounts of money from people in bribes, who was also a game show host.
Here's the thing, though, with regards... This is the main thing that annoyed me about the US election was... You're basically pitting Hillary's private life, which is her stuff, obviously, in her emails, which is obviously bad stuff, don't get me wrong, against Trump's public life. There's obviously a disconnect there because...
Here's the thing. I have asked a few people about this, about the emails and the pedestal, stuff like that, and I kept on asking them what the big thing was, and it was like, oh, well, somebody gave some questions about the thing to a CNN host. And I was like, that's the worst you can find. I thought you've been digging.
It's basically like Hillary's main issue is that she's been playing the political game for so long. She's been playing the political game of friends that she's made a lot of enemies.
Yeah.
And with the private email leak, and the fact that there's no real... Apart from the pussy grabbing thing, which is more of a personal thing, there's no skeletons that have really come out of Trump's closet.
That's because his skeletons aren't in his fucking closet. They're fucking public knowledge, and nobody gave a shit.
You're talking about somebody who has connections with the mob, who can't even make a casino profit. Where do you think those profits went? You know, this is the thing. A lot of people that voted for Trump don't actually know Trump. It seems they don't really understand. Who they've actually voted for here. You're talking about somebody who has a lot of political ties, and then turning around and saying that this person is outside the establishment. I'm sorry, but that is simply not true.
He's been buying politicians for decades, but the second he comes in and runs as one, he's not. He's just anti-establishment. He's establishment with an anti-establishment bent.
The worst part of this whole fucking mess is he didn't even try to fucking hide it, and everybody just ignored it.
Well, here's the real thing. Has anyone seen that picture that they've got? I think it was from The Office, and it's got that picture that just says Asian on that guy's forehead, and it just says down the bottom there, new Ghost in a Shell movie.
Yeah, I have to link that.
Yeah, for me, I'm looking at basically Trump wearing one of those stickers, and it just says anti-establishment, like embossed in gold.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
that's
essentially him. You know,
for me, it was more simple than that. It was just following his rhetoric and his, his platform and what he was proposing.
It's
at
a
the
really
time.
nice font, by the way. It's really the best font.
It's basically. He crossed a lot of red lines when it comes to policy suggestions that he had. Like when he said, I will bring back torture, even if it doesn't work. I will do worse than waterboarding. And people were like, well, no, the Congress is not going to agree to it. Congress is not going to pass it. I'm like, no, but these kind of messages do resonate. When he said, I'm going to go after the terrorist families, guess what? The terrorists live in the Middle East. What would that mean for people like me? And then he went on, I'm going to ban all Muslims. Like, 1.7 billion people can't get into the U.S. because fuck those people. Guess what? My passport has Muslim on it.
He couched that down now, though.
Technically, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't ban Muslims from the country. We have this we have this freedom of religion thing in the Constitution.
Okay.
Were we just talking about the Patriot Act earlier on?
Okay, Habib, you take the reins. I'm just going to go and have a cigarette. Behave yourselves, kids. When I get back here, I want you to make sure your room is tidy. Right.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just. Dad. Let me say this. Okay. Even if his suggestions or the stuff that he said on his speeches wouldn't come to law, like I said, those messages resonate, and you see that they resonated with people. Look at the rhetoric that a lot of his supporters now, a lot of the news outlets that supported him are pushing now. They're pushing that kind of rhetoric, and even if it doesn't come to law, social stigma is going to push it into at least a social construct of a thing. It's going to be there. It's going to affect people.
It's going to come into the social consciousness, if not law itself.
I don't necessarily think that it was Trump's rhetoric that really resonated with a lot of people. I think the election, at least from my perspective, was really less about voting Trump in and more about voting Hillary out.
Definitely, yeah.
I think it had very little to do with whether Trump was a good candidate or what he's done or what he says necessarily. What more with not letting Hillary in, because Hillary is yet another fucking milquetoast politician, much like Obama, making lots and lots of promises, flip-flopping on a lot of issues. There's a lack of consistency there, and there's a lack of trust there, and people don't want this woman in office.
Yeah, like I said, it had. Okay, I mean, I'm not a Hillary supporter per se. Like I said in the beginning of this little piece of conference, I said that I would have voted for Hillary, but I would have hated myself for the next 4 years, and I would have been on the front criticizing her every single move.
Well, I would have only voted for her if I was in a swing state. If I was in a safe state, I probably would have voted for someone like Jill Stein or Richard Sanders.
I would have done exactly what I do here. I would have voted for whichever party.
Well, yeah, I mean,
fuck political. Tactical.
If Bernie Sanders really hadn't been outed from that election like he was, he would have won, because I look at Bernie as kind of similar policies, but just in sort of his clarity and stuff like that. And he has lots of consistency on a lot of issues. Some of them he's right on, some of them he's wrong on.
His track record suggested that he actually gave a fuck about what he was doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was in the 2008, 2000. It was a Senate hearing, and he pretty much predicted everything that would happen in the Iraq War. Every single point was with what happened.
I kind of view
he was an incredibly consistent candidate, and and that's why he had a lot of.
We can't.
No, he's
socialist.
No, but I mean, if you look at predictive models for sort of democratic socialism in, let's say, Canada or in Norway, or even in the United States, as there are a lot of well-funded public programs that are already in for a very long time. It works. You just have to manage it and do it in the proper way. It works. It's not a thing that just automatically leads to full-blown communism and now everyone's getting a welfare check and this weird right-wing fucking conspiracy of what it would be. It's a friend. It is a weird dealio.
There seems to be a rather strange disconnect from reality and what the actual theory fucking states. And when it comes to communism's supposed to not even have a central fucking government.
Do you think we've got... Okay, how many Americans do we have left? Just you?
Yeah, that's me.
All right. So, all right, maybe you can answer me. Maybe the Canadians can answer me. Do you think that it's because of isolation that most of Americans live in? They don't really get to experience up other form of politics or governments that they just think that their way is the right way and nothing else is going to work. Because dealing with Americans, I know that most of them have never left their states. Some of them never left their state. Some of them haven't even left their town in their entire life. Not because of a fault of their own. Some of them can't afford it, and some of them just don't need to because the state is like the United States is a huge country. But do you think that's a factor?
I haven't left my fucking house in months. And somehow my ass is capable of going, hey, communist theory actually looks pretty good. It's just that whole part where you hand everything to the government and they never give it fucking back.
But you read through every single political theory and went, hey, some of them have quite a lot of good things except for humans, so let's just blow up all humans and solve the problem.
Well, yeah, humans are the problem. That's the takeaway from everything you can research on the internet.
Just to give a message to C-Skimmer, just a message to C-Skimmer, check your DMs. I've just sent you the link. You should be coming in very soon. And just to anybody else out who would like to come in and have a chat with us today, just have a look at that bottom right-hand corner there with the little arrow there, beautifully rendered by my very own hand. You can come in and have a chat with this lot if you really want. At RSOLGTP, send me a message, follow, and I can DM you the Hangout link and you can come in and talk shit. Carry on.
That's what we're doing.
Sort of going back to what Habib said there, I don't think it's... I think isolation is definitely a facet of it, but I think it's more reinforced by like a very tribalistic political system that sort of roots them in like one way of thinking. So, for example, if you live in sort of like a red state, like let's say Idaho, even if you've been to other countries where they have these programs, you'll come back and automatically, like, everyone around you will reinforce the idea that no, this is a bad idea. No, you can't be doing that. We can't have healthcare like that. Don't work. I think it's a lot of that sort of tribalism that reinforces that.
But again, tribalistic societies happen to be isolationist as well. They have to. Like I said, there are some Americans that traveled abroad. Yet, from my own experience, and I know it's an anecdote here, but when I was in India, it was only the American tourists that were looking around in Bombay for a McDonald's.
Yeah.
That's
the reason why that's so isolationist if there are tribalist societies because otherwise they can't sustain their tribalism.
All right. You're arguing right now, like, is the egg or the chicken which came first?
And I think in this case, it's sort of they've grown they've grown at the same time.
Well, the thing is, to be isolationist, you have to be somewhat tribalistic, and to maintain your tribalism, you have to be somewhat isolationist.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong. I mean, for the listeners and Americans that are here, I'm not saying it as a fault of your own because I come from a tribalistic society as well. But it might be a symptom.
Be my fucking fault. I'm like the worst possible example. I've abandoned society altogether.
Tribalism, as with religion, for example, comes a lot out of suffering. You will find that people, a certain set of peoples, for example, who may have been subjugated by a king or an empirical force or whatever like that, will band together, all of their little tribes, and they will band together to form some sort of alliance in order to basically evacuate whoever is basically trying to subjugate them all.
See, I think this is where the skeptic community should kind of differ, if you don't mind me using that term. It's kind of...
What, differ?
The community.
I'm just
no.
It's what I'm here to do.
Well, it's a bit of a colloquial term, but we don't really differ.
Hello. Ooh. Ugh.
Yeah.
Didn't bother with an avatar then? Ugh.
No.
Go get an avatar.
You're not. You're not. It's that we do have a dress code here. To be perfectly frank, mate.
No.
Oh well. If you want to come in naked, that's up to you. Hello. This is C. What was your second?
Skimmer.
C. Skimmer. And,
yeah.
Hello, mate. Welcome to the open house. I believe this is your first time here. You're C. Skimmer 2. If anybody wants to follow you, let me get you up on the guest list. Can't have you looking bad. Welcome. This is the point where you kind of go, yeah, I'd like to say something.
Why do we have to have the budget then for Sea Skimmer? Why do we have to have Sea Skimmer 2? Why can't we have Sea Skimmer 1? Or can't we afford it?
I don't know.
I just whenever created the name.
That's fair enough.
I didn't know.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
But anyway, what have you got to bring to the table here, Sea Skimmer?
I'm new to this. I've never done a live stream or anything like that before.
Well, imagine it's just like a conversation. The open house works something like this. Imagine yourself walking into a hotel lobby, the reception just in front of you. There's a little bar over to the left-hand side, with nobody actually attending it because nobody ever turns up here, really. Over to your right-hand side, there are 9 chairs, leatherette. They're a bit cheap, but they sort of like go with the rest of the decor. And a nice sort of rosewood stroke oak coffee table.
I wanted a Barcelona chair.
There's a small pug over there on the rug.
They haven't got enough money in the budget. And just behind those seats is where the band is. Welcome. What would you like to drink?
You forgot about the rug. You know, there's the small pug.
The rug's at the moment at the dry cleaners.
Wait, where am I supposed to shit?
Well, stop.
In the garden.
Anyway, Sea Skimmer, now's your chance. This is your big moment, mate. You are now in front of a crowd of 39 people. I hope it's not too daunting for you.
39 people, wow. You know how to draw a crowd.
I know.
Wait, how in the fuck did you get 39 people? It's usually like 6.
Well, I happen to be here, so
yeah, I managed to wrangle a few sort of slightly less than small names in.
Yeah. Hello.
So that's how.
It's all my fame.
Yeah, this is how
you're getting it all.
Yeah, I'm getting the views by basically taking theirs. That's how it works here. Yeah, I'm basically just a
the only time that I felt, I'm a bit, maybe I'm famous. I don't know. Like, it's weird. Is 2 days ago when I went to a pub and someone recognized me and I was like, this is weird.
yeah. It's slightly scary for you because you're living in sort of like and what you're advocating for. I mean,
you're not the only person who's been recognized.
Do you know the most people that we've ever had in the open house was 600. That was awful.
What big names did you have to bring in?
No, that was actually when we were a much smaller group, but there was a lady that came in. Her name is Leanna Kay, who was...
Leanna Kay. Was that the day we made her cry?
Well, we didn't make her cry, no. But if you could imagine, basically, there was a group of people that was led by the sucker of internet aristocrats cock that came in to basically try and have a little bullying campaign against her because she dared to say something controversial like asking Milo to verify his sources. But anyway, but enough of that, Sea Skimmer. Like I said, what can I help you with?
I just decided to pop in.
All right, okay, fine.
All
I just wanted to listen just a little bit earlier than everybody else.
No, I just I heard Joe was talking about the elections and stuff, and I decided, hey, why not pop in and talk about it?
So you put your cross on in a box, did you?
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry. It's AIDS or cancer was your decision making this year. What do you want?
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
Turd. And you went for the gold encrusted turd instead. Fair enough. Moving on. Obviously, we're talking about and I would like to basically be the head of the spear in a resurgence of the militant middle, and basically looking to the left and to the right and kind of going, "Can you people shut the fuck up?"
I don't know, man. That sounds nice, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Oh, but it can. All we have to do is believe, sir. That's how it works. You've got to believe in yourself, and you've got to believe in the fact that logical consistency will trump political expediency eventually.
Or you can give up on humanity and advocate the extinction of humanity.
Okay.
I don't think it'll happen, Robin, but I think the attempt is worth it.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Here we are. This is the moment. This is history that we're talking about, gentlemen. You are there right now at the head of the spear where we get to split these motherfuckers up and chop their fucking legs off. Let's do this.
I think I was going to make this point earlier, but before C joined. Thank you, C, for interrupting me, God. But with the skeptic community, I kind of feel like we need to be... One of our best advantages is that we're sort of open to people on the left and the right, to voice their opinions. As long as they're voicing their opinions in an intelligent way, as long as they're being civil, you don't have to agree with them. I think we should... The more the merrier. I don't care if you're left, right, centre, whatever. Really,
I think that first bit's going to be a little difficult. I mean,
yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you said they have to be civil and intelligent.
Well, this is the thing. You don't need to make these people civil or intelligent or anything like that. I mean, that lack of civility, that lack of intelligence, will show to your audience that I've said this a lot of times. Yeah, not once, ever has, Christopher Hitchens gone into a debate with somebody and converted them over to his side. Not once. The person that he was debating with, may have lost that debate, but who did he lose it to?
Yeah, but I'm not so much talking about
the audience. Those are the people that are actually listening and taking in this information, finding out something new or whatever. Those are the people that you have to talk to. When you're debating with somebody online or whatever like that, just remember there's probably 100 people watching at the time.
Can I say something really, really controversial?
Oh, yeah, because because we don't do controversial here.
No. I think Hitchens was overrated.
Yeah, well, that's hardly controversial, to be honest with you.
How is that controversial when I'm sitting here trying to, advocate for the extinction of the human species?
The fact that I let you on here means that I overrate
you. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, no, I always found him less compelling, than a lot of the other atheist debaters, because he just seemed to ramble mostly.
Well, the thing is that the attraction that he has to for people a lot of the time is the fact that he was a polemicist. And anyone who is a polemicist, and for anybody who doesn't understand this esoteric term, polemicy is basically a attack argument. So instead of actually just making your argument, defending your position, you basically walk yourselves into somebody else's area and start kicking sand in their face.
I mean,
that is attractive to some people because, as we all know, and nobody's really willing to admit, bullying is fun.
I don't bully people. I stab bullies in the neck.
I don't bully people. I find bigger guys to beat up.
No. Fucking David finds bullies and then bullies them. Well, what he does. That's precisely what a lot of us do.
Yeah, I don't bully bullies. I try to kill them. There's a difference.
Frankly, David, it's not hard for you to find someone bigger than you to try and beat up.
Yeah, I don't think you were there for this one, Vinegar, did you watch that stream I was on with Sargon where we were basically talking about the BLM hashtag? Apparently we weren't. We were actually talking about BLM.
Robin, I know where you're going with this. Yeah. You were talking with Sargon. You were like, look, can we discuss some stuff over here? Can we discuss some of the things on the right? And Sargon was just like, well, no, Robin, no, we're not talking about that. Okay, we're not talking about that. Let's talk about.
We're talking about polemicists. We're not talking about Sargon. Stay on target.
Well, it was the point that I was trying to make was, I said this to a lot of the people shouting "cuck" in the comment section afterwards. I'm really sorry for spoiling your Emmanuel Goldstein moment, and it's the fact that
but Robin,
I was raining on a parade, wasn't I?
Cuck. Cuck is a stupid insult anyway.
Of course it is.
It's basically
let Mr. Vinegar finish. Let Mr. Vinegar finish. He has a point to make, I feel.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah,
let Fox finish then. Let Fox finish.
Cuck is cuck, Robin. No, cuck is such a stupid insult because it's basically used as a label to designate anything that wants to think about. I mean, maybe with Justin Trudeau or someone like that who's quite heavy-handed, it can be acceptable. But with someone like I don't know, a rational thinker being called a cuck, like someone approaching the situation with nuance. It's like
it's right-wing racist. It's just the right-wing version of racist.
Yeah, except
Stop being a cuck.
Except the fact that race, at least racist, means something in the political sphere, so it actually has some power.
Yeah, it is simply a thought terminating cliche.
Yeah, it's a thought-terminating cliche, except it only terminates the thoughts of the already red-pilled alt-righters, and everyone else just looks at it and thinks they're retards.
Yes, I am purple-pilling the world, actually. But yeah, the reason that I brought that up for you, Vinegar, as well, you saw this, of course, and I was basically, we were talking about the BLM kidnapping hashtag. That's what I thought we were going to be discussing, but apparently, no, we were talking about BLM. And that's why sort of like I was, well, people were struggling to get my meaning here, because I was looking at this BLM kidnapping hashtag and kind of going, oh right, so you're just going to blame those people, and it's the wackiest thing, because all you got to do is just change the names and the dates, and suddenly you're using exactly the same rhetoric that you would be lamenting the left wing on 2 years ago when they were talking about Gamergate. I actually did this to them. I changed their own sentences and just turned the words assault to harassment and Black Lives Matter to Gamergate, and then boom, it was just, and it was like they just won't accept it. And this is the saddest thing more than anything else. I remember going on to Sargon's streams when he had like about 10,000-15,000 people in there and stuff like that, yeah. When he used to actually communicate with them as well, because when I go on somebody's stream, I will talk to the comment section. And he wasn't there. Jeff said one thing, and none of the other YouTubers that were in there said a goddamn thing to any of these people. It's a bit sad, really, that they've become very insulated away from their audience
I think you get to a point where you just have too many subscribers to do that.
Well,
I have to admit.
No, I think
that
it's too many.
When you get to a certain height.
I think it's too many videos. That's the thing. I don't go on stream after stream after stream after stream for good reason, because otherwise I don't actually get to discuss it with these people. But if I'm
you're a crazy person who wants to talk to everyone in the comments,
it's simply this. If I've got a Patreon out there that basically is done per video, yeah, I'm going to be releasing video after video after video after video all the fucking time. That's the difference I feel. It's got you can present plenty of time for your people in your comment section and actually give some reverence to the video that you're actually doing, and to the people that are actually there listening and stuff like that. There's no excuse just because there's a lot of them. You don't have to answer everybody, But the thing that sort of like I was saying, I don't know if you were there for it, when it was interesting to note that I made two jokes really in that whole stream. And the first one didn't really go down particularly well, and I was just basically made the point and said, why? Because somebody was saying that these kids were attacking a Trump supporter, and I asked this person on Twitter, why do you think this person is a Trump supporter? Is it because he's retarded? Right?
Yes.
And that was so, even Jeff was kind of going, yeah.
Oh, come on.
But Sargon was silent.
That was kind of me.
Yeah, Sargon was absolutely silent. Yeah,
Rob, let's be honest. A lot of Hillary supporters are also retarded because they go into the booth, they see 2 boxes to tick, and they can't work out which one is Trump and which one is Hillary.
But the other joke that I made was I basically said that I checked the skin color of this kid that had been bullied, and he does seem to share a similar shade with Sean King. So maybe actually this was maybe black on black. And then, Rip Roy, they love that. Oh, that was a great one, Robin, says Sargon. All this sort of thing. And that just sort of shows you that they're perfectly happy to have sort of jokes and all this sort of business, but it really depends on who you're picking on as to whether it's
I don't know,
funny.
Because
I know that
seems
both
a little
of those,
mean just
because I
pick
know
on
for
someone
a
who's
fact
retarded.
that both of those were fucking hilarious.
Do you follow Who Needs Nuance when you have memes? They have a Facebook and a Twitter page.
No.
They're basically, they post sort of image macros just taking the piss out of like extremist ideologies. The thing is that I like about them is that they're willing to criticize like anyone. Like they're willing to criticize.
Another one is I think it's Are Politics Real? That's it.
That's the same person.
Oh, is it? Yeah. Well, because I know our politics real is like multiple people, because I know most of them. Like they used a couple of them were. One of them was definitely was a YouTuber that I used to know and was friends with, but he kind of quit YouTube.
Is that Nate talks to you?
No.
Okay.
That was Senor Mint Bagel.
Ah, okay. Because the thing I like about them is because they actually try to pick on everyone quite evenly. They'll insult the social justice warriors, they'll insult the alt-right, they'll insult, contemporary politicians and things like that.
They'll even they'll insult pretty much anyone. It's great.
And the butthurt, from when they insult their side, from the commenters, is hilarious.
Yes.
It's the alt-righters who are the worst, because I think the social justice warriors know to leave well enough alone, but the alt-righters who follow the page then suddenly get insulted and have to defend their faith in the comments.
Well, no, I mean, the alt-right doesn't have a swath of fucking block bots and blockchains. That's the reason why you rarely get this essay, one of these SJWs just pop up in your mentions, just like white fucking privilege is a thing, as opposed to white genocide from the other side.
It only seems that only big accounts get that, really, really popular people like Blair or Lauren or whatever, really popular edgelord types. They get people hounding them, but everyone else, it seems, they don't get attacked. I think it's when you break into normie Twitter, that's when you start getting
normie Twitter.
Yes.
Normie.
Yeah. When you get into any of the places, when you get close enough to normie Twitter, that's when you start getting quote tweeted by retarded SJWs.
Yeah, just to make everybody aware, there are different types of Twitter out there. There's black Twitter. There's right-wing Twitter. There's left. There's Dem Twitter. Some people will get confused by what does Dem Twitter. It's basically it's quite close to black Twitter, but in a gated community.
The far right Twitter, it's full of a lot of literal homophobes recently.
And alt-right Twitter is amazing. They fucking hate me. It's awesome.
Do you know what the best?
You could always come to my side of Twitter.
The best. Go on.
The cute animal Twitter. That's Oh. No.
I mean, if I was on alt-right Twitter,
it's just you.
If I was on alt, if I was on alt-right Twitter,
I've got Otter Jesus still. Sometimes.
And thousands of housewives.
With alt-right Twitter, there, man. If I was a part of alt-right Twitter, I would endlessly fuck with you, David, because as you know, you sometimes get a little too agitated sometimes. Such a shame.
Give him a chance. He's a young man.
I sort of
still got so much
agitation on Twitter.
testosterone running around those veins.
No, I get agitated. I get agitated at actual alt-righters doing shitty things like woes, and I get agitated at real political issues. But when it's the Twitter tards, I can't really get angry at them. They're just retards.
No, David, I've seen you spurg out on a handful of fucking occasions. It is the funniest thing I've ever seen.
If I am using
Left-wing
all
king
caps,
of spaghetti.
that's for emphasis, not anger.
Actually, Spino, when you start getting pissed off, you do end up dropping a lot of grammatical parts of your sentences. you really, really fuck up, and your grammar turns to that of an angry teenager.
Whoa, Sal. Don't. If you're going to start picking on how people write their tweets, my friend, I've got a dictionary to say.
Darling, I am picking on someone's grammar, not their spellings.
Oh well, okay. That's so much different when nobody can understand the words at least. But at least you're grammatically correct while you misspell every single word.
I'm pretty sure when I'm mocking people, I sort of do shitty grammar on purpose. That's the only time I really do it.
Yeah, but you're kind of self-aware then. You're kind of self-aware that you're doing it. I think he's referring to when you're not as self-aware that you're doing it.
Yeah, when you look like you're actually angry, you seem to fuck up your grammar.
Like
Yeah,
sometimes
I've
people
noticed
do the same. They don't use capital letters a lot when they feel like being lazy. It's kind of like a character trait.
Yeah, I do that as well.
I was just making a joke. It's the day of the rope for David right now. I'm sorry, man.
But the best Twitter feed is. Do any of you follow Isaac Cohen?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Arab Twitter is just
Oh my god.
It's
oh
just
no, don't even.
It's unreadable, but it's great.
I can tell you a lot about it.
Yeah, I'm really hoping Bing finally works out a way of fucking translating this shit, because it's just Greek to me right now.
It's very, very slang. It's going to be hard to translate.
Look at like Arrow Twitter, and I'm just like, I don't know if I'm reading the script for Lord of the Rings, or like, are they? do they want to fucking lynch me? Like, are they saying happy things? Because like, I have no idea.
Are they just quoting the Quran?
A lot of
idea. It's like listening to a German. Germans always sound like they're fucking angry when they speak German, but they could be saying the nicest thing in the world.
So I'm not the only one who's noticed that. Then it's Germans and the Japanese. They always sound pissed off.
Is that because of the Axis in World War II?
No, that's Mandarin Chinese you're thinking about.
Don't forget
they
the
sound like
Greek.
they're barking orders at you all the time when they're actually asking you if you've had a nice time.
You'll have nice time in restaurant.
Yes, I promise I will. Sorry.
Because I'm Welsh, I can actually speak Welsh, and it's very kind of sing-song languagey.
Stop.
No, Welsh is not a real language. The Welsh are not.
Yeah, you're not welcome here.
People.
We already told you about this. You're not allowed to do that anymore. Anyway, you're only allowed to speak freely in English.
Isn't Spino? You live in Wales, don't you? Like, or you are Welsh?
Doxing.
No, I've been. I study in Wales. But yeah, so I'm here now. And I should be here for a while.
I'm just helping the alt-right here. Don't mind me.
Yeah, if any of you would like
No,
to
if they
try
fucking
and kill him, he is studying in Wales. That shouldn't be too difficult for you to find him.
It's basically outside of the one or two cities. It's basically a wasteland. Like Chernobyl's got nothing on it.
That's true.
Yeah, but corn.
No. In all honesty, though, if the alt-right does, if some alt-right tard does come after me, I'm not scared. As long as there's no genuine.
We have hills, apathy, and disgust for the British.
So you don't have corn.
They can't grow corn on those hills, mate.
Let's put it this way.
You call that a wasteland.
During the Brocolis outbreak a few years back, the death rate in Wales went from equal to the rest of the United Kingdom to over 50 times the rest of the United Kingdom combined. Although, of course, they do count sheep in their statistics.
Wales commit suicide in a beautiful surroundings.
That should be an ad. That's even funny.
I'll do that if you want. I wanted to actually do like a spoof advert for Cornwall, and it's like Cornwall, beautiful hilly countrysides obscured by hedgerows.
Yeah, I mean that could be an ad for like northern Quebec where I live, because 80% of the time it's like fucking Alaska, and then there's like these 2 months where it's Arizona. It's unbearably hot or unbearably cold. Pick
where
one.
Arctic tundra meets desert.
Oh, so you've basically got the same bullshit as fucking Indiana. It's like, hey, it's summer, I can't breathe, it's too hot. It's winter, I'm freezing to death.
No, I guarantee you the winters suck fucking way harder here. They really do. Like, I go outside and sometimes...
This year, I mean, it hasn't...
Are we really getting to the point where we're now talking about the weather?
Yes. This is such a British conversation.
I know, it's getting bad, man. We've got to move this on.
I'm not sure that's weather as much as it's climate.
Who are you people?
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Kenny.
It's semantics.
Thank you for your great question, Kenny. Kenny asks, how'd I end up here? Who are you people? Kenny, this is the open house. Welcome. This is a place where you or anybody else on the internet can come on here and be total fucking assholes. These are my regular arseholes, with a few people who are obviously it's their first time in arseholedom. So obviously you've just turned up yourself. Welcome. If you'd like to come and actually have a chat with us, you can. Just have a look at the little arrow there pointing to @RSOLGTP. Go on to Twitter and send me a message and a follow, and I will send you the link directly to your home, and you can come in here and wag chin with the rest of it.
Yeah, come on, man. It's starting to get dead in here.
Answer there by Maximilian in the chat. Some internet autists. That's basically hits the nail on the head.
If you ever wanted to do a promo for the open house, you can just say, "Hey, do you know Brett Keen's hangouts?" Yeah, complete opposite. Absolute complete opposite.
I've never been to a Brett Keane hangout.
Oh, it's fucking fun. It's fun. I mean, like, all you have to do is just sit there and just ask him questions, and he'll be like, "Well, I don't know situation. What are you talking about? I mean, hey, can you field this question there, mac and cheese?" Like, that's all it is. Like, he just asks other people to field his questions, and then he's, "Oh, well, I gotta go get a haircut situation." And then he takes off for 8 hours. It's
No, I don't know if is it the same kind of way you enjoy a movie like
Oh
The
my
Room?
fucking god! Someone is trying to get into my Twitter account.
Oh, it begins. Why?
Honestly, no, they've been trying to do it for. I guess they've been making several attempts today. Because I keep getting emails from Twitter
Dual
saying
notification,
that I'm getting, someone trying to reset my
Dual
password.
security, link it to your cell phone, mate. They tried that with me.
Oh, I have linked it to my phone. And I've linked.
I don't have a phone. I'm pretty fucked then.
Actually, no. Here's the fucking weird thing. It was a few months ago. Right before I came up to. It was in September, I think. Yeah, it was in September. I had to change my phone out, my SIM card out, so I had to change my number on everything. So I deleted my number from both my Twitter and my YouTube, so I could verify. And then suddenly, I get hacked. Some hacking group decides to choose that specific point to hack into my fucking my Twitter and YouTube, and then it's like, and then they even uploaded video and shit. It was weird.
I vaguely remember that, actually.
Harry Fed says Spino. It's probably the Russians.
Yeah, probably the Russians. And so it was just the strangest timing.
Yeah. Did anyone see this recently? That C-SPAN, for no apparent reason, just had RT suddenly come on for about half an hour.
Really?
Yeah, just out of nowhere. Just C-SPAN's going on, and then something switched over, and basically they're just it's just Russian times. They're really starting to fuck with them now, aren't they? It's just we're just gonna fuck with your TV now. How's this? It's like, what the fuck? They're taking over our fucking television now? What the fuck?
Well, I mean, I don't really know. I don't really know if we have enough information to really judge whether that's like a deliberate thing or not. But I mean, it could be.
I don't think we're ever. The thing is, I don't think we're ever going to know. I mean, it's people talking about weapons of mass destruction at this point. You're never gonna, even if you did have that data put out to you, I don't necessarily think people would believe it anyway. I mean, you look into the Donald Trumps out there are basically saying, well, these people, got WMDs wrong, so why should we trust them now? And it's like kind of going, so we're not going to trust anonymous sources. We're not going to trust government sources, and we're not going to trust news sources.
Can I just say
let's trust some random on the internet.
No.
YouTube.
Let's be honest here. News sources is government, and
here's what they want to trust. According to Trump, he wants to have his people look into it, and he's going to have a press conference in a couple of days about the whole accusations. However, these are the same people that he referred to as his people that gave him very concise and accurate evidence that Obama was not born in the USA. So,
can I just say
something? But like,
Okay, can I just say something about the WMDs thing? Because it's something that's not really known. Okay, we're talking about Iraq, aren't we now, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, just to clarify. There were no nuclear weapons there, that's correct, but there were chemical weapons there, which constitute
we
weapons
sold
of
them.
Yeah, they constitute weapons of mass destruction. I think the governments were very sort of hinting that it was nuclear, but I don't know if they explicitly said,
Yes,
they
they
have
said
nuclear
that they
weapons.
had nuclear arms ready to fire within 45 minutes of Saddam Hussein saying so.
Yeah.
Did they specifically say nuclear?
Specifically nuclear, yes.
Okay.
The possibility is that they actually had some yellow cake uranium that was done by the United Nations for
No, I think there was a threat of a dirty bomb.
No, the news outlets here didn't have the narrative of nuclear weapons. They were referring to the chemical weapons, especially the chemical weapons that he used during the First and Second Gulf War against Iran and Kuwait. So yes, he had a stash of those. Yet guess what? He already used them.
Because they were all out. Well, the thing is, when we sold them to him, they do have a use-by date, folks. And they were well out of date. And that yellow cake that we discovered, we just so happened to have the receipt for them as well. That's all that it was. It was just yellow cake. He'd done nothing with it.
Yeah. He didn't do nothing. He was a good boy.
No, it wasn't that he was a good boy. He was our boy. And then when he wasn't our boy, then he wasn't a good boy.
The reason he didn't do anything with the yellow cake uranium is because we didn't help him. We were supposed to have people go in there and help him set up a small nuclear power plant. This is why we gave him the yellow cake uranium to begin with. We were basically going, hey, you can have some nuclear power now. And then we spent 5 years going, yeah, we're going to do it tomorrow. Yeah, we'll do it soon. Yeah, call us back next month.
Oh, you want
we'll get to it
those
next
types
week.
of isotopes? So yeah. It was, but like I said, I mean, the thing is, it wasn't the CIA that did this. This was the Bush administration that pushed this forward. They basically said, they of course they've got yellow cake. We sold it to them, boss. And he's like, right, fine, they've got nukes. But no, hang on. Oh, too late. He said it now. And it's like, oh yeah, I'm just going to blame the CIA for my misgivings. Oh right, okay, well done. You can imagine the CIA the CIA are not pleased with how the Bush administration basically threw them under the bus either.
Now, here's what annoys me about this whole thing, especially the new thing with Trump. It is okay to be skeptic over what the CIA has to say. It's okay. I mean, I'm okay with people going like, the CIA would say something. Yeah, they lied about a lot of things. They changed governments before. And one of their methods of controlling the narrative and, people is just lying, outright lying. So it's okay to be skeptical. However, it's the selective skepticism. Like, I'm skeptic of what the CIA has to say. But Trump? No, can't be skeptic there. Whatever he says has to be truth. Because it's God Emperor fucking Trump.
Are you saying that Trump could lie?
Well, there's the other thing, of course, is that, for example, there's a load of people that have been preaching this up at the moment of saying that all of this pissgate business, I hate the way they call it pissgate because there was a damn sight more in there than just basically people peeing on beds.
Also, it was a lot funnier when it was being called P-Otus.
Yeah, that was quite nice.
But anyway,
that's amazing.
But anyway, yeah. That they were willing to believe a 4chan troll on poll saying we made it up. And I'm sitting there kind of going, so an anon says that the anon source was an anon. Okay, is this the world that we're in at this point?
Yeah, seems legit.
Where'd the information come from?
You know?
Where was the original sort of start
This was
of the
from a
information?
British
British
MI5. He was hired by those that were looking to dig dirt into old Trumpy. And this is what they actually found. This person then shared this information with FBI, CIA, and various other intel agencies. There was a dossier out there that they were looking at, and then what happened was BuzzFeed managed to get hold of it and published it. And of course, because all of this is untrue, even though nobody has actually said that it's untrue in the sense of proving that it was untrue. And the person who basically, when they were talking about somebody going over to Prague or whatever like that, the guy who said he wasn't in Prague posted a picture of his passport. The front of his passport.
And he's like, this is evidence. Like, you see, this is a passport. And I haven't been to Prague. And I'm like,
that's
so?
the front. Yeah, I mean, that's the front of your passport. No, yeah, they don't stamp it on the front, you fucking idiot.
Is it like supposed to be some abstract symbolism or something like that?
I don't know. I mean, I suppose it's a bit like the abject symbolism of all of those files that Trump had to the side of him, saying that those were all his businesses, with nothing written on them. You know, maybe that's sort of that shows that he's basically completely bankrupt. I mean, at one point or another, I do remember him telling his daughter that this homeless guy on the street had $8 billion more than he did.
Yeah, because he owes so much. Yeah, no, I remember that comment.
You know, an article of association of a business. I mean, if those were his businesses, let's say, an article of association with all its amendments, even with a business as old as Trump's, which is not that old, really, would be maximum, I would say, 50 pages. So those files are complete and utter bullshit.
And there's you know, generally speaking, when you're filing stuff away, you usually put some sort of label or maybe writing on the files.
They have to They have to be notarized, and notarized papers tend to have these like stamps. Some, like in the US, they do this ribbon and a stamp, so they would have a little bit of a lump when you file them together and stack them together like that. There was none of those there, so maybe they're copies. You would say that they're copies. Maybe. Okay, let's give them that.
Cool.
Then why are there so many?
Reach from Nightmare Fuel wants to come in. Can I let him in?
Yeah, please do. Just share the link.
So even if let's say they would be copies of the original papers, then why are there so many of them? Because I mean, even if you go through all of Trump's businesses, let's say he has 100 businesses, which he doesn't, but let's say 100 organizations and establishments under his name, he wouldn't have so many files. It just doesn't have. And for people that go like, "Oh, you worked in banking in the Middle East," yeah, guess what? Most of my Saudi clients had American partners, and those American partners would send me their article of associations, and all of them were notarized in the USA.
Yeah, have a look at that tweet, guys. That's what I did to that, because looking at the way his fingers were at the time, I thought I'd do something about that.
Habib, how do you guys do banking without Jews?
Well, we replace the Jews with like orange juice, and it kind of works.
Yeah, I mean, but that's not efficient, right?
Well, I have a important question. Is it normal orange juice or orange juice from concentrate?
Oh, no, Hitler could probably tell you about all the orange juice with pulp.
So, do you like that picture, guys? I thought I didn't spend too much time on it, but I thought it just sort of like said exactly what I thought about that particular bit.
You need to post it in side chat.
Yeah, I did post it in the side chat.
That works. That works.
I sort of asked my father that question, then I asked Habib there a while ago, and I was like, "How do you think they do taxes and all that stuff without Jews?" And he was just like, "TurboTax. It puts all the Jews out of business." Nigga, TurboTax.
The thing I love about anti-Semites is the sort of insecurity about the Jewish people. Like they almost feel as if the Jewish are superior to them, and yet they claim superiority over the Jewish. It's like,
actually, you know,
why don't you run the
IQ
banking
studies.
sector then?
You know the IQ studies that were done in the 1940s and 50s, the ones that found that black people are genuinely less intelligent than white people, they found that Jews are genuinely less intelligent than black people.
Well, there's some fuel for you outriders watching.
The thing is, the Jews that went to America at that
pronounce
time...
it correctly, the Jews.
The Jew who went to America at that time had this wonderful thing where they decided...
Decided what?
They decided to invest everything they could into their children's life. They did everything they could to make their kids have a better life. And thus, they've actually managed to raise the IQ of their next 2 or 3 generations. Because a huge amount of IQ
you know what?
is the education you have gone through and how you were raised.
Like, just to play devil's advocate.
Now that we're talking
advocate
about
for,
Jews, here come the jokes. I can fit 6 million Jews in my ashtray, yes.
Now,
Hilarity
like I'll play for the crazy, the Jews theory type people out there, there's sort of alt-righters that are have a propensity for that argument. The Jews put out that study so that you would not fucking take them seriously.
Oh.
plan.
I mean, that kind of failed because, like, now they're like supposedly on top. So why put out that study?
You know how serious the alt-right actually are about what they say is almost amusing enough to simply justify them. You know, the risk of them actually being serious, or the risk posed by them.
Well, that's the thing, you see. You know, I mean, we were talking a few times about the edges of this world, you see.
Oh, yes.
And, you know, for people in the skeptic community, of course, it's taken a while for anybody to sort of, you know, some of us...
Be skeptical.
Well, yeah, some of us were already on that sort of thing and kind of go, you know, like I said, I'm not the youngest of people, so, you know, a 20-something trying to bullshit me, I'm going to be able to spot that. Whereas sort of like maybe, you know, I mean, obviously you went full sort of, you know, all guns blaring at him, didn't you, Spino? About his dog whistle politics type deal.
Yeah.
And, you know, this is the thing, you just don't know with them because they instead of, you know, at least with the social justice warriors, you know where you stand. Because they wear their stupidity right out there. Whereas these guys know that if they go in there with their bullshit straight away, everyone's going to look at them kind of going, dude, you're a fucking crazy person. What the fuck are you talking about? Whereas, you know, and they know this. And so they have to sort of, you know, dress it up in a slightly different way. And that it's like a toddler trying to work out what they're allowed to fucking touch. You know, they're always sort of like just dancing over here and then running away quickly, just you know, just before you fucking bite their fingers off. And they're kind of going just a little in here. Oh no, they spotted me. And they're they're timid creatures. You know.
Yeah.
Look at Edgy. The moment somebody basically just brought up the fact that he's done this and done this, what did he do? Just ran, gone. I'm going to close down my account because I'm bored.
Yeah, if the weakness of the SJW that leads them into that, the fallacy in their head, the bias, I mean, is outrage, then with the alt-right, it's definitely paranoia. They've got this massive, huge ass conspiracy theory, and I'm sure some of them are very angry about it, but most of them just seem to have this sort of solemn, devoted belief that something just has to be done.
Well, it's.
I mean, like, if you look at the history of like white nationalism in the United States, it's like if they come out just as what they are, it doesn't work. It doesn't convince everybody. Number one, because there's a social taboo on like white nationalism. There's a huge history of like slavery and racism, and people like fucking avoid these people like the plague. And number two, I mean, if you get like someone who's an okay with their rhetoric. It's getting like all this nice and pretty stuff. Oh no, we don't want to kill all the black people. Okay, we're completely different, but we're still the same kind of. Well, you get somebody like that, it's very easy to infiltrate communities of like skeptics and start spouting off ridiculous shit.
If you go to that video if you go to that video that Spino actually mirrored. It's interesting that he was talking, you know, showing a lot of what Millennial Woes was saying, and one of the things he said was, of course, yeah, you know, we shouldn't really say this on YouTube.
Yeah,
we need to keep this to ourselves.
Actually, I do also have an archive of one of the questions from Millennial Woes AMA, where he's asked, "What do we do if there's a terrorist attack?" And he says, "Disavow. Even if you agree with it."
Oh wow! I heard the very same thing from Islamists here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, because it's. Sorry.
Yeah, these people are much more like Islamists than they are SJWs. This is the thing that I don't think a lot of anti-SJW types who are seeing the problems with the alt-right seem to grasp. These people are worse than social justice warriors.
Spino, you mean the people that are obsessed with their Christian white identity of Europe, that have a almost theological hatred of everyone else, are similar to ethnic Arabs that are devout Muslims that have a hatred to everyone that is not a devout Muslim? I mean, it's almost as if they have the same method of thinking to an extent.
But it is worth reiterating and mentioning to a lot of people, because the way we do talk about it, because of like the culture where we've just been fighting ourselves as a group or whatever, we're generally going, hey, you're just like the last lot. But yeah, you're right. We should.
I think for one, the alt-right has already managed to work out an immunity to this accusation of being like SJWs, and the second is that
call you an SJW before you get the chance.
Yeah, they're already doing it to us.
It's not only that. Here's the thing. It's not only that. It is that you have some of them that are brazen about applying the same tactics that they disagree with, just so they can win. And I have faced some of them, and some of them don't even identify as alt-right, but they do, sort of parrot their narrative every now and then. And I'm like, no, this is, like, what you're saying here is a method that I don't agree with. This is something that the social justice warriors do. This is something that the Islamists do. And they're like, we don't care. If we don't try to use these kind of tactics, then we don't win.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, I've faced these people too.
Anyone give a fuck about what they identify as, or what they say they identify as?
Yeah, I mean,
or
but
what
like
they say they believe, because they're using bad tactics, and that alone is enough reason to dislike someone.
I don't know. I think we can add to the pile, though. There's a lot of brouhaha about people who have some sort of gender identity, but there's as little reason to believe in this, ethnic identity as well. Really, it is just, what do you happen to feel a kinship with, and it's like, oh well, and therefore, reality doesn't matter.
To sort of build on to what Habib was saying, yeah, these people fight identity politics with identity politics, and they use sort of the same sort of logical train as, well, if you're going to fight somebody with a gun, you might as well fight them with a gun.
And the worst part is they're trying to make noise out of people like us. And the reason we got pissed off with and started arguing with the people using identity politics is because of the identity politics.
Yeah, that's precisely it. That was my entire point of contention, was that I don't like your identity politics, and not for any other reason but that it's inherently faulty in its fucking design.
Yeah, but what they heard was, I don't like your type of identity politics.
Well, no, I mean, even in certain cases, it's not that it was that. It's that it's that you're using identity politics wrong. It's the exact same type of identity politics. They're just doing it wrong in their eyes.
It's the same shit, different toilet.
Yeah, and I have noticed a lot of people, especially in the alt-right, they're like, oh, I used to be one of these leftists, and now I've seen the truth. No, okay.
# red pilled.
Yeah, okay.
As we all know,
those people
on the left always call themselves leftists, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you didn't see the truth. You were fooled by the same bullshit that SJWs were when they were leftists.
Okay,
it's the exact same fucking thing.
I hate to pull a Robin here and bring this back to someone like Sargon.
Is that the new phraseology? Is it pulling a Robin?
I was thinking about him as well, actually.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull a Robin here. Yes, and go to Sargon and go to one of my few conversations with the guy, where one of them was like, we have to have a label to be taken seriously, and that was when he was like, let's go into rationalist or humanist. And all the streams that I had with him, I was opposed to that idea, and he was like, yeah, let's just do this thing, let's be a label. And I'm like, no, you're just playing identity politics. And his whole narrative was like, you can't win unless you have an identity, because he wanted to fight in their own game, in their own
Well,
rules.
it sounded like he wanted to be the leader of his own little cult.
Not only that, remember that's business with the Drexel professor that's joked about white genocide, and Sargon went after him, and with a lot of his fanboys and a lot of people that supported him as well, they were after the guy's job. And I'm like, wait, you're gonna fire a guy because of a joke? And he's like, well, they already set the rules. That is their game, and we need to play with their rules so we can win. I'm like, no, you're against those rules. You just don't apply the same tactics. And he's like, I'm okay. And I'm quoting him because I don't want to sound like I am just putting words in his mouth. I'm quoting him word by word here. He's like, I'm okay with tainting my principles, but because of the end goal, I am going to win.
The ends justify the means.
I saw.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. That's not.
Done with it.
No, that's a tactic that works. That's not a tactic that ever works. It's not worth it. It's not worth fucking over your own convictions. It is not.
Yeah, and it's not only that. Here's the thing: when someone is so laxed about their own principles, then they cannot be trustworthy.
I mean,
that's as simple as it is.
They certainly can't having a go at people who don't have, and this is here's where I call you out on this one, Sargon. Unethical. You're now at the point where I've got to go Gamergate on you.
Yeah. Like
hashtag Sargon's a Jew.
Yeah, about the same time as that Drexel Uni professor's tweet about the genocide joke thing, or just after that, I think. After they were whipped up on the day, I saw Vernaculus basically attacking Tim Blake about it basically going, you have to defend yourself from me going, you're one of those, therefore you have to answer for these ideas that you hold, even though we decided to put you in this group. And he's just there going, what are you talking about? You're just obviously behaving. Well, he was trying to point out to Vernaculus how stupid it was to be going off the wall about a joke and going, how dare you, double standard.
Well, I had the same conversation with Top Hats and Champagne, and Top Hats and Champagne had a different point of view. He still wanted the guy fired, but he was for a whole different reason. It was because he got into his history, and because he is a professor and he's teaching those kind of ideas, like why genocide is actually something to be mocked, and like white guilt and everything. He's teaching it to his history students. I'm like, yeah, that's a valid reason to go after the guy's job. Just complain to his university. I'm like, hey, I don't want these kind of things to be taught to our kids. I'm okay with that kind of stance, but you don't fire him because of a joke. That is the difference. I mean, you could go after the guy's job if you're against him teaching kids, but to apply the same tactics because of a joke.
And the other thing is, the outrage did not start with people uncovering him defending some kind of genocide in an obscure paper. No, this came from his joke on Twitter.
Yeah.
That was where the outrage came from. And then everyone justifying the outrage because this time the broken clock was right.
Exactly. That's why I made it. It's a little bit different between someone like Top Hats and Champagne going like, yeah, I'm against it. I'm against him, and I'm for his firing because of this, and someone like Sargon that goes like, no, it's because a joke, and I want to play the game with their own rules.
Well, this is exactly the same thing as this when it comes to this BLM kidnapping hashtag as well. And this is, if you can imagine, most of these proponents there, if you ask them, and I asked this of the panel as well, are you a proponent of hate crime as a concept? I'm not saying,
yes.
I'm not
yes,
saying, do you like hate crime? No, I was saying that, and every single one of them was saying, no, I don't. I think hate crime's stupid. But if it's going to happen, then it should be applied evenly. And I made the analogy thusly: the king is attacking our village. He is oppressing us and attacking our village. So I think it would be fair if he attacks that village as well. And then forget about the fact that it's completely unfair for the king to be attacking the village in the first place. I feel secure. Hang on. Now I feel completely secure in the fact that I've got this chain over my wrist because the guy next to me has got a chain on his wrist too. This is the,
I
stupidity of this, and this
actually
is how you actually end up inviting your own doom.
Yeah, I mean, I actually accept the concept of a hate crime as a legitimate legal concept.
I don't. It's thought crime, nothing else.
No, motive is completely it's standard legal practice.
No,
to
motive is to do with actually proving whether somebody was wanting to do it. It's got nothing to do with whether it is a crime or not. A motive for a crime is not a crime.
Well, no, but then okay, there's a difference between first and second degree murder.
That's
Planned
right.
or not
That's
planned,
right. And
planned
one of the
or crime of passion.
Yeah, one of them is
and
a
therefore
no, that's a mitigating circumstance. You're
Okay.
getting it the wrong way round. You're actually compiling something on top of that.
Okay, is an assassination attempt different to a personal murder?
No.
A political assassination attempt. Do you think one holds a
treason.
higher?
No, but
That's
this is
not murder. That's
fatal
treason.
values that we have a disagreement on. Me and Robin already
And
talked
terrorism
about
you're
this
talking
last
about
week.
at this point.
Actually.
And I think that a hate crime is actually, in a way, because racial identity politics is a form of political view. Therefore, in a way, a hate crime is a softer form of terrorism.
Here's the thing when it comes to hate crime.
I think you're completely abusing the word
I
terrorism.
don't, Robin. Okay, let me just say this. I
Jack
do
Hobson
agree with
says I'm right,
I
and
do agree
so,
with you, but to a point when it comes to hate crime being a ridiculous kind of.
But Jack Hobson says that I'm right, and a random on the internet agrees with me. So tough shit.
Here's the thing. I agree with you to a point. In an ideal world, that would be perfect, but we don't live in an ideal world.
No,
And
we were living in that world beforehand, mate.
And in the way society is functioning right now, those kind of laws are a little bit necessary because there are groups that are targeted a little bit more than others.
Yeah,
So,
it's as we came to realize through our discussion last week when we had to go at each other about this when it was just us.
You mean we had a discussion?
Yeah, that's what I meant. I don't take hostile. I don't immediately take hostile conversation to be non-productive.
And we came to multiple different opinions.
Well, it was more that it became apparent that it was not actually that either one of us was correct or incorrect. It's that we actually did have different starting points in our values and what we perceived philosophically the purpose of law and order to be.
Yes, I'm here to protect the innocent. Not to allow people as a way to make innocent people guilty without really doing it. And if you're going to use, say, hate crime and hate speech and all this sort of, because when you say hate crime, it is attached directly to hate speech. If I beat somebody up because they're black and I don't actually admit that I did it because he was black, and I didn't say that he was black or anything like that, then I'm just going to get charged with a crime of assault, for example. But if I just say, yeah, I did it because I didn't like black people or whatever like that, then suddenly you've just got to add extra charges. It's stupid. And also, you don't, and somebody can just say, yeah, well, he said I was black. He said it was because I was black that he hit me.
Well, sure, people can tell tall tales like that, and I agree that that's
and it opens up the sluices for abuse. That's why it's a bullshit thing.
I think whereas the oppositional value that I take to that is that the decision to commit a crime is mitigated by the realization of the punishment for it, and when there is a special interest demographic who has a different tendency to commit that crime, then according to that model you would come to a different punishment associated with it because you're dealing with a different tendency that you're trying to mitigate, which is where my sort of justification is. And from each of our perspectives, myself and Robin, I think both feel perfectly justified, and that's why I say that it's a value difference.
Yeah, so basically what he's saying is that by the I do have to sort of boil it down to a sentence or so. But thank you for being so what's the word?
Thorough.
Comprehensive, let's say. Really, it's you're thinking of basically protecting minorities from feeling as if they've got less sort of say in the law, I'm saying that there are minorities out there that would exploit that law.
No, I wasn't. It's not.
Or at least
what
to
I'm
give
getting
them,
at all.
it's giving the impression, really.
No. If you have, let's say you've got some racists, and because they're racist, they're more likely to commit a crime motivated by racism. So, crimes motivated by racism will occur at a different rate than the same crime not motivated by racism. It's a different category, and the symptom is the same, but the cause is not. And in their mind of the criminal, of the potential criminal,
it's a lack of education.
Thank you for hearing me out, Robin.
No, I'm just saying. Well, you've made that point. I'm just saying somebody with a lack of education is more likely to commit a crime.
Ugh, Robin, you're such a cuck. Oh my God.
I'm talking about the actual process of the decision making. I'm not talking about having a wrong,
Wrong
I mean,
think.
yes, we want to, as in incorrect. We want to minimize crimes committed, and if a person does know all of the information necessary to not commit a crime, but they just decide, you know what, it's worth it because I hate these people that much. Hatred is a powerful emotion, and in the cases where it can then be demonstrated beyond the arbitrary, I don't agree with the sort of SJW, let's tar everyone thing that you described, or the situation that leads to. But there is a different motivation and a different tendency to commit crimes when it's motivated by hate.
Well,
therefore, mitigating that crime does require different punishment, in my view.
Well, like I said, I've had somebody who hates me not because I'm white. I've had somebody that hates me not because I'm white, but just because I'm me. Try to actually exploit those said laws in order to basically fuck with me.
Yes.
So that is somebody who is innocent, basically being subject to those laws.
Yes.
Without having any guilt associated with them. Fuck that shit is my answer. So, and I mean, as far as I was going to say, but I started looking at that picture and enjoying the picture in the top right hand corner there. So I completely sort of lost my train of thought on what I was about to say. But it's the problem that this is that this is all to do with thought.
I have something like to say myself.
And if you're going to, for example, now I remember. That kid Dylan, what's his name? That twatty,
Dylan Roof.
Dylan Roof recently, is that he's got the death penalty. He's had the death penalty. So if he was charged with the death penalty and I don't know, a slap on the wrist before they put him in the gas chamber, I don't know if that's going to put anybody off anymore. The guy is literally, he's saying, I don't give a fuck. I'm, the only person I feel sorry for is myself because I'm going to die now. He is completely, it doesn't matter to him whether it would be charged as a hate crime or not. He's still.
They weren't going to kill him until he did that.
They were. He just murdered 9 people. In cold blood in a church while they were praying. I don't think even if he'd have fucking got to go, I'm really sorry, boys, I won't do it again. I don't think they were going to really be that forgiving out there. I mean, I'm not really one for the death penalty, to be perfectly honest. If it was me, I would have actually subjected him to life imprisonment with community service every single other day, going into a black neighbourhood and repairing their windows. Going into other black neighbourhoods, repairing the streets and stuff like that for his.
Robin,
you can't necessarily do that.
You just want the death penalty for all royalty.
That's actually what I think. What I think the punishment for crimes should be is that you should is whatever your crime was, whatever it was.
It was motivated by that hatred, let's say.
Or not whatever you tried to damage. You should then go and help repair. So if you like shot up a black neighborhood, then you should go and be doing community service for black people. If you were caught stealing money from the poor, then you should be spending the rest of your life helping poor people. That sort of thing.
You can't necessarily do that though.
Well, there is some benefit to the society to be had from keeping him alive, just to understand what's going through his head, so that we can try and deal with this problem that is becoming ever more popular for people to hold these opinions.
He's now a martyr.
Also,
this isn't going to
why
help
someone
anyone.
committed a crime. What you need to do is figure out why they committed it, so then you can try and find a way to stop them doing such things again.
You guys are asking for nuanced answers to a lot of nuanced questions. Do you guys live in America? Or?
Well, here's
that's not a thing.
I know, but here's a nuanced piece of information to consider: is that while these alternatives sound nice, if he was just given life imprisonment, isn't it far more likely that he would just end up being a hero to like the Aryan Brotherhood or whatever the gang is?
Well, dead or not, that's going to happen. However, if they know, those Aryan Brotherhoods out there know that every fucking other day of his life he's having to walk into a black community with his head bound and have to repair somebody's fucking window, kiss their ass, and then move on to the next house and repair some sort of road and stuff like
Robin,
that.
you can't do that.
Yeah,
man.
that would so fucking troll their asses.
No, but Robin, I agree with you. What I'm saying is that this nuanced piece that I'm throwing in here is just
Community service, that's literally what it is.
Restorative justice.
I'm just saying that the likely
guys, you just can't do that though. You can't take a felon.
No, that is literally what
who goes out and kills people, black people, and just tell him to go into a neighborhood and work with tools around a bunch of black people.
Yeah, they didn't. I didn't think just like give him like some repair kit and just like shove him in the shoulder. Go on. No, he would be supervised for fuck's sake. But it's like all community service. Just before we do this though, Piss and Vinegar has to go. It's been absolutely pleasurable, mate. I'm erect just by your very presence.
Actually, speaking of leaving,
all right, take it easy.
Much love,
speaking of leaving, I think I'm gonna call it a day.
Oh my God, Swino, you pussy! You're a student and it's only midnight.
Yeah, well, I need to finish off. I need to finish off my video.
That hentai won't watch itself.
All right, take it easy, David. Take it easy, Robin.
No worries, mate. Take it easy. See you soon.
Take it easy. See ya.
No, but
I guess the question to ask is, what kind of taste does Spino have in hentai?
Semen.
No,
Anyway,
but the observation I'm trying to make there is the likely outcome of him not being given the death penalty, in real terms, given the system he's in, is that he'd just be an inmate and a hero to people he's around. Like, his prison life, it wouldn't necessarily be an unpleasant experience. He would just be in prison with another load of racists, and that people who would just shoot black people and like disguise their intentions and just go, oh no, I'm very remorseful. But he was just like, no, fuck it, I meant to do that. He'd be a hero to people he's actually around.
I think that's that. Well, the thing is, you see, I think that's what he wanted. If you see what I mean, he wants to do. This is, if you have a look a little bit into this little shit's life, this is a cacophony of underachievement. This person couldn't have underachieved more if he tried. Now I know that's
Which alt-righter are we now talking about?
I'm just delighting in the irony of that statement. If you can imagine, this is somebody who has achieved nothing, and this is the only achievement that they can make, is to die on some altar of white nationalism. That's what they want to do. It's the same thing with Anders Breivik. I suspect he would have loved to have died for this cause.
I mean, that's what makes up these movements. Is people who've got nothing. I mean, if you've got a life, then why are you going to go out and kill people? I mean,
not really. Some people get so enshrined in their own ideology that they would go out and kill people, even if they have a very well and balanced life.
Yeah, but they would have some kind of rationalization for why it's worth it.
Yeah, exactly.
They would need one, but once again, if you're rationalizing and you're looking at your own failed businesses, Anders Breivik, And basically the fact that really nothing is going for you, you can't get laid, because even though you're sort of well built and quite good looking, the moment anyone has a conversation with you, they kind of go, oh my god.
Or a certain Scottish bloke who has an arts degree or something, or
Yeah.
who went to study art. Don't know if he passed.
Yeah, exactly. These aren't people that you know. The reason that their life sucks is because they're not surrounded by white people. Of course, that makes perfect sense, doesn't it?
Well, I think there's I think we not as a society or as in academia, criminal psychology there needs to be more focus on this particular process. Because over the last century, it's pretty much dominated Western politics. I mean, it has generally, nationalism has for a lot longer than that. But this particular sort of arbitrary, like a non-chosen affiliation, in particular. There's nation states, and you're born into that, but you still choose to remain loyal or something. But then this thing about saying that it's just some sort of natural state of physical being, not just of circumstance. That you just you should be loyal to this group no matter what, because skin color or something, or heritage.
Yeah, but tribalism.
Yeah, but it seems that the amount of mental illness that we see, or signs of mental illness at least, from many of the most extreme proponents of it, there is a pathway of mental illness here, and that would imply that there is a failing of society that is resulting in this. It's not just some people who happen to have, been sneakily convincing people in back rooms. There is a supply of readily malleable minds being fed into this.
Well done for killing the conversation for everybody.
I do my best.
This is why he doesn't do 10-minute fucking YouTube videos, guys. Yeah, so I mean, focus. I mean, you've probably had your mind, your malleable mind, molded.
Oh yeah.
Just to show that I was actually paying attention.
Yeah, for those who just joined in and probably not familiar with my work, I used to be a very radical Muslim in my youth. I grew up in I would say a very conservative Muslim family, and in my even in school, I used to go to school, and then on Fridays I would go to a madrasa where I was taught religion to an extreme. In my teenage years, I was looking forward to meeting the Hezbollah and fighting the Jews because I wanted to exterminate every single one of them. I believed that gays needed to be killed. These are things that I would look at terrorist attacks that were committed by Hezbollah and I would cheer for them.
Habib, you're missing one thing. Islam is the religion of peace, remember?
Of pieces. Literally
No,
pieces.
peace.
Okay, here's the thing. There was a scene that I cheered for. Probably I shared this on a stream before. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. But there was a scene that I really cheered for, and I was just 12. It was a couple of Israeli soldiers that the Hezbollah just blew up in Lebanon. And they put all the pieces of their bodies on a table, and they were broadcasting it on national TV. And they were like, we would exchange each pieces of these bodies for one of our captive soldiers in Lebanon. It was a gruesome scene, and it was just like kicking them around, kicking all the pieces around. They're just like with the heads, and they're like, "Yeah, you want this head? Give us one of our boys in return." I was a 12-year-old boy cheering for that kind of scene. So, yeah, I was there. I was in that kind of scene. But that gives me an understanding of how brainwashing or internal ideology can just fuck you up, even if you had a very good life, even if you had a future ahead of you. I was doing good in school. I'm from a middle-class family. I was doing pretty well. For fuck's sake, I built my own 486 when I was just 8. So, and you remember, Robin, 486 computers, they were like $2,000-$3,000. They're not cheap. And yeah, I was doing well, but still, I was willing to give all that up just to go and kill myself in the name of an ideology that was so bloody. So when you go like, hey, there were just some people that believe in, let's say, white nationalism, and they want to just martyr themselves. And I see a lot of people just making excuses for them. It might be accurate in some cases. They're like, yeah, it could be mental illness. It could be their failed life, their failed businesses, their failed relationships. But never dismiss the power of an ideology that is brainwashed into your mind as a kid. Because it could be that you have a most successful life ever, but you still want to martyr yourself for that ideology because it holds your entire being. Your entire identity becomes just that ideology. Nothing else matters.
Would you say, like, generally during that time, say as if it wasn't religiously linked, would you say if, say, someone was killed, you would condemn the killing naturally, but if it was in, say, the name of Islam, you would probably say, okay, that's justified then?
Yes. Yes, if someone is killed just because, then I would be like, yeah, killing is not good. But at the time, there were bombings from Hamas and other terrorist groups, and some of them would call them freedom fighters in Palestine. And at the time, they weren't really targeting any military targets. They were actually getting into Israel because, the border control in Israel at the time was more laxed. So they would bomb schools, kindergartens, hospitals, and I would cheer for them.
Because it was in the name of Islam, obviously, yeah.
Yeah, because they were killing the Jews in the name of Islam. And yes, my parents were there cheering for them with me. Actually, my first fight with my parents after I started getting a little bit skeptic was about that, because there was a bombing in a school. No, not in a school. It was a bombing in a mall. And there were a couple of kids that died. I wasn't really even concerned about the adults. I was like, but they killed a bunch of kids. And my mom shouted at me. She's like, so you're being sympathetic to the Jews, to the Israelis? How dare you?
It's just identity politics at work.
Yes.
I had some powerful stuff, man.
I know. I'm sorry to take this in a dark place, but I just wanted to make a point that ideologies can take a hold of your entire being. And no matter how failed of a life you had, or failed relationships, or failed businesses, or maybe even mental health issues, never dismiss the power of an ideology. Especially when it's brainwashed to you as a kid.
Because by all accounts, if you take away your ideology in that circumstances, it seems that you seem to be a morally righteous person. I mean, you condemn killing, obviously, in that situation. It's just that the ideology gives you justification to do bad things in that case.
Well, the problem is that there are things that are logically consistent that agree with certain ideologies. And then these people who have their ideologies kind of go, yeah, hey, this is the head of my spear, and I have to drag along all of this other baggage that comes along with it. It's the stopped clock motif.
Well, why do you think when I mentioned before that I think the most disappointed I was of Sargon is when he said that yes, I'm going to allow myself to apply their tactics just because I want to win. That was the most disappointed I was of him, because I was in that camp. Again, I condemned killing, but it was okay because they killed the Palestinians, so I'm going to kill their civilians as well. I'm going to kill their children as well because I will just apply their own tactics. It's okay.
I understand perfectly. I just can't condone it.
Yeah,
I understand.
I was saying before about defending Tim on Twitter from Vernaculars having a go at him. Sargon was also having a go at him as well, and he actually responded to me when I told him, look, you're just deciding that he's in this group that you're angry with. At no point did he decide that. You just put him in this group and you're shouting at him and telling him to defend the arguments of other people that he doesn't even agree with. And he's like, well, it's just what people have been throwing at me for ages now. So, yeah, and I'm just like, don't pretend that your actions are not your own just because you're angry with someone. And he didn't respond to that.
I think he kind of goes towards low-hanging fruits on Twitter. There's a lot of
Oh well, we're talking. This is the other thing that really sort of winds me up is that look at these low-hanging fruit. Look at these people represent the whole. And this is right, this is you can see this everywhere, all over the place. I mean, let's judge Gamergate on its low-hanging fruit, shall we?
It's especially prevalent.
They're so low.
Robin, I think the problem, like people complain about everyone going after the low-hanging fruit. It's kind of hard to go after the high-hanging fruit because, for one, they've thought about their position, and two, you might not end up agreeing with them on it.
Yeah, that's right. It's hard. That's why they do. That's why they don't touch them, because it's too difficult. No, I wanted the easy fruit. No. Well, guess what?
But Robin, don't you want everyone to embrace rationality? You have to win at any cost, you filthy partisan.
Yeah, we're talking about the left today, you partisan.
Yeah. Did you guys see that? Sargon did actually say to Robin, "For fuck's sake, Robin, stop being so partisan. We are talking about the left."
It's the thing that sort of like I was embarrassed for Jeff and Chris because he tried to dress me down on the stream afterwards, and it's like kind of going, I brought you in here so it didn't look like an echo chamber. I quote, didn't look like an echo chamber. And I'm sitting there looking at Jeff and Chris and thinking, so you guys are just fucking sycophants to him, are you? Wow.
Here's a question Here's a question here from CP Ladder. What do you guys think of the difference between nationalism and ideology, if there is one? First of all, let's establish what is the definition of nationalism, because I heard different definitions from different people.
I think I have a consistent definition. Nationalism is a love of a nation through a combination of its current culture, policies, its current culture, political structure, societal structure, or those in the historic sense.
Well, you've also missed something. You've also missed the most important thing. You were born in it. Nationalism. I've never experienced much nationalism from people who say that sort of thing about somebody else's nation state, for example. Weebs, yeah, of course. But
the golden one.
No. I think it's more
the important rule. Is it has to be the country that you're born in. That's where the nationalism is.
That only happens.
I don't agree.
When it's that way, I mean, I've met people that would idolize other nations rather than the ones that they lived in or born in, and mostly they're born in third world countries. I met some of them.
Well, I left it open because I know some Indian people that are very nationalistic. They were born to England as adults and are basically as British as you.
What the fuck?
Yes.
Yeah, you're breaking up pretty badly. Anyway, what I was saying, you have people from third world countries, and I make examples of some of the Pakistanis that I meet, and they just immigrated to the UK. They haven't even got their paperwork done, and they're like, "I'm not Pakistani. What are you talking about? I'm British." And sometimes they haven't even started.
It's not a nation. This is people get this wrong. You see, British isn't a nation; it's an empire. England is a nation. Scotland is a nation. Wales is a nation. Britain is an amalgamation, if anything. So British is more of a sense of it's it's the United Kingdom. It's nothing to do with really nationality. It's really to do with unity.
But would you say?
That's like comparing Georgia and South Carolina aren't part of the same.
Indeed, yes. However, Americans have got that thing completely ruined now, and they think that United States is a country as a whole. When they even just shove one fucking person up to represent all of you instead of having 50.
To go back to the question of the chat, let's just take this back to the question of the chat. Does nationalism become an ideology? Of course it does, and you see that a lot with hardcore patriotic people that wouldn't criticize their country for whatever reason. You look at all the support, for example, that the U.S. gives to Israel, to the point where even when Israel is obviously in the wrong, you have people defending the U.S. when they stand with every single wrong thing that Israel does.
Obama's been as
I wish we cut him off.
My point is
billions instead of trillions, and he has stained on all votes.
yeah, my point is nationalism can become an ideology, and yes, it can also be a dangerous ideology when you can't criticize your own country. It comes to a point where you start working for your government rather than your government working for you, and that's when it becomes a dangerous ideology, in my opinion.
I think I view nationalism as a love or veneration of the idea of one's nation or the state of one's nation as it currently is, as in what the nation is, rather than it just being that you want to protect your people or something. It's not just loyalty to people.
Yeah, it's like okay. Let me just give another example. This would make it a little bit more clear. And yeah, there's some people that would consider there's some nationalists in the U.S. and be patriotic and like we believe in America and its values. Yet they would stand for people who want to burn the American flag. And there are people that would identify as also Americans and nationalists and be like, yeah, we love American values, and that is why we don't want the national flag to be burned.
Well, they have this. They have a very confused nationalism in even with their what's the word? They're sort of like what's the word? I'm trying to think of the word now. It's getting a bit late. It's the when they sort of like dedicate themselves to their country. It's the. The act that they say, it's their allegiance, they pledge their pledge of allegiance, and this pledge of allegiance includes protecting their country against enemies, foreign and domestic. And the funny thing is, of course, is that Top Hats, hello there, mate. Did I send you a link? If you'd like to come in, it'd be lovely to speak to you.
Yes, we are all
it is quite sort of like schizophrenic in this way because of course when you're defending against, say, domestic enemies, for example, you're talking about your own countrymen. So if you were to say that you think that you're actually trying to defend your country against people who are domestic enemies, those very same people think that they're trying to defend their country against domestic enemies.
Isn't that what happened
That
in
depends.
some events where the country kind of tried to pull itself apart?
Yeah, I believe they had a little bit of a, what did they call it, civil war about that.
Woo! They didn't have very good generals in that war, though.
And not very civil either.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, if
when is war civil?
That was so much quicker and so many fewer.
I think, Robin, you're completely misunderstanding that line. Clearly, domestic enemies refers to your mother-in-law.
Foreign and domestic, isn't it?
So, Robin, why do you think we only elect one person to represent us all?
Well, you don't actually. You have a House of Representatives. I just thought I'd let you know.
I know that, but you said something to that effect, didn't you?
Well, on the international scene, for example.
Oh well,
So,
you
have the United States of America, for example. If we're, for example, if we're going into Europe, the Scottish Prime Minister will go to Europe herself. And
Well,
so yeah.
Well, we kind of gave up that thing when we joined the Constitution, or when the original colonies did. So, I mean, at that point, I understand. Like, I can understand that you don't want just one person making the decision, but at the same time, you want someone who's going to be direct and on point. There's not going to be any wavering within a camp, if you will.
Well, I think the thing with America is that you haven't actually.
Basically, we can bypass politics then.
I think the thing with America is they haven't actually had a significant structural change since the communication technology meant that you didn't really need to just have one person at the top as your figurehead at the very least. You could actually talk to each other pretty damn quickly. Whereas in Britain, at least, I don't know about elsewhere, but in Britain, we've had devolution of powers since it became more pragmatic to have distributed authority.
Do you want to boil that down a little bit? I didn't quite get that myself.
Since the communication technology has advanced sufficiently, then we have had devolution of powers as and when. But we also used to have this top-down hierarchical system. I mean, obviously it's still hierarchical, but the thing you just pointed out about America before.
I wouldn't call it top down. I mean, it doesn't feel top down to me, at least. I know that's not necessarily I don't know what you would say a point or whatever, but it doesn't seem top down.
Feels before reels, buddy.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I think that is perhaps true, but of course it is to the advantage of those holding influence that those who vote do not feel that influence directly. But if you look at, say, the sponsorship of your Congress and your Senate, I think it may become apparent that there are not that many people pulling the strings.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see what you say there.
So, Jack Ofson screams, "Fake news!"
Oh, man.
Yeah, this is the new buzzword now.
Yes,
Everything that
news that I don't agree with is fake.
I don't
You know what fake news reminds me of? Every time someone says fake news, remember that first article that's Escapist published by about Star Citizen?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the outcry from the Star Citizen fanboys. It reminds me of all the outcry now that we have from people going like fake news over everything.
Robin, after that ordeal of those Star Citizens turning up here, have you actually stopped waking up laughing in the middle of the night?
No. And every now and again, I actually posted a video of all of these Star Citizen comments in a nice, lovely string,
Yeah,
just with the Joker laughing, and I called it Saltitizens.
I remember that one. That was brilliant.
Yeah, are we actually allowed now to finally say that Star Citizen is dead? Or
No.
is it,
No,
still going, is it?
If Dubhat is still listening, and I'm sure he is, I met someone in his hangouts the last time I was there, and the guy was like, "Yeah, you hang out in the open house. You must be a Star Citizen hater." And I'm like, I backed it up on day one, and they were just going on and on about how no, actually, Chris Roberts is a perfectionist. That's why he's working on the AI now. It's just the AI, and it's going to be released.
You have to be awakened to the glory of the Lord and Savior, Chris Roberts.
You know, there is a way you can pronounce the final testimony of Star Citizen. You're going to need top hats for this, Habib, and Derek Smart.
Falco. Get your ass in here, you dirty Nazi. I've sent you the link. Check your Twitter, mate. Come on in.
Oh, he's hardly a Nazi. He's just German.
Same thing.
He's not on the list of participants in the chat.
Not yet, no.
Right.
He did say something a minute ago. I've got top hats and champagne. Are you all communist Nazi Jews? Hi. Salute.
Yes.
But yeah, if you are listening, Thak, I'd love to have a chat. It's been a while, mate.
Oh, someone in the chat
year.
making the observation, they say, no, the US used to be focused very heavily on individual states' rights. States' rights started to fade when federal programs were introduced.
States' rights faded after the Civil War.
Well, it sort of had to. That's the thing. I mean, you've got Roe versus Wade, for example, which is something that was basically state rights versus. This. A lot of people thought that this, that this is how they fought it. You see, that they wanted, certain states to basically be able to ban abortion, and if other states didn't, that's fine. The only problem is, of course, is that, and this is very similar to gun laws again. Is that, for example, everybody complains, especially the gun-toting nutcases out there, love to point to Chicago. And if you look at where Chicago is, it actually borders on various states that sell guns as though they're basically selling sweets.
And somehow I have to ask this, so somehow outlawing or restricting gun access in those surrounding areas is somehow supposed to cut down on the crime in Chicago?
Well, it's the problem is, I suppose I like to use the analogy of a row of toilets. Okay? So imagine, if you will, you've got a row of toilets, okay? and you kind of go, oh my god, this place stinks of shit. So what you do is you go to one toilet and clean it. And then you breathe in around that toilet, and for some reason, still stinks of shit.
I have a simple way of putting it that may be more direct for you. You live in Chicago, you can't buy handguns easily. You go and drive for 2 hours, and now you're in a different state. You can.
Well, let's say this, yeah. What state is Chicago in?
Is it Illinois, I think, or no?
Apocalyptic.
Well,
Illinois, okay.
I mean, parts of it is. If you were to go, 20 miles, you're in Indiana.
And that's still part of Chicago.
Pretty much, yeah. And Indiana gun rights is like concealed carry, basically whatever the fuck you like.
Yeah.
So they are one of the slackest when it comes to gun rights. They are liberal when it comes to gun rights.
Well, in response to the comment you made about asking if we think it will prevent or stop the gun violence, obviously the problem has started, but I think the lesson from what we're talking about at the moment is prevention and cure are not the same thing. There's no need for on the one hand someone to say, if it weren't for the guns, this wouldn't be a problem. And then to respond by going, are you saying we should just take the guns away and that will cure it? No, we're not. We're saying that that's how we got into the situation. And in order to understand the situation so that we can solve the problems, we do need to be honest about the factors that went into starting.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, if you go to Chicago and you say, look, they've got all these lovely gun law legislations, but they've still got loads of guns running around. And when all you have to do is travel 20 miles, and then you've got state carry permit? Fuck no. What, firearm registration? Fuck that shit. What, assault weapon law? Nah, bollocks. Magazine capacity? Bollocks. Who gives shit? What, owner license required? Nah. Concealed carry license? Yeah, well, maybe on pistols. Open carry? Fuck it, go for it. Vehicle carry? Yeah, go for it. Be my guest. It just goes on and on and on. So you're literally 20 miles away from a state where it's like, fuck it, man. What, you want to have an arsenal? You go for it, sunshine. And then 20 miles, and you're expecting Chicago to be okay? It's asinine, but it's a brilliant talking point, isn't it?
I don't think it's necessarily asinine. I mean, I think, what is it, Vermont? Or, I don't know, there's some state up there that has, pretty much the same stuff. Open carry, all that, and they don't have this problem. I mean... Well,
there's another thing that you obviously have to take into consideration. I mean...
What's that?
Well, go to, say, Canada, for example, or maybe sort of Alaska. It's all pretty much okay out there, but there's no fucker out there. So if you're going to... per capita is all very well and good until you think about population density. People who want to commit crimes commit more crimes if they've got more crimes to commit. In other words, you need people in order to commit crimes on them. If you want to rob somebody, you need someone to rob. So it's much easier for you to commit more crimes if there are more people for you to actually commit crimes on. So high-density areas generally have more crime.
Robin making... Go on.
I was about to say, you go to London, for example, that is one of the most criminal parts of the UK. But if you were to put that, say, for example, to some, Hicksville, Alabama piece of shit place out in the middle of nowhere that has gun rights, we still do better per capita when it comes to crime. You've got more chance of being burgled in some butt-fuck nowhere city that they basically tell you, no, you actually have to have a gun. You've still got more chance of that crime happening.
You are talking about Alabama.
London. Just to give you the idea. Yeah. And there's also, obviously, wealth disparity and things like that to be taken into consideration. these are all things that actually bring forth more crime. Believe it or not, when you've got somebody who has and somebody who hasn't, that person who hasn't might want to have a bit of what that person has.
Maybe I'm not seeing something here, but I don't see how removing or restricting, like you said, gun access, but it's going to stop the crime, because that's ultimately what the goal is here. I mean, if you take...
Actually, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think Robin is saying that, but here's the thing. Again, you have a complicated problem here with a lot of. I mean, no one can deny when they look at the statistics of all the gun crimes that happen in the U.S. that you don't have a problem over there, and the problem is very, very complicated. Yet you can't solve it with simple solutions. Just to limit access to guns or to allow more access to guns is not going to solve it. You don't just change one variable and expect everything to fix itself.
No, but it is one variable that would help. This is the thing.
Yeah, but it wouldn't help on its own. That's the thing. And that's what I tell to all my American friends and followers. I'm like, dude, first of all, I don't understand all the nuance of it. That's why I'm not going to just run my mouth and say, hey, I know all the solutions. But you guys need to stop thinking of just changing that one variable. You don't need more regulations or less regulations. What you need is smarter regulations.
Well, there's something, you know, a lot of people, you know, when you were saying that, you were falling into something of a logical fallacy called the nirvana fallacy. Which is basically kind of going, for example, you know, the very idea that London is
killing with any gun being illegal. You just remove it from the books. If the firearms involved, legalize it, blanket everything that is done with firearms now legal. That way you have no gun crime.
Anyway,
Well, I think
as I was trying to just talk past you because you keep on interrupting me, I was just saying that what you're falling into is something called the nirvana fallacy. The nirvana fallacy works something like this. If you said, well, if I just say, you know, if we were to ban all guns tomorrow, that's not going to stop crime. And it's like, well, first of all, that wasn't actually what I was getting at. But what you're basically saying is that because it wouldn't produce something perfect, what's the point? This is what they mean by the nirvana fallacy. You mitigate circumstances. For example, somebody who is able to walk into a McDonald's, for example, with a firearm, and the only reason that they're able to get that firearm is because they were able to walk into Walmart next door to buy it.
Well,
you're going to mitigate the opportunity for criminals.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you, Robin. Here, I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I'm just saying.
I was talking to C here. Is the idea that you will not stop all crime, but you can mitigate certain crimes, like very, very dangerous crimes, which involve people being shot. You have the police right now, who even on a traffic stop have got their hand on their pistol, ready to go. And all you have to do is basically do the wrong move and you're dead. That's because they know that you've got a gun everywhere. You've got the chance or the capacity to have a pistol everywhere because it's your right. So you're basically, it means that your police are fucking twitchy because of it. And it means that there are more chances of basically not only the police being twitchy, but the person who is being stopped for being twitchy as well. So everyone's fucking on edge with each other just because they have a right to a weapon.
A law enforcement officer walks up to my car and, you know, asks me for my license and registrations. What's going to stop me from pulling out a knife and just stabbing him right there in the kidneys?
Have you ever tried any... have you been in a fight?
Like
with an adult?
Like what type?
As an adult, with an adult. Have you been in a fight?
No.
No. That what you're describing, not necessarily... they're just not comparable. You could kill them before they even know you've got a gun if you don't. That's why they're always like, put your hands on the wheel, right? The knife, you could get the drop on them. You could even get it into them. You're still very unlikely to actually to cause them a life-threatening wound. I mean, it'd have to be a fucking big knife, and then they'd see it coming, you know?
Yeah, and they also have the capacity to put some distance between you. It doesn't matter if they're 5 feet away from you if you've got a pistol now, does it?
What? 5 feet with a knife?
You're in your car.
I'm in my car. They don't step away 5 feet though.
Well, put it this.
Come right up the window.
Some do, some don't. But either then you've still got to reach down for this thing, and then you've got to somehow have the leverage to ram it into their gut. Whereas you've just got to pick this thing up and then just press a little trigger, and the thing does all the damage for you.
Yeah, and
it's a remote control for bullets.
Yeah, because of that, and then you've got to the point I'm getting at with like skill in a fight. You know, you can train a police officer to be able to sort of have someone swing a knife at them and like basically lock in such a way to not touch the edge and to get it off you. That is actually something British police have as standard training. I don't know what it's like in America for that.
It varies.
But you know, with a gun, you can't really teach someone martial arts to have bullets not go through them.
Yeah, point and click.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I used to do
upload
Aikido.
a bullet to their face.
You genuinely can't use a knife effectively against someone with a gun when you're sat in a car and they're stood outside of it.
Yeah.
Gun, however, you can effectively use against them. If you're stood up in front of them and have a knife and they're stood up in front of you, you have an advantage with a knife if you're within about 7 to 5 foot of them. Unless they're well trained on how to defend themselves against a knife, in which case you may as well be waving a baguette at them.
Yeah, and the thing is, yeah.
Say that again.
And
You may as
bullets,
well be waving a baguette at them.
bullets travel
No, that
faster than the
before
speed of
5 or
sound.
7 feet.
Yeah, you
Hold
cannot
on,
make.
hold
If you can make
Hold
a
on.
knife travel faster than the speed of sound. then
Everyone, I'm
your
just going to
argument
ask
is
one
there.
question. Are we really comparing knives to guns, and we've been going at it for the past 10 minutes now?
Yes.
Like, seriously?
That's right. That's where we're at. This is the
Well,
argument to Nirvana again. Yeah.
Like you're arguing like, oh my god, you're going to have knives, and that's going to be just as bad. I mean, like, you drove this
It won't
argument
be
to the
as
ground.
bad, but it'd still be as bad.
It's still gonna
It won't be as bad, but it'll still be as bad.
It's still going to be
What?
bad. No, I
You
mean,
really
yeah.
should- Yeah.
Can't you see the problem here? Like, you're saying it's going to be better. You'll admit it'll be better.
Less worse, if anything. That's all we can ask
Yeah.
for.
So why
It
not
being
do
it being
it?
a little bit it being a little bit better is a justification to deny someone a right or restrict or lessen someone's access to a right. I mean, if searching someone's house was going to guarantee more catching of criminals, just a tiny bit. I mean, couldn't I use the same argument for that?
Okay. I'm just going to have to stop you there with this framing of it as denying of a right. Does the Constitution guarantee the right to bear arms, or does it guarantee the right to bear any arms? What does it say? Which of those two things?
What?
Well,
Is the right,
let's-
is the second
let me- okay.
right to bear arms? Or is it
Atherin, let me
A well-regulated mission should be necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
But not persons.
Okay.
Yes, so
okay.
it doesn't say any arms. It just says arms.
Here is what I'm gonna say is that, is the DMV preventing me from my right to drive a car? They still exist.
You don't have a right. You don't have a right to drive a car.
See, stop.
So-
Can you buy sarin gas as an American citizen?
Can I buy what?
Sarin gas. In Canada, it's designed to disperse it as a military weapon. Can you get hold of it?
No, I don't.
Your
I don't
right
think
to
so.
bear arms then has been infringed.
Here's the
So
thing,
why is
yeah.
a handgun any different to sarin gas?
Yes,
It
you're
has
talking,
limits,
you're talking
yes,
to some,
but-
the thing is, the thing that you're missing here is you're talking to a person who lives in a country where they have a constitutional right to guns, but not a right to a Kinder Egg.
Actually, it doesn't say guns, it says arms. As in
No,
arms.
but to be fair to that, it probably did mean guns, but there's no reason to suppose it means, machine action.
Well, there's no reason to say it doesn't mean swords as well.
Well,
We're thinking
here's the bit that you're all missing, guys. It says the people, not persons. They
What-
mention,
who is
they
the
mention
people, then?
they mention persons all the time
Well-
when it comes to individual rights. When they talk about the people, they're talking about the state.
When they say the people, it could be perfectly justified for every single town and village and every single local area in a city to have a local militia hall
Hold up,
where there's a ton of rifles and people go and train with them so they can be a well-regulated militia. That is a
who is the
perfectly
people?
justified interpretation of the law.
Who are the people? I mean,
We,
honestly, who?
the people.
We the people. That means everybody.
I
That's
think
right.
this is a
Or who,
non-productive
the representation of everybody. That when they take "we the people," they mean the United States. When you have, say, your district attorney going up against somebody, for example, it is the people versus.
Yes.
That is what they mean in legalese as a representative of the people.
Okay,
No.
can I butt in now?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, see, there's a question I wanted to ask. There's a reason I hopped on. It's like, have you ever actually watched any of the traffic stops done by US policemen? Or the training videos?
I haven't watched any of the training videos. I mean, I've seen a couple of videos of them walk up to cars and stop and ask.
No. Go watch the training videos. They do like 20 to 30 different examples, and they're saying you have to position this bit of the car between you and the perpetrator, so there's the minimum chance of you getting shot. If you do it this way, the guy inside the car pulls out a BB gun and shoots the officer, and it's like, see, half a second, I'm dead. That's your life on the line. Traffic stops are one of the most dangerous things because you're stopping someone, you're pissing them off, and there is a chance everyone will be armed, and most people without a concealed carry permit that have a hand have it in their car.
An individual who's taken an oath to put their lives in danger for the betterment of the rest of society isn't expected to put their life in danger?
They're expected to minimize that danger.
There's a difference.
They are putting themselves in danger by stopping your...
They're not expected
They are
to minimize that
danger by having their handgun prepared in case you draw a weapon yourself, and putting bits of the vehicle between you and them to make it harder to shoot, and standing just behind you so you have to turn around and do awkward stuff to shoot them. That is all minimizing the danger to them.
Yeah, they don't put their lives...
Okay.
They don't just sort of dive into danger just for the fun of it. You know, if you can imagine that, you know, they're hoping to actually go home that day. That's not putting your life on the line there, mate. That's not... There's a difference. Putting your life on the line there is to try and save
They are
another
willing to
human
put
being.
their life on the line, but they'd rather avoid losing their actual life. They're not going to go, oh, I'm suicidal, let's die today. They're not going to do that.
Robin,
That's
say
what Death by Cop is about.
They do put their lives on their line. Put their lives on the line, and
Yeah,
they're
they
required
do.
to.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that they are welcoming it. If it happens, okay, they've done all they can to prevent them losing their lives. If they lose their lives, then that's sad, obviously. But generally, they don't want to lose their lives unless they're, I don't know, suicidal or something.
Okay, agreed.
An example is, why is there SWAT teams when any old police officer has a gun? SWAT teams are a way how to minimise the risk for the police, because you're talking about specially trained individuals with the appropriate equipment to make it.
We have armed police in this country. We do have armed police, and they get
I know that.
utilised as and when necessary. Generally speaking, a Bobby on the beat doesn't require any of this stuff. Every day, all the time, you know, you want to talk about bravery? Imagine having a guy with a fucking machete coming at you.
Are there guns in the United Kingdom?
Yes.
Here's the difference.
Are there pistols in the United Kingdom?
Yes.
Very small quantity.
Is there a criminal underbelly?
Yes.
Yes.
So then why don't your regular street cops have a firearm?
Don't need to.
Because
they
it's
could
less
just walk up-
common.
Because it's extremely easy.
Just because it's less common doesn't mean it's not possible.
Because it's extremely easy to actually mop up criminal gangs and sort out supply lines for criminal gangs' access to firearms.
And
it's
not to
virtually
mention-
impossible to cut it off to zero, but it's virtually impossible for them to put down roots and become a serious problem in any given situation.
And not to mention that every time someone shoots a cop in England, the entire police force comes down like the hammer of God upon them.
Because they can, because it doesn't happen often enough that we just have to accept
And you know,
it.
here's the difference here. In England, that's not just for the criminals as well. If there is a police shooting where the police have shot somebody, for example, because they don't always go to every, you know, when they're doing raids and stuff like that, sometimes they have to be armed because they have been tipped that these people have this criminal may have a firearm. If every single bullet that is fired either by the police or by the criminal is tracked, traced, and investigated, why did you fire that bullet and at that point? Why did you fire that bullet for
by
that
the
reason?
same people who fired the bullet, by the way, as well.
Yes. So
That-
that
I don't
they
know
are
the level
very strict on people releasing bullets from pistols. It's just our thing, and that's why.
Okay.
And that's why the percentage per capita of people dying from firearms is teeny by comparison to even your least dangerous state.
And before you try to bring up the fallacy of knife crime, our knife crime plus our gun crime does not even equal your knife crime. When adjusted.
Well, is that to an extent the difference between Americans and British people? I mean, Honestly,
that's
I
such
know
a
this is
muddy
about to sound.
waters point. You can dismiss it if you like, and you can point out that it's not terribly meaningful. But why engage on that tangent? That's overt
thing is,
muddying of the
yeah,
waters.
don't get angry at him. He's just trying to make that point on a thing. He's being surrounded here. Allow him some defensive positions at least.
As you work for F and interrupts you.
Yeah, sorry. I'm not on your side here, Steve,
Hold on.
but I will at least defend you. That's the kind of guy I am. But the thing that you've obviously got to understand is that the defensive nature that you have here is because you are indoctrinated really into the United States as having the idea that it's all right, but everybody's indoctrinated in some way or another. That the right to a firearm is obviously sort of like part of your constitution. For most people in this world, a right to a firearm is just bizarre. It is simply bizarre. Do you know that you don't have a right to a Kinder Egg? You know that, don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't really bother me, but
yeah, the fact that you don't have the right to buy a piece of chocolate with a toy that maybe a toddler might swallow, you don't as an adult, but you're able to get hold of a firearm that, if you're not careful, a toddler may pick up and shoot you with.
And do.
And they do, yes. That's for anybody outside of the United States with this whole rights thing. Nobody has a right to a car, but they have a right to a gun. And it's like, it's bizarre. It's just wacky.
I understand it's bizarre, but
well, I'm asking
that's
you,
just how it is.
Do you think if there were cars available during the when the United States Constitution was made, do you think that they would have put that in there? You have a right to travel. Yeah, you have a right to free travel. Yeah, but they don't say that you have a right to a car, right? Can you see the difference?
Yeah.
You can travel wherever you like. You can walk. You can ride horseback. You can get a bus. You can get a train. All these other different things. But you don't think that you have a right to a car, or you have a right to arm yourself. Okay? That doesn't say that you have a right to a pistol. It doesn't say that you have a right to a rifle. It doesn't say you have a right to a tank. It doesn't a right to sarin gas or a bomb or a nuke.
But it does.
Okay, Robert,
that's what I mean.
May I offer a middle ground position? That is the point I was trying to make before, that it's the right to bear arms, regardless of whatever else is in front of it about militias and stuff. But the last bit is to bear arms, not to bear any arms, which is the point Robin's driving at. But I will concede to you that given the context of when they wrote that and what a militia was in their parlance, that they did mean firearms, but that they didn't mean like 45 caliber pistols or anything like that. They didn't exist. That's not what that refers to.
You're right. They didn't.
It may
exist,
well
but
refer to
the weapons.
long-barrel guns.
Hold on. Correct. Those weapons didn't exist, but yet the weapons they had were still just as deadly. I mean, what difference does it make if everyone's armed with a musket and he comes in with a musket?
No.
I'm not making a separate point. I'm trying to offer you some middle ground on the point of it being an infringement of rights. Not about the entire discussion. This is about that point on it being an infringement of rights. And that right is to bear arms, not to bear any arms. We can talk about the rest of the discussion afterwards, but this is just this one point. Is that an acceptable middle ground?
Like, what do you mean any arms? Do you mean like
as in the right isn't to just anything? These guys have been trying to give examples of sarin gas. That may be confusing.
Yeah,
how unusual it is.
It was an argument to ridiculum, essentially, to try to show you that the idea of, say, having particular types of arms is not actually put in there as your right. And I was saying to you about the right to free travel actually does mean that you do have a right to a car. It means that you have a right to use the bus as well. You have a right to use the train. You have a right to walk wherever you like. Yeah?
I don't think we have a right to free travel.
A right to bear arms, for example, really means the right to defend yourself from somebody attacking you. That's what it really means.
Well,
I believe in the United States, you do have a right to travel within the state.
Well,
hold on, Robin. Robin, you said the right to defend yourself. What the right to bear arms really means is the right to defend yourself. So, I don't have a right to say walk down my neighborhood street with a pistol in my pocket.
Depends on what state you're in.
Any
no,
state.
but you quoted it before, and I just want to return to this middle ground point of offering, so that we can talk about the other issues surrounding, But the concept of it being a right, it is as part of a well-regulated militia to bear arms, or something like that.
Yeah, you can't really exclude that sentence. You see, that's the
I'm
that's
not
the thing. And
excluding.
a lot of people do. That's the thing when they're talking about the right to bear arms. They say the right to bear arms, and I'm sitting there kind of going, well, a lot of people say the First Amendment is about free speech, and I say no, it's not. It's about religious freedoms, because that's what it is about.
It's almost like the interpretations of religious books. I feel it kind of differs from person to person.
Or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people to peacefully assemble. The press is not religion.
No, the first press was the Bible.
Carry on.
The first press, yes, was used to print Bibles, but that doesn't mean
I know the point.
It's solely restricted.
I'm just saying that example is not going to be well.
I'm not saying it's not about that. I'm saying it's not just about that.
But this middle ground point on the right, that it's the militia may imply, given the context, the historical context, and when that was written, may imply long-barreled firearms, but that doesn't mean that
they had pistols.
That doesn't guarantee.
Yeah, but not to the same extent.
Okay.
We're not
I
talking
would
about.
actually like to talk about historical reenactment now. If you go and pay attention to any of them from the time the document was made, pistols were a weapon reserved entirely for officers. A soldier and a militiaman was not allowed to actually have a pistol because it was a mark of office of being an officer.
And even then, pistols back then were radically different from the pistols of today. If you look at stuff like...
then I could use that argument for muskets and rifles. I mean, muskets they weren't rifled, but rifles are.
But going back to what I said earlier about
rifled muskets in that day and age, then.
Going back to what I said earlier about comparing...
The first rifled musket predates America.
Yeah, so does the first repeating rifle.
Yeah.
And regardless of all of this sort of basically its technicalities, it's details.
We're still, well, you see, I'd like to say that you're actually going on at the wrong sort of tangent when it comes to this particular argument, is because we're still talking about a well-regulated militia. This is an organised group, decided upon and even elected as such. A militia is a group of people who are militarily trained.
Not exactly. Well, at least not in American history. It wasn't. The militia
volunteers.
The militia was basically, hey, everybody with a gun, join me. We're off to fight a war.
Yes,
no,
a well-regulated militia. Yeah, we're talking about a well-regulated militia.
Define regulated.
Something subject to regulation.
Militias from the time.
Hold on, hey, guys, stop.
Yeah,
Robin, define
regulated. Regulated is something that is subject to regulation.
Yeah, see, that's not the definition from back then.
Yeah, this is the thing, is that first part of the statement is up for interpretation, and it is the job of the Supreme Court to interpret it. Clearly, they don't require people to be part of what, in common parlance, we would call a well-regulated militia in order to have firearms. The point about which arms is it or which arms does it refer to is that the point is that there is a line, and that line is about reason. It's about what seems reasonable in argument and what is acceptable in essentially the populace and politics.
I have to ask you this. Would you consider it unreasonable for a person to own a cannon?
Fuck, I have one of those.
Define unreasonable.
If they have an amateur museum, I perhaps would think it's perfectly reasonable for them to own
privately owned cannon.
Okay.
Are they planning on using it?
Pointed at your neighbour's house, locked and ready to go.
Yeah. Well, not point at your neighbour's house. You can't do that.
Just in case. Just in case.
Kind of the Mythbusters.
You don't know. They may be a really bad neighbour.
But the point I'm trying to get about that there is a line. We don't necessarily agree on where the line is, but there is a line.
Yes, there is a line.
And where that line is not your right. The fact that it's not all the way over to no wear arms at all, that's your right. But exactly where that line is not your right. Do you
So we're
accept
debating where that line is.
I'm trying to stick to the original point you made when we started talking about rights. You're saying that this is infringing on rights, therefore no. But I reject that, and that's how we got onto this whole tangent.
I agree that there is a point. Now the matter is where that point is.
Okay, let's put it this way.
He might agree to that, but I won't.
Right,
Freedom
guys,
is
I
no
am
longer
going to be
freedom when
closing.
it's curtailed.
I'm thinking of closing the doors probably in about 8 minutes. I think Zeke is coming in as well, and so probably in about sort of 10 minutes or so we're gonna chill.
Okay, I've got one closing thought on the gun tangent then.
But like, you know, remember what we were actually here to discuss, folks, because I think really why this subject was brought up was basically gun right absolutionism.
Yep.
And so, I've managed to find something that has obviously tickled your bone a little bit here, see, because of course you are manifesting a lot of gun right absolutionism here. Yes, it's basically we've already been talking about well-regulated militias, all this sort of thing. And
Robin, do you mean absolutism?
What did I say?
You said absolutionism.
Oh, sorry, absolutism. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Oh, I wasn't going to point it out because some people are.
Regardless, I still beg it.
All right. I just wanted to come in and explain the two laws that classify more than 90% of Americans as a regulated militia. There's I think it's.
Why do you sound so high pitched, Zeke?
Oh, is it loud?
No, you just sound really high pitched in your voice. It's as though someone's strangling you slightly.
He's been sucking.
I don't know. Does it
now
sound
you
like
sound normal. Now you sound normal. I think you just had a little bit of phlegm in your throat or something. But anyway, carry on, please.
Wasn't me. I was innocent.
All right. In 10 U.S. Code 311, and I can send you a link to the law.
Please do.
It classifies anybody who's the age of 17 and above that's able-bodied and could be in the military, that's male, as being part of what's called an unorganized militia, but that's considered regulated. Now, there's an extension to that law that also classifies women.
As an individual.
Yeah,
if you're a citizen.
That's the reason you have to register for the draft.
Under the age of 45, but above the age of 17.
Army of one. There we go.
So the whole argument about being a regulated militia is null and void by that one law. That law would have to be overturned first.
Yeah.
Is that part of the Constitution?
Hold on. No, it's not. It's not. But that law would have to be thrown out.
Where is this law in place?
Yeah,
where is this law in place exactly?
I'm pulling it up now. It's on the. Here's a copy of it. Now, granted, I'm not a lawyer, but this is a law that's been used in many arguments to support, that all Americans can continue to own guns, even if you sided more with the interpretation that the common citizen wasn't in a militia and therefore does not need a gun.
Can I just? I've been quiet for a little bit. And hi, Zeke, what's up, man?
Hi.
I'll just say this: in all this argument, I've noticed that everyone here was revering all those laws as if they are set in stone and cannot be changed, as if they are the word of God himself.
I did just say.
Okay, hold on. Let me just continue. I haven't interrupted any of you. Have any of you thought that maybe, just maybe, the founding fathers were wrong about all this?
They could be, but the thing is if you want to get rid of that, then you need to pass an amendment, and the problem in the United States is nobody wants to try to pass an amendment.
So, because it's a difficult thing, so it doesn't matter. We don't want to solve it because it's difficult.
No, it's not that it doesn't matter, it's that you can't... people haven't been able to get enough of the country on board with taking away that right.
So do they? Can I just ask you a question, Zeke? Do they take those guns away from anyone over the age of 45?
No, they haven't. Not that I'm aware of. I could be unaware. I believe if you became over the age of 45 and had dementia, you could lose your weapons.
Once you're over 45, then you have basically put yourself off of the militia list.
No, there's another law. If you look at the bottom, there's a law that extends it, that if you're ex-military, it also keeps you in line with it. There's a bunch of extensions to this law.
Can I just say something? This whole concept of taking guns from people is a bit silly, in my opinion. Like, how are you going to go to somebody's door and say, "Hi, we're here for your guns"? Do you think they're just going to voluntarily surrender their guns if they don't want to?
It depends on the situation. I mean, if you show up with enough people and enough guns and they're not prepared, then yeah.
Yeah, they do it to people all the time.
I don't necessarily see that there's a need to systematically remove the guns, but it's just if you restricted them, you restrict the supply of them. It would still be a problem that there are guns still out there, but that would be a separate problem.
I think they'd sort of go into sort of valuable collector's items kind of thing, more so than
most of them are.
Yeah.
No, most of them are new guns, actually, if you look at the statistics.
Well, I'm talking about like guns that are being made today, not like memorabilia. I'm saying if we were to say, okay, let's limit the gun sales on this, this, and this, and then you go ahead and those guns are still obviously in the possession of citizens.
You make it sound like guns are cheap.
The difference between us on this, you see, I'm happy for people to have guns. The thing is that the looseness in which it's regulated means that anybody, no matter how mentally stable they are, all kinds of different.
That's not true at all.
That's not true, Robin.
Robin. I live in Indiana. I can personally tell you, they will not let me.
No. But there is a point made about how bad.
How would they know?
You had to be checked.
Because every state requires a background check. Even the loosest fucking state requires a background check.
I don't know, but I seem to recall something about gun shows.
It's different from state to state. There's different regulations.
The gun show thing is actually complete and utter bullshit, as far as I can tell.
No, it's not. It's actually a proper legal loophole that exists in a few states. Thing is, hang on. The thing is, if you engage in that loophole, it can potentially fuck up your tax codes. So there's major incentives not to do it anyway.
The gun show loophole, for the most part, doesn't exist because the people selling at gun shows are licensed vendors. They still have to give you a background check. The only people who do not have to give you a background check are private sales. People who are selling their own gun to another private individual.
That's right. No
and
background
you cannot
checks
do
required
that
for
at
private sales.
And just about no gun show will allow private sales on their property.
Well, isn't that how Dylan Roof got a hold of guns?
Pretty hard to get hold of a gun is to get one off a Craigslist.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, you can download one.
But I think.
Anyway, guys. To be honest with you, one more point. It
just
like it's
close,
really going to make a difference.
I think we can all agree at the very least that we probably should discourage Alex Jones from selling AR-15s to his biggest fans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is right. Okay, guys. But this is. Remember, we were talking about basically partisanry and how it can basically close down everything. It's been really nice talking about, as you can see with the gun rights debate here, where you get a lot of defense. There's people who get very, very defensive about these particular things. For example, there's no skin off our nose for the British to say this to you, is there? We absolutely nothing. It doesn't matter to us. If it's better for us really because there's less Americans to worry about.
Yeah, definitely.
Whereas for the Americans out there, they go no, but it's like, who cares, really? Why do you give a fuck? I mean, it's like, but it's my rights. It's right. It's like, it's just, and it's just on.
What do you mean, Robin? Like, who
cares? The thing is, it's just a piece of parchment, guys. It's just a little bit of thing. People have constitutions changing countries all the time. That's the thing. A lot of Americans, I think, have got themselves stagnated. I say this a lot about the US Constitution. It was 100 years ahead of its time 200 years ago. You know. Yeah.
Well, that's the whole point of the amendment.
I don't know, we can debate that.
But yeah, this is the thing. And there's a lot of people who wish to close down debate. And I'm trying to sort of like slowly segue us onto what we were originally talking about here. Is that it's about the winning and the losing. It's about what you're going to lose or what you're going to win. With logical consistency, in some cases, you're going to lose something. With political expedience, however, and as long as you keep going that, then you've got more chance of winning, isn't it? And the problem with political expediency, of course, is that you generally tend to start to walk over red lines of either logical consistency or even personal morality, where people end up lying to themselves in order to tell the truth to others. When you put yourself in a camp, you can close and insulate yourself off from the truth. You will ignore logic, you can ignore facts, figures, all kinds, just so that your side wins. And I think this is, if anything, this is why the militant middle needs to rise up here. Because we are being bamboozled from both sides, left and right, up and down, as to how we should and shouldn't be. And those people in the militant middle who really just want us to all get along, we have to shout these voices down. You have to raise your voice a bit. And if you are one of those people in the militant middle, and if you are listening, and I'm sure you are, don't be afraid to make your voice heard. You need to be passionately ambivalent. I know it may seem like a sort of a contradiction in terms, but in order for us all to be able to get along with each other a little better, sometimes you've got to tell your friends to go fuck themselves. So, I'd like to thank everybody. Wizard of Cause, Focus Break, Former Reformer King, Searle, Landers Rights, Pug, Spino, Angry as All Fuck, Ordinary Pigeon, Jeff Holiday, Liz Reptile, Fox from the West, and of course C Skimmer, along with our late guests Zeke and Fluffy, and of course Airthrin. I should have put you in there as well, mate. Yeah, I did mention Pug. It's all right. And to everybody in the side chat, it's been wonderful. It's nice to have a good old full house. It's been a while since we've really sort of like we're shoulder to shoulder. So it's been great fun, guys. And I hope to see you all next week. Take it easy, everybody.
Bye bye. How the fuck are there still so many people watching?